Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Well, we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Alright, good to see all of you people here on this moon day. I'm gonna be trying to make up for the lack of Sunday Fun Day stream that we had. Unfortunately, the vertical stream is not working right now. I don't know what the hell happened. I fucked something up. So I don't think we're gonna have a vertical stream, it would seem. Anyway, shoutouts. Reference frame, Christopher Tablante, Chuck L. 123 in the YouTube chat. Arvin Trevino, a close fourth. Hermit Horologist also here. Fishbone. B-Cat. So Life. Frisla. Ian Leal on a 3-stream streak. On Twitch. Well, we have a lot to talk about, like I mentioned. A lot to talk about. It's been a weird start already to the week. And last week was very weird. We're going to be kind of combining the two since Sunday Fun Day didn't go off as planned. But we do have quite a lot to talk about tonight. Some stuff in the United States, some Epstein files updates. SCOTUS's tariff decision. New York City snow storm. Okay, my music cut off too soon. Kash Patel partying in the Olympics. Lord Mandelson, or former Lord Mandelson, I can't remember if he's still a lord or not, but Mandelson arrested. The United Kingdom. Iran war. Coming. It would seem. Everything is literally pointing to it. I'm not just being a doomer. I swear to God. Alright, well, we're going to start in that usual place. This week. Every week. This year. We've been talking about it every single goddamn day.
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Wait, do we have no sound? Do we have no music? What's going on? What just happened? What is going on? What is happening? I have no sound. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. God damn you. Well, do we have this sound? Yeah, we have that sound. Please hold. What? Okay, I think I know what's wrong with it. And didn't somebody buy an extra tinfoil hat last stream? I think they did. So I'm just gonna give you all a free tinfoil. A free tinfoil hat. Worth 5,555 galactic credits. You're welcome.
Aren't I a good guy? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true, so help you God?
I do.
How many of...
There you go, people. Some new Epstein jams for you to start the stream. All right, where do we start today? I say we talk about this guy. Let's talk about this guy. Yeah, let's talk about the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Or as some call him, Howard Nutlick. Up to you how you want to pronounce that. It's really up for debate. It's weird not
Howard
having
Lutnick
the vertical stream
testified in front of the, I think it was the House. And you'll recall that Howard Lutnick made a big deal. I can't remember, it was on 60 Minutes or no, some other news show.
It was like Pod Force One, or it was like the New York Post podcast.
Yes, where he made a big deal of saying, like, I met Jeffrey Epstein once.
He was 2005.
And he, in 2005, he
Gross.
lived next door to us. I went over there with my wife. And he had a massage table. And he said, like, hey, come over, have a massage. And he give a little bit of this. And I said, this guy is disgusting.
I was there with my betrothed because I'd never leave her
And I
side.
never, ever went in.
I'm a great, I'm a mighty man of valor. Okay. I would never leave my wife's side for even a second. That's why nobody has seen her. Like, I don't even know what Howard Lutnick's wife looks like. I've never seen her.
We'll talk about Howard Lutnick's testimony today. But here is Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriend. They've trotted her out. And again, they're now investigating Prince Andrew, not just for his essentially rape of sex crimes, but also the chances that he had given information to Jeffrey Epstein. But here's how, if you want insight into how, like, nobody cared what Jeffrey Epstein did. There was a report from Vanity Fair. I think you have it in the sound list.
I do.
It was a report from Vanity Fair in 2019, I think around the time that Epstein got arrested, where Vanity Fair interviewed the people who worked at the airport on Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Scroll up. There were 2 employees who worked at the local airstrip on St. Thomas. Okay, so it wasn't to get to Epstein's island, you flew from St. Thomas, which is an island in the Caribbean. 2 employees who worked at the local airstrip on St. Thomas tell Vanity Fair they witnessed Epstein boarding his private plane on multiple occasions in the company of girls who appeared to be under the age of consent. According to the employees, the girls arrived with Epstein aboard 2 of his Gulfstream jets between January 2018 and June 2019. Previously published flight records show the jets were airborne for at least 1 out of these 3 days. They stopped all over the world. Quote, on multiple occasions, I saw Epstein exit his helicopter, stand on the tarmac in full view of my tower, and board his private jet with children, female children, says a former air traffic controller. One incident in particular really stands out in my mind because the girls were just so young they couldn't have been over 16. Epstein looked angry and hurled his jacket at one of them. They were also carrying shopping bags from stores not on the island. And
they make me sick.
Disgusting.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
By the way, quick announcement. Almost forgot to mention this. But today, because of what happened on Sunday, fun day, my internet going down. After we had completed a galactic content goal,
Disgusting and probably
honestly,
illegal.
probably illegal. So today, no goal. That's right. Goalless stream. Doesn't matter how much money is donated today. Okay, not saying you don't donate. It's totally fine. Super chat, super stickers. I'm all about it. I'm just saying. We have the restrictor plate on this stream has been taken off. Okay, no content goal tonight. So it's a Monday Fun Day. Monday Fun is replacing Sunday Fun Day. That's what's happening. Write that down. It's crazy.
They go on to say, like, we just assumed people would check on this. And you get a sense of, like, how it happened that he was able to sort of, like, live this lifestyle. People, they didn't care.
Yeah.
Even this woman, like, just perceived these people, these kids, as commodities. Good.
He knew everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
What now?
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist
Of
that wrote
course I
about
am.
it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it?
It's an astonishing attitude. Look, you're a fucking loser. If you're not in the files, something wrong with you. So I've gone a bit too... have to be more upper class twit. There's something wrong with you if you're not in the files. Don't you see? You're
kind of like a snotty-faced bitch.
You're like a snotty-faced bitch if you're not in the files. Disgusting.
You're the loser because you're not in
Disgusting.
this. I find that jaw-dropping.
You're hurting
It
the
is
kids.
jaw-dropping. And here's Howard Lutnick testifying in front of the House today, and nobody seemed to, like, even notice it. He's being questioned by Van Hollen, and so this is actually in the Senate. And Lutnick says, like, I don't know, you know, I had forgotten that, you know.
Seriously, what is that name? The woman's name? I know there's no way it's actually Vivian Smith, but really, what is her name? Because she is fucked. That woman is insane. Who in their right mind says that? It's like, of course I'm in the files. Because I'm not a loser, don't you see? Everybody who was somebody was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. That's where all the good parties were.
Van Hollen says, like, we've seen the interview where you said you made a big show. This guy was disgusting. I never wanted anything.
I never wanted that. Oh, it's just like, really though? Like, I mean, she's basically saying all the best parties happen on Sex Crimes Island. She's like, yeah, of course, because all the all the normie parties suck. No sex crimes happening. It's just, I'm just like, sort of, I'm still like, I'm stuck on that. I'm stuck on this woman in that comment. It's
That, you know, because Van Hollen says, like,
Lady Victoria Hervey? Lady, oh, it's fancy. So fancy. The lady, oh, I don't mean to impugn the lady's honor.
How rude.
Oh, rude of me. Good Lord.
we've seen the
yourself
interview
together.
where you said you made a big show. This guy was disgusting. I never wanted anything to do with him again. And then you show up in the documents. Incidentally, there's reports that he had like business deals with him too. I imagine Van Hollen got to it, but listen to this exchange.
Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, there's nothing to that, is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And
pause it for a second.
Everybody did it. Really, everybody did it. Question: Did anybody here in chat search their name in the files? Like, oh, maybe I show up in the files. Really? It's a weird thing to say, Howard. By the way, Frizzla, thank you for the super chat. Our goals woke now. Our goals woke. I want to say yes, but really, I'm not sure I'm the arbiter of this particular situation. Let's go with yes. Is that good for you?
When he says, I look through the documents for my name just like everybody else. Matt.
I didn't search my name. No.
You didn't?
No.
Seriously?
I'll go to Gmail.
What?
No, it didn't occur to me to say what.
I suspect that Howard Lutnick hangs out in circles where everybody's like, oh, shit. Like,
What's my exposure?
What's my exposure here? In fact, I bet Howard Lutnick was not the only person who searched his name. I bet you a team of lawyers, junior and otherwise, at the firm that represents him was looking through all of those documents for his name.
Same with every other member of cabinet.
Yes.
Seriously. Yeah.
So it's really more the circles that he
This
ran
is
in.
the very definition.
I do not show up. In
It's the people who are like, hey,
I actually looked your name
I might have lived next door and also gone to Jeffrey Epstein's house on one or multiple occasions. Let's not get too specific on that detail, but maybe just check. Maybe you just check for me if you got some. If you got a second, if you could just go through the millions of documents for my name, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Feeling like such a loser.
Loser! Okay, go ahead.
I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think.
Oh, yeah, May.
For an hour
I don't remember
at
any of
5
this.
o'clock. Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
I like that he can only speak to what it says, not what his memory is.
Exactly. Right? Like one.
Does anybody know what the HON period before Howard's name here? What does that mean? Hun. Howard Lutnick. Hun? Is it like an affectionate sort of thing? Oh, hey, hun. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me just check. Oh. Nope. Actually, that means honorable. The Honorable Howard Lutnick, I see. He's honorable as a fascinating.
As not what his memory is.
Exactly. Right? Like 100%. And as far as I can tell, my lawyers have told me it is somewhat exculpatory.
Yeah, the Woody Allen dinner. I can't think of what you're saying, but the document
Woody Allen. Woody Allen.
Doesn't ring a
bell. Doesn't ring a bell.
Unless there's a document that says
5 o'clock.
Is that the guy from Home Improvement?
Yeah,
Who is
no,
he?
Woody Allen. No.
Is that the guy from Home?
Amazing.
The reaction from the lady, whatever her name was. There's a
Lady Victoria Hervey.
Oh yeah, I had her full title up. She's Lady Victoria Frederica Isabella Hervey. She's the daughter of the 6th Marquess of Bristol, half sister of the 7th Marquess. That sounds a bit. Can you do that? Can the 6th Marquess marry the 7th Marquess?
Oh,
and the sister
It's actually encouraged.
and the sister of the 8th Marquess and Lady Isabella Hervey.
In fact, we encouraged the daughter of the 8th Marquess to actually marry the daughter of the 6th Marquess of the...
You know, if you get rid of the monarchy, you can still keep the buildings. Just look at what France did. I'm just saying.
You can still
Still
keep
have the
the
tourism.
buildings, he says. You can still- You can still have Windsor Castle without the Windsors. It's a fair point. It's a fair. Matt's making a fair point here. You did. It's true. It's true. The existence of those buildings isn't predicated on those people continuing to be in power.
It's science.
It's just that's science. Speaking of buildings of interest, I'm not sure you want to go here for vacation or for any tourism-based purposes, but down in New Mexico, state lawmakers have reopened an investigation into Epstein's Zorro Ranch amid allegations of a burial of a human being or beings on the premises.
New Mexico is reopening its investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's former Zorro Ranch after newly released federal documents raised fresh questions about what may have happened on that property. Attorney General Raul Torres ordered the review, saying material in the latest release of the Epstein files warrants further examination. The remote ranch, about 30 miles south of Santa Fe, was one of Epstein's most notorious properties, a sprawling compound.
Yeah, it's real creepy how it's like the only building you just look around and it's like empty. It's the only fucking thing from like a mile.
South of Santa Fe was one of Epstein's most notorious properties, a sprawling compound with a mansion and private airstrip. State prosecutors closed their original case in 2019 at the request of federal authorities in New York. Epstein never faced charges in New Mexico, though investigators at the time confirmed they interviewed potential victims connected to the ranch. Now the state has sent a letter to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche requesting full, unredacted federal records.
Yeah, and what's interesting is they interviewed victims. Those victims said bad things happened at that ranch, and then they were like, nah, it's fine. No big deal. Nothing to see here. It feels gross. Now, Les Wexner protests have erupted on the OSU campus in the wake of him getting more in the spotlight on these Epstein files, more coming out on his ties to Jeffrey. People don't seem to be feeling it.
As students and healthcare workers push to remove Les Wexner's name from the Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, the new university hospital is officially open. While hundreds of patients moved to the facility today just outside, nurses, union members, and activists push for change. Erin Simonek attended their protest and joins us now in studio. Erin, what's their message?
Yeah, Isabel, their message is pretty clear. They want change coming from the university, and they say
their message is go fuck yourself. Messages, please go fuck yourself. I'm pretty sure.
Clear they want change coming from the university, and they say there's a lot of silence so far. A celebratory grand opening quickly became the backdrop for protest. Demonstrators say the university should not accept or honor donations from individuals connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Tensions rising with the additional push to remove Dr. Mark Landon's name from the new labor and delivery floor. His name also listed in the Epstein files. Wexner has not been charged with any crime connected to Jeffrey Epstein. The Columbus community says the university's time to act is now.
I was a student at OSU, and I worked in hospitals, not this hospital, but I delivered my children here. Like, it feels gross to think of delivering babies in this hospital, given everything that we're learning about where his money went.
OSU Wexner Medical Center tells me it respects the community's right to speak publicly about important issues and takes the demonstrators' concerns seriously. The university says investigations are ongoing and they continue to refer ABC6 to its naming review process. Coming up tonight, hear from additional community.
They take it so seriously that they've done absolutely nothing to rectify the situation. They continue to take that sweet, sweet blood money. I mean, you know, you're a hospital or university. I mean, Les Wexner's got basically unlimited funds. Sasha G with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you very much. Much love to GSL and the Space Fans. Much love to you. Much love to you, Sasha. Anyway, students and medical professionals voicing their concerns, protesting against Les Wexner's involvement in their campus and medical facilities. Honestly, the more that this all goes on, the more that I feel like most of us start to embrace the idea that, in fact, conspiracies are a thing that actually happen. And sometimes they're not just theories. There's actual facts. You know, there's a difference, of course, between conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact. But sometimes the two meet. The Epstein files are certainly an example of that. Who better to talk about these sorts of things than Mehdi Hassan and Naomi Klein over at Zeteo.
It's very hard for me to say to someone who is a quote-unquote conspiracy theorist, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. He'll say, yeah, I am. Did you not read the Epstein files?
Are we saying that there are no conspiracies? Like, of course there are conspiracies.
Agreed.
They believe that they are rich enough that they don't have to live in the same world as us. People like Bannon would like to distract us with Pizzagate so that we don't talk about that.
You step back and you take out the core message of QAnon. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud.
Give
There
us
is a
pizza
cabal
or
of
give us
pedophiles, rich and famous, who are being protected by people in power in the media. Shit.
What are you thinking about Chomsky?
If you have a mindset that is conspiratorial, or do you see a conspiracy everywhere?
I don't think it's that.
How do you stop them from hearing you and say, well, what's the point of me doing anything?
Oh my God. I mean, the name of this is Unshocked. Well, color me shocked.
I'm Naomi Klein.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And this is Unshocked after a long time. And we are getting unshocked about conspiracy theories and Jeffrey Epstein.
What a topic to come back with, Naomi. Good to see you after a while. You know that I was racking my brain thinking, when is the last time I saw Naomi Klein? And it was on the election night in New York. I think we saw each other in New York at the Zoran party. And we chatted on camera. There's a hilarious bit, I don't know if you've seen. I did this rant at the end, which has gone a bit viral. People think I'm drunk, even though I don't drink, I'm Muslim. But I come across as drunk. I'm drunk with joy. And I do this rant about how all the billionaires lost. And you walk past. There's a hilarious photo, Bob, where you look at me and then you just keep walking thinking, what a weirdo. But anyways, good to see you.
Great to see you. Yeah, I remember being happy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, in this age of darkness, it's good to have some shards of light. And I think the New York mayoral result was one.
I also think it's really relevant to what we're talking about today.
Oh, is it? Because we want to talk about, obviously, Epstein, and especially in the context of something that's been close to my heart recently, the discussion about conspiracy theories and conspiracy mindsets.
I've seen you struggling with this, the way Epstein is turning you into a conspiracy theorist. Look, if there was no such thing as a conspiracy theory, journalists would be out of business.
Yeah.
You know, there would be no need for investigative journalism. There are real conspiracies, and it is our job to uncover them. And there are also fake conspiracies that distract us from the real conspiracies. And that's actually why it's interesting to think about that night in New York and your rant about the billionaires and how it didn't work. I mean, we are in a time when people really have a strong sense that the system is rigged against them, that the rich are conspiring behind the scenes to rig it. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong that power is a party that they weren't invited to. And with the Epstein files, we get this window into that world. But the other thing that's true is that sometimes people actually want to go after the billionaires, and people want to look up at the system and change the system itself. And I think that that's what Mamdani's campaign represented. So a lot of the conspiracy theories that are fake are about preventing the anger from actually going up at the system and diverting it somewhere else.
No, I think that's right. I think there's a few things that I'd love to unpack with you today, and you've touched on some of them. One is distinguishing between going after billionaires, which a lot of people on the right, a lot of conspiracy theorists are happy to do, right? They've been obsessed with George Soros for years. They're not, there's no automatic reason why conspiracy theorists wouldn't say, well, yes, I'm against billionaires as well. I think what you're talking about, or what people on the left are talking about, is very different. We're talking about the system that produces the billionaires, rather than just going, George Soros, his hand is behind everything. And I think that's important to distinguish. And I think also the idea of distinguishing between conspiracy.
Yeah. And by the way, while we're talking about this, when I bring up George Soros, because, like, you know, I've done it on a couple of occasions over the past, it's because he's a fucking billionaire. That's why I object to George Soros, right? And the fact is, he's probably more ideologically aligned with me than a lot of billionaires, but I don't care, because I object to anybody being a billionaire. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how they identify or whatever else. I just find it to be a problem. It causes societal inequality. All sorts of problems. Puts too much power in the hands of the few. But I also know that there is this group of people out there that when they hear that, like all these things that go off in their heads. You know what's going off in my head right now? Fireworks. Crazy fireworks. Omega Star just donated 50 bones over on YouTube. Much appreciated, Omega.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. My fellow Americans, this is my State of the Union message to you. Stop supporting the woke idiots in office. We will kick out the old fucks out of office, plus I will fire Bobby Kennedy after his disturbing gay porn video with Kid Rock Jr., Christy Dog Killer Gnome, and of course JD Vance Mr. Couch Fucker, blah 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 blah. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump P.S. Cancel woke Looney Tunes 9000 and woke GNN.
Thank you, Looney. Much apprecited. It was an unhinged message over there. Oh, God. What I was going to say just now is that it's crazy that we have just now completed a galactic content goal somehow. I mean, in terms of the number of super chats or super stickers, whatever, necessary to complete a goal, we've already done it. We've already done it when I just got done telling you all that we weren't going to do a goal tonight. Makes me feel like what I'm saying is superfluous. It's like I say a thing and you're all like, I don't care. I don't care about the goal. We're just going to donate anyway. I find that to be weird.
It's weird.
I find that to be very weird. Either way, thank you so very much to all of you. I almost feel like we deserve confetti. but there was no goal. So it's like, it's just confetti for the sake of confetti. I'm sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Not sure what to do. I feel like we just, whatever. I'm staying with Zateo. You can all vote for confetti party if that's what
which
you
is
want.
obviously real, and conspiracy theorizing, which can be very damaging. And that's where I've been struggling, because I don't want to become a conspiracy theorist. I spent my life opposed to conspiracy theories because I don't think they help us understand the world. I don't think they help people on the left fight for a better world, because people who tend to be conspiracy theorists tend to be people who don't believe that we have any agency or power to change the world, because it's all one ruling cabal. You said, not invited to the party. I was thinking of that George Carlin line, it's one big club and you're not in it. And I think that's the Epstein files definitely have sent that message out. But I was in Ireland on Monday, Naomi. I was at Trinity College talking to students, and one of them said to me, what do you do about, when social media pushes all these conspiracies online? What do you do about conspiracy theories as a journalist? How do you fight back? And I said, I wish you'd asked me that question a couple of months ago. I'd have given you a much stronger answer. Right now, the problem I'm having, this is where I'm struggling, is where I'm still opposed to a conspiratorial mindset. I feel like you and I and, mainstream journalists and people with public platforms, I think we will now struggle to push back against a conspiratorial mindset because of Epstein. It's very hard for me to say to someone who is a quote-unquote conspiracy theorist, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. He'll say, yeah, I am. Did you not read the Epstein files? And I think I think we will all struggle with that going forward.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But
Good point, Maddie. If you haven't already, hit that bell icon and like and subscribe to the stream on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Or follow on Twitch. Perfect spot, though, because people are clamoring for confetti. At least Omega Star is. That's good enough for me. Considering Omega is the one who just donated the 50 bones over on YouTube. All right, confetti party. So, even though I earlier said we were going to do a completely goalless stream.
Omega Star just shared 100 bits. I'll give you a conspiracy knuckle sandwich.
Thank you, Omega Star, for the bits. And the conspiracy knuckle sandwich. Okay, like I was saying. Today Monday was supposed to be a Monday Fun Day, a replacement for Sunday Fun Days. Scuttled stream due to my internet going down. And yet here we are, celebrating confetti party. We've received enough donations to celebrate. It's very strange. Very, very strange. All right, everybody. Bask in the glory one last time. The confetti party is coming to an end. Thank you to everyone for your incredible generosity, each and every one of you. I like how we're getting sort of like a... We're doing like an intimate stream today. No vertical stream. We don't have to deal with any trolls. It's kind of nice. I mean, that does seem to be where they all come from. It's vertical stream. Let's be real. We could never deal with any more trolls ever again if we just didn't have vertical streams. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Look, I struggle with it because part of the way that power defends itself is by dismissing people on the left who have a critique of power as conspiracy theorists. I mean, when I published the shock doctrine in 2007, looking at this strategy of exploiting shocks and crises to push through policies that people oppose, many people, the sort of liberal serious center were like, oh, that's absolutely not true, right? And it doesn't matter if you have the documents. It's really about, making you seem crazy for trying to expose power. One of the ways that I navigate this is by making a distinction between conspiracy theories, which actually have a theory of power, and conspiracy influencers and grifters, which use conspiracy, a conspiracy posture, paranoid state as a means of distraction and actually as a way to protect power. I think Bannon is a really interesting figure in all of this because he's all over the Epstein files. You and I have talked about him before.
And you talk about him in Doppelganger, where you also address the conspiracy theory mindset.
Because his show is a fire hose of conspiracy culture. And so it's really interesting to see him hanging out with Epstein, raising money for his little conspiracy to revive the fascist far right globally, and raising money for that. Meanwhile, if you go look at his daily stream, he's not talking about the Epstein files. He is desperately trying to distract people. I think, I saw some shows recently.
Yeah, and I think it's also fascinating just like how sort of bipartisan the Epstein circle was. Like he didn't seem to care. Like it was all about power and influence, right? Whether it was Republicans or Democrats, theocrats or monarchists, he really didn't give a shit. As long as he could use those people to some sort of end, I think Epstein was totally amenable to hanging out with literally anybody. Omegastar on a 10 stream streak. Great job. I saw a 75 stream streak earlier. Who was that? Was that Hermit Horologist? Somebody had an insane stream streak going. Truly, it is a wild streak. Like an unfathomable number of streams attended.
About how the CCP is trying to take over farms, the Muslim Brotherhood is trying to hijack elections. This is what I mean by conspiracy as distraction. But there's something else. Okay, you mentioned Soros, right? So I think that when the right focuses on Soros, right, they are not really talking about the billionaire class or how they got to be so rich and the fact that we're very deep into a class war and we've been losing. They're talking about one or two people who they claim really have polluted this system, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's in no way a critique of the capitalist system or the existence of billionaires. They just see certain billionaires as being the root of their problems, right? It's all coming from racist and mostly anti-Semitic places.
The implication is that if we could just deal with Soros, then we would have good capitalism again. Then everything would be fine, right? And that particular kind of
Aw, Moe, you broke your 67 streak. Oh. It was probably my fault. I blame myself. It was probably me.
Conspiracy follows the sort of protocols of the elders of Zion kind of template. Now, the Epstein files are incredibly complicated for Jewish people because it sort of feeds the trope. It feeds this particular trope. But I think it is really important for us to know the history of how that particular kind of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory has been used to protect power historically, right? So 1905, there is a near successful Russian Revolution, not the actually successful one a decade later, but a near successful one where working class people banded together, Jews and non-Jews, against the Tsar. They didn't make it all the way. And in the midst of this, they won some limited reforms, but then this is the period when the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is just flooded and this counterfeit. And it's used as a tool by the Tsar to break apart this working class coalition, right? And the Nazis did something similar, right? With this idea of Jewish capitalism. If you could just purge capitalism of the Jewish infiltration, then everything would be fine. And so I think that when we look at somebody like Candace Owens and the way she is interfacing with the Epstein files, which I think is different than the way you are, and many of us are, trying to actually get at the real conspiracy here. She is.
For me, that's a distinction that doesn't have to be made, Right. I think we like, that's a given. I mean, if Medi and Candace, if Medi and Candy somehow converge on their coverage of the Epstein files, we'll know that we've hit the singularity at that point.
Trying to deflect the whole thing into that very old story. And really that is protecting power, right? Because then we're not talking.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of my big critiques of people on the left who say, Israel controls America or it's the Jewish lobby. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of WASPs who are very happy to have had an American empire and very happy to have launched wars in the Middle East and a military-industrial complex that was very happy to make money off of foreign interventions. This is another problem with conspiracy theories. Again, to go back to the old Mehdi, who spent 40 years or 30 years opposing this stuff, one of the main reasons I oppose, especially the, as you mentioned, this idea of the anti-Semitic nature. You can't have any discussion about conspiracy theories without coming back to anti-Semitism, which is the kind of oldest, most infamous form of it. And one of the things you find with conspiracy theories, and studies show this, is people who believe in one conspiracy theory tend to believe in multiple. And this is what happened during the pandemic, right? If we talk about pre-Epstein, the other
And here's the thing for me, I feel like I'm sort of a weird guy when it comes to all of this. Because the fact is I've always been slightly conspiracy brained. But it's always been from the perspective of like just broadly feeling that elites had too much power. And that elites were, in fact, coordinating their efforts behind closed doors and sometimes in public, especially with things like Davos, which I think they bring up at some point during this. But they're absolutely right. I feel like there's a lot of conspiracy theorists don't tend to be like sort of also simultaneously like critical thinking. I don't know. I think I came at it from a weird spot, I think. And so yeah, I think over the years, like I've learned to weed out like things that are just too far-fetched. But honestly, the Epstein files have brought it like something out in me where I'm like, oh my God, maybe I've been too critical of some of these things. It's part of the reason why I feel like the tinfoil hat came out. I think it's why I decided I needed the tinfoil hat. Like I just needed it because I genuinely felt like conspiracy theories were just coming true. Like we were living in this moment where like all the conspiracies are just like happening out in the open. Like we just we're like going through the Epstein files. We're watching Donald Trump and the Trump regime do like all of the most like corrupt things just like out in the open. Like doing all these things without like rather than going with the old like neoliberal, neoconservative framings of things, just coming out and be like, no, we're actually doing this for whatever, right? Like we're doing this for the reasons you thought. It's like, oh, okay, weird.
Moment for conspiracy theories in our society is the pandemic, and you know this better than me, having written Doppelganger in the wake of that. People who were on, were in gym classes together and online yoga classes, and a lot of women, liberal women, who went down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and QAnon and all of that stuff. They didn't just stop there, right? They ended up being conspiracy on multiple levels. There's a reason why the right has enjoyed so much spreading misinformation online. Because
what's the frequency, Kenneth?
What is the frequency? Thank you, Megastar, for the biddies over on Twitch. My gosh. So much generosity on this stream tonight. I was honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. But I guess I was expecting slightly less donations than usual. I guess that's really when I came into the stream. I was like, all right, we're gonna do a goalless stream, right? No cap, right? Just take or whatever you want. No floor. Just just like throw that out the window. You all deserve it. No Sunday Fun Day on the second anniversary weekend of the Galactic News Network. That's ridiculous. I felt terrible about it, but there was nothing I could do, unfortunately. It was out for like almost an hour, and at that point, I was like, once it came back on, I was like, well, what do I try and restart it all now? And I was like whatever it was like 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. Been having a lot of internet connectivity problems lately. It's very annoying to me. Although I'm supposed to have a new router very soon. By the end, honestly, it was supposed to be here today, but they rescheduled for tomorrow. It's supposed to give me some sick internet speeds.
Because once you get someone with one conspiracy, you get them with a bunch of other, normally right-wing conspiracies. Right, and I think that's been a real problem. On QAnon, I've got to throw in, you mentioned Bannon.
Although that's really not going to... Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm realizing that has nothing to do with the problem that I'm experiencing. Is because they're doing, like, maintenance work on the satellite... the satellite stuff. And... so I guess that's really not going to help. Although I'm going to have 1 gigabyte up and down, which is exciting. Did everybody vote? Good question, Omega Star. Did everybody vote? Get out there and vote. Honestly, it's nice to not have vertical stream. Vertical stream stresses me out. It's like 1 too many streams. And yet, I feel like I have to keep doing it. Today is just a fluke. I intended to do vertical stream, but it did not work.
I mean, again, QAnon's something I spent years. When I was at MSNBC, I did multiple segments on the craziness of QAnon. It's a domestic terror movement. It's a cult. It worships at the altar of Trump. You know, you had people going into pizza restaurants in DC, shooting up, looking for kids in the basement. Clearly bonkers. On the other hand, you step back and you take out the core message of QAnon. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. Like, there is a cabal of pedophiles, rich and famous, who are being protected by people in power in the media. And then you look at the Epstein files, you say, shit. There is a kernel of truth to that crazy conspiracy. I mean, ironically for QAnon, it ended up being people on their side of the political divide who are doing the cover-up. It is Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Bongino and Kash Patel and Bondi and all the rest of them doing the cover-up. But that idea, again, is going to be very hard to put, the genie back in the bottle, in the sense of people saying, well, you know what? We had the pandemic, and we had this, and we had that. We had the Iraq War. A lot of people on the left, Naomi, go back to the Iraq War and point to WMDs as the original conspiracy. That, they lied. They coordinated.
But are we saying that there are no conspiracies? Like,
no,
of course there are conspiracies.
Agreed.
Right.
But if you have a mindset that is conspiratorial, do you see a conspiracy everywhere? And you mentioned
you
mentioned the word paranoid, Naomi.
Yeah.
Richard Hofstadter wrote that famous essay back in the 60s, The Paranoid Style of American Politics. There is this sense in the US in particular, compared to other Western countries, where people are, black helicopters in the middle of the night, all of that stuff that people on the right, Alex Jones and InfoWars, has been spreading for years. Do we then now believe, Alex Jones thinks there's stuff in the water that makes you gay. He thinks that, there's a gay Uber mafia, Jewish, that runs Uber and runs the country. Like, where do we go? There are conspiracies. There are powerful people plotting together behind the scenes. And that is a problem for the left, the right, anyone who believes in democracy. And we shouldn't go down the road of everything is some conspiracy by 1 or 2 powerful people. It's a question now we're going to struggle with, I think, going forward. Personally, I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah, but I think that what we're missing here is that the role that these sort of conspiracy influencers and just the constant distraction and let's go down a different rabbit hole is that it substitutes for a real systemic analysis of how power works, right? It never actually goes there. It's always in these plots, right? Yes. Whereas I think if you have, and there's a reason why the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories get called the socialism of fools, right? Because you don't actually understand how power works. And this is where I think people like Bannon, who is in league with all kinds of billionaires, he wants his audience just running from one rabbit hole to the next.
Exactly. Yeah, and the fact is like, these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories as it relates to this sort of like Jewish cabal of like puppet masters, like it is so counterproductive, and it like pigeonholes, like it pigeonholes and what's the word? It like it compartmentalizes an issue essentially like eschewing all of the actual, like the real problems and just blaming it on one particular group, right? It's Nazism, right? It is effectively just Nazism. When you break it down, that's what it comes down to. It's just a new version of Nazism. You're just being a Nazi. You're just like, the Jews are still the problem, right? Like, it's the Jewish bankers, and they're the ones that are causing us all these problems. It's like you are living in a dream world. You are living in a fucking dream world, and it's the billionaires, and not all billionaires are Jewish. I mean, look around you. Look around you. You think Elon has good intentions for you? You're an idiot. You think Larry Ellison was got good plans for you? Actually, I think Larry might be Jewish, but whatever. You think Warren Buffett is, like he's some sort of some great philanthropist? Like, he's not. He's not. These guys wield power with because of their massive capital accumulation. That's the problem. It's not Jewishness. Christian billionaires are just as problematic. Saudi princes are just as big a problem as as any of these other guys, right? When you try and say, oh, some billionaires are okay and other billionaires are bad, you're just missing the whole point. And essentially what it does is it allows the status quo to continue, right? As long as they can scapegoat one group, right? You're going to continue to allow the status quo to continue because you think that actually it's not the status quo. That's not the problem.
And never actually talking about the conspiracy that is capitalism. And I think what we actually see in the Epstein files is what happens when you allow wealth to concentrate to just absolutely obscene degrees. So then you have a class of people who are, think about somebody like Elon Musk, who's going to, at the rate he's going, he will be the first trillionaire, right? I mean, I think that will make him personally richer than all but about 21 countries, I think.
Follow the rich way.
So what does that do to a person's brain? Let's really think about this, because we've come to
Do
take
you
it
really
for...
want me to think about Elon Musk's brain now?
I think we should think about these guys' brains and why they're so interested in eugenics and why they keep gravitating to theories will tell them.
Honestly, though, Naomi's spitting facts here. She's like, I know it's distasteful. You can see it on Mehdi's face. He's like, God. You can tell he really doesn't want to think about what it's like to be Elon Musk. Actually, getting into his genuine psychology. Because it's dark and disturbing when you really think about it. I mean, he was born in an apartheid state. To a bunch of literal technocrats with Nazi fascist aspirations, who has now become the richest man on the planet with unfettered power, greater than nation states. It's disturbing. It really is. And you start thinking about what that would do to somebody's mind, and what would you would think. I mean, it's probably, really, when you think about it, Elon must think that he is God. He must walk around with the most acute, narcissistic, personality disorder, right? He must genuinely walk around thinking that he's God and that he can do whatever he wants to do. And honestly, he gets feedback from the rest of the world, that actually, to some degree, you can do whatever the hell you want. You want your own town? You know, you want your own currency, you want your own space, space fleet. Go ahead.
That they have what they have because they're better than other people.
Yes.
That's what eugenics does for them, right?
Yeah.
And
also accountability, right? This idea that once they're on that level, I mean, one thing that comes out of the Epstein files is just the idea of people trying to avoid accountability, not just Jeffrey Epstein himself, who gets advice from everyone from Obama's White House lawyer, Catherine Rumler, now at Goldman Sachs, hasn't quit, shamefully, to Steve Bannon, as you mentioned, who advised him on how to do a CBS interview, to Noam Chomsky, sadly, our friend Noam, who's in those files, who I know can't speak for himself. His wife has put out a statement saying, you know, we were misled, we got it wrong, and people can judge Noam how they want to judge him. But he's in there giving him media advice as well. So this idea of avoiding accountability, not just Epstein, but multiple other people just in this network and getting Epstein getting advice from them getting advice from him.
Well, this is why I keep bringing it back
yours.
to wealth and how the system that allowed that wealth to concentrate, because this is, you know, we call it neoliberalism. This is a revolution that we are now 50 years into, a revolution against regulation, a revolution of privatization. It has been incredibly successful. It has concentrated wealth to an unfathomable degree. And now we have this class, you know, Ro Khanna calls them the Epstein class. You can call them the Davos class. I think it's very related because I think what the Epstein class represents is the sort of after party of Davos, right?
And that's why we cover Davos every single year. And why we're going to continue to cover Davos every single fucking year. Because that is what they represent. I've called it the open air Bilderberg meeting. Because that's basically what it is. You know, like all of the conspiratorial nonsense that Alex Jones has spewed over the past, you know, some of it, to some degree, regardless of where he winds up with the conclusion, like Bilderberg meeting, you know, is a bunch of billionaires getting together and deciding things. And it's the same thing with Davos, except Davos is out in the open and everybody can watch it on TV. You know, it's where they say, oh, look at how good we're doing. Look how much great stuff we're doing for the world. Don't you see, you guys need us. Otherwise, all these the philanthropic things wouldn't be happening. Look, Africa has water. Or like this village has water. Look, it's all because of us. We're so great. Can we please clap? Please clap.
Like with the connections. And that's where you know, at Davos, you pretend you care about poverty and you pretend you care about climate change. You pretend, don't be afraid of the fact that we have all this money, like way more than your nation state, because actually we're going to solve the problems that government used to do. But then at the Epstein after party, you take the mask off. And the reason you have all that money is so that you can do whatever the hell you want. Right. And power is for using, you know, why would you have to abide by the rules that regular people have to abide by? What is the point of having all of that money? And so I think that that's what Epstein represented to all of these other very wealthy men, is he could let them act on their impunity. I think Trump represents that to a lot of these guys as well. He never cared. He never pretended to care about the poor. He never played that game. But I think it was very important in the neoliberal mass accumulation of wealth stage to act as if you cared.
And you've got Ghislaine Maxwell being involved in the Clinton Global Initiative, which is a classic example of that. That's come out of these files as, oh, look, I care about the world. Obviously, Epstein was invited to all sorts of fundraisers, galas, charities. There's a moment in the files where one of the people tells me, oh, you should invest in the Malala Fund. That would be good because, and the woman says, a tech investor, I believe, says to him, because you're an expert on women and girls, she says, which is just a mind-boggling statement. So you should invest in the Malala Fund. Not that, just to be clear, I don't think he did, and Malala Yousafzai has nothing to do with this, but I'm just saying that's in there. One of the things about money, Naomi, you mentioned, I think a lot of normie people will say, well, we already knew all this. This is not a surprise. We always assumed all of this. But there's a difference to assuming it and actually seeing it happening in real time in those emails with the date stamps. That conversation, I don't know if you saw, where Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein are discussing Tony Blair's wealth. And they're saying, how did Tony get so rich? Who's paying Tony? And then Barak's saying, I think Epstein says to Barak, I think there's other people behind Blair who he's splitting the money with. And it's like, and then of course, Ehud Barak himself, who comes out of the government and says, how do I get a job? How do I get rich, Jeffrey? Jeffrey says, why don't you meet this guy, Peter Thiel, and Palantir, and that's the first time Ehud Barak is hearing of Palantir, and Jeffrey Epstein can't spell Palantir. But those connections, this kind of weird networker he was, as you say, for the powerful in order to become rich and then stay rich, I think is a key message of that. And again, that takes us beyond just the named people in the files and brings us back to the system that allows these people to get away with it.
Yeah, and
we still don't even have all the files. That's the other thing. And like the lack of transparency on it is starting to make me just like assume wild things. I'm just like having to fight it back every day. Like, no, don't assume. But like seriously, while we're talking conspiracy theories, like the lack of transparency on all this is essentially making me just err on the side of caution. And at this point, oh, they're probably in there. Like that's what the side of caution seems to be at this point in my mind. Sometimes it's like, who isn't in the files? You got this woman saying, "Oh, if you're not in the files, you're a loser." You know, it's. Jenny, every single day we get more people coming out, like, right? And we still have a massive cover-up ongoing. So who's underneath those redactions? We should all be asking. But the Dow right now. It's a good point. It's 50 thou.
Being a networker, being one of these hubs, he's the guy who lets you get around the rules, whatever those rules are. And if you like young girls, then he's going to get you around those rules. Now, it's clearly a big piece of it, but that was not the only, those were not the only rules that he was helping people get around. I mean, one of the things I've been trying to think about is like, I feel like we're seeing the Epstein aperture into this world, right? But that's because we have this very rare trove of documents. If we had the Peter Thiel aperture, right? Like if we got this, then we would see a whole.
Or the Lloyd Blankfein aperture, like people like the head of the banks,
or the Elon Musk aperture, right? Where they all have hangers on. They all have people who would just want to be close to them, and you exercise power by being able to be the guy who can make the phone call and get the kid into the school, or whatever it is. I mean, you mentioned Chomsky, and I think we should probably spend a minute on that because that's, I think it's on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about Chomsky?
Well, first of all, I'd already seen that he had the relationship with Epstein. I was upset in 23. Right now, poor old Noam is in a bad state of health, can't respond for himself. His wife, Valeria, did a statement. People should go read it. But back in 2023, when he was speaking, he dealt with it very badly when he was asked about why he was taking flights. And he said, mind your own business, which was a weird thing to say when you're someone who believes in accountability, transparency, free discourse and conversation.
That's really
and then the stuff that comes out of the files is a
weird.
mixture of kind of depressing stuff where he's getting advice from Epstein on a personal family financial dispute with his children, which nobody wants the world to have to see that, and that's bad. And Epstein was a master manipulator and leverager of his abilities, and clearly he was able to use Chomsky in that way. On the other hand, there's also messages where his wife is saying you're our best friend, and Noam is saying I can't wait to go to New Mexico Ranch and maybe the island, and clearly they were enjoying themselves. And look, that's just a reminder that everyone's human. Unfortunately, that's not a defense of Noam Chomsky at all. I think it's outrageous, but power and wealth corrupt. There's a reason we say that phrase, and absolute power and wealth corrupt absolutely. And I think everyone's susceptible to it, which is probably why those of us who are journalists, public intellectuals, activists with platforms should probably try and keep our distance from the people in power and money. That's why I personally try and avoid that world. I don't know how successful I always am, but I try because that is a world that's very easy to be pulled into. And the picture of Noam Chomsky hugging and chatting with Steve Bannon was a particularly depressing one for me, as was the picture of him laughing with Ehud Barak. I know Glenn Greenwald made the argument recently, every journalist.
Honestly, it's kind of, at least for me, hearing Mehdi voice these things, I'm feeling the same thing over here. I am literally feeling the same thing. I see those pictures, I'm like, God damn it. God damn it, Noam. Why have you done this? This is shameful.
did want to meet with Barack. That wasn't clearly from the photo. That wasn't some journalistic meeting where Chomsky was holding Barack to account for his war crimes. That wasn't what was happening in that meeting. And I think that's a problem. And I'm sad that Noam Chomsky, now at this end of his life, I think this will super negatively affect his legacy, whatever anyone thinks of him.
Yeah, no, I think that it's frustrating to see. I mean, Noam had a greater commitment to freedom of expression than most people on the left these days. And I don't think we should conflate the fact that he believed that you should talk to anyone with this decision to go on the plane, to go to the parties, to go to the house. Those are very different issues, right?
I agree.
So I would like to pry those apart because I put them in different categories. Yeah, you should want to talk to people across political divides and learn from them. But I don't think there's ever a reason to go on anyone's private plane, frankly, if you're Noam Chomsky or me.
I know.
And or you. And so I think that there clearly was a seduction
the problem
there.
For this, just to take a step back, the problem for a lot of these people who are saying, well, I made a mistake, is he was convicted in 2008, right? He had already been convicted, and years later, all these people in academia, in the charitable sector, in Wall Street, in the Democratic Party, in the Republican Party, and people like Chomsky and all of the rest of them, they all, Katie Couric, all of these people, they knew, or they should have known. And that is a fundamental problem here in terms of just the sex crimes, which we haven't talked about, which is this man was a sex offender. We mentioned earlier, we should just be clear, both for editorial purposes and legal purposes. When we talk about a Peter Thiel aperture, Tony Blair aperture, like the difference being is they're not convicted sex offenders, to be fair to them. Do I think Tony Blair should be convicted of war crimes in The Hague? Yes, that's a separate argument. But they're not convicted sex offenders. What made the Epstein thing much worse, why the Epstein class is a step worse than the Davos class, is because they weren't just hanging out with this guy who was helping them evade the rules. They were hanging out with a guy who had been prosecuted for procuring a teenage girl for sex. That's the fundamental. Let's not lose sight of at the core of this. In terms of the kind of getting
but the other thing that makes,
I think to some degree what that represents is the sort of impunity with which the billionaire Davos Epstein class operates with, right? And that, I mean, to some degree, it seems that they're all committing crimes, to some degree. I mean, we all know that you don't just become a billionaire out of nowhere. You gotta some collateral damage, I guess you might call it, perhaps, to get there. Unless you just luck into it, born into it, or I don't know, win the lottery. I mean. Not a lot of ways to just become a billionaire without hurting people along the way. It's at least my understanding of acquiring this level of wealth. Usually it doesn't come without a little bit of that. And they're all operating, in these power circles. Which essentially, I think to many of them implies, hey, we got I got the district attorney sitting here with me at dinner right now, and the mayor and the governor and, whoever else sitting here with me. You think I'm going to go to jail for crimes or whatever else? I got the fucking president of the United States in my living room right now. Like, I think a lot of them are operating with impunity because they think they can get away with it. And to some degree, they all are. No one's being investigated right now. No one's being investigated for this shit. That's something we can't forget, is that literally nobody's being investigated for this shit right now. The DOJ said, actually, nothing to see here. When we're all looking at it saying, what? There's clearly there's many things to see here. There's clearly many, many things to see here. What are you talking about? And so, yeah, I think, they go to Epstein. They're like, well, who cares? Who cares if he's a convicted sex offender? We already knew that he was doing these crimes. What does this piece of paper mean exactly? He got a sweetheart plea deal, didn't really spend any time in jail whatsoever. Why should they care?
Different is that he was convicted.
Like, I mean, the only reason that they would care is because of ethics, right? Essentially ethics and or morals, right? Which they're all proving on a daily basis that they don't have.
In terms of the kind of
I mean, but the other thing that makes him different is that he was convicted,
Yes.
which, and there's the other thing
Right
that
to
we
jail,
see
right
in
away.
the files is a lot of other men who have not been convicted but have faced accusations or worry about accusations coming to Jeffrey Epstein
Yes.
for advice when Me Too hits. I mean, and just to close it out with Chomsky, I think for a lot of people, the really concerning piece from the beginning was just a feeling that you don't hang out with him if you take these issues seriously, and if it's a big priority. And I know I've heard
that's a
the
very
argument.
good
Okay,
point.
he paid. You know, he's spent time in jail. Whatever. He you know. You
No,
have to
you're
give the
right.
guy-
And Gordon Brown
you
of all
don't owe him
people.
your friendship. You don't.
Naomi,
You don't
Naomi,
owe
I
him
don't know
that.
if you saw Gordon Brown of all people, former Prime Minister of the UK, who's come out of this very well compared to Tony Blair and Peter Mandelson and some of the
Yeah.
other architects of New Labour. Whatever you think about Gordon Brown's politics, his personal life, no one's ever accused him of being financially corrupt or wanting to hang around with the rich and powerful in the way that Blair does, or Mandelson, who's now obviously in disgrace in the UK and possibly being investigated by police. Brown wrote a piece for The Guardian where he actually opened with, this is about misogyny, right? He's one of the few people who just went straight to it and said, we need to put women and girls at the centre of this. And as you point out, it's not just the crimes, it's the attitudes. Are these people who take these issues seriously? Do they prioritize these issues? And as you mentioned, the Me Too movement, we know that the Me Too movement has been radicalizing for a lot of rich, powerful, especially white men in America. We know when you look at people who have done the left to right or liberal to right journey, a lot of them have done it in the wake of Me Too. And we can name many, many names. Interestingly, someone like Lawrence Krauss, who was driven out of Arizona State University, accused of sexual misconduct. He denies it, but multiple people came forward. He was very close to Epstein. They have very good pals, and they defended each other. And there's many such examples in there. And I think that's an important point.
Yeah, you see these men reckoning with, like, who are these women who are like nobodies, like coming forward, and how dare they? But that is really the center of it, because this is what I think we have to wrestle with is I don't think you want to accumulate this much money unless it's buying you something. It's not. I mean, they have more money than they need to buy everything under the sun. It's buying them something else. What is it buying them? It's buying them the ability to do whatever you want. This is why I say that Trump is also an important figure in all of this, right? Because he stands in for that for a lot of these guys. Very famously, when you're famous, they let you do it. You can do whatever you want. He has never pretended to play by these more enlightened rules, right? And in the period where people are meeting with Epstein and complaining about Me Too, they're still pretending that they are actually playing by a different set of rules, that they actually care, that they're listening to, they're tech people who are listening to their workers and so on. But we're now in another era where they've all stopped pretending, right?
Yes,
they are aligned with Donald Trump. They're openly,
You wonder what the Epstein email.
Exactly. That was the same point I was making earlier. I didn't get a chance just to listen to the whole thing. I'm glad we did just now. At least most of it. We got through most of it. I gotta keep this puppy moving, though. Have I gone over the break? No, we have not even made it quite to the full 1 hour and 30 minutes, although it probably is a good time. Probably a good time for a quick galactic intermission. Seeing as we're about 90 minutes in. That said, of course, we're going to get the whole stream tonight so far as long as my internet doesn't go down again. Have a hell of a lot for us to get into today. I'm moving incredibly slowly so far. Hopefully that improves. Hopefully that pace improves soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Either way, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the like and subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, power-ups, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, Patreon. All great ways for you to show your support. That's it for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break is over. Second half is about to begin.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. We're back. Am I ever going to update your cat? I think I did update your cat. What do you mean? Oh, it's back to the old cat. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. Halloween happened. I switched your avatar to your Halloween avatar. And then I think I just switched it back to the one that I was like used to using most. I like that one more. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's because I like that one more. But I'll switch it back. I can switch it to the new one. I think she looks beautiful and peaceful in that photo. So yeah, I think I just gravitated towards it. It's unintentional. You've had multiple avatars, okay, Mega? So, you know, multiple Halloween costumes. I have a whole file on you and your avatars over here. All right. Well, we ended the first half talking about conspiracy theories, the Epstein files, with Mehdi Hassan and Naomi Klein over at Citeo. And to continue talking about Epstein conspiracy theories, let's go to none other than Sheila Zolnor.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
It appears I have been vindicated. As many of you know, I called this image out as a fake immediately, and I was pummeled for it. There were people in my comments saying things like, yeah, guys, don't believe your own eyes. And then I did a whole breakdown of like, look at the mouth and the teeth getting warped as soon as she turns her face. Look at these teeth being longer than these teeth. It's very fucking weird, guys. Guys, don't believe your own eyes because Sheila said so. Well, apparently, I was fucking right. It's cut off at the top, but the username is clump.qc, and that's where that stupid fucking video alleging to be in Canada came from. And someone reached out to them saying, is this Jizz Lane? That's another thing. People came out of the woodwork to it's Jizz Lane. Don't care. Don't give a fuck, actually. Is the Jizz Lane video true or AI? And the guy says, why can't I read it behind the... I think it says, take a good look at my other videos.
What's funny is when I heard her say that, I was all I could think about was how in our last stream, somebody literally came in here saying some shit about that, and I was like, actually, yes. Actually, yes, she does have to keep saying it that way. So get used to it, pal. I'm glad she agrees.
Why can't I read it behind the... I think it says, take a good look at my other videos. And the person says, I did. It looks real. I'm just asking because it's a crazy video. I would suggest adding not AI to your video or bio so everyone knows, because it looks like it's really her. Seems like you really found her. Incredible work. And the guy's like, it's a face swap, bro. Look at my other video. You think I met Benjamin Netanyahu, Mark Carney, Jeff Epstein, and Ghislaine? Because he's the originator of all of these face swap videos. I assume they have the common sense to check my other videos and realize I make satire content. I know it's wrong. And then the person says, it's very wrong. Your other videos don't make it clear it's AI. You're just misleading everyone. It's very wrong. And he writes, not my problem if people can't use common sense. Stop believing everything you see online. This is Instagram, not a news outlet. And there, you guys, is the whole fucking
Wild.
point. For you to...
In my opinion, if you're making this kind of content and you're not making it clear that it's AI, you are a douchebag. Like, you suck. Like, you're a bad person. Like, you're trying to profit off of something. Like, follow me here. Like, you're literally, like, you're profiting off of the buzz around one of the most horrifying sex crime sprees in the modern era, right? Like, you're literally trying to profit off of that. He's like, I'm just trying to make content. Take it at least a little seriously. Like, at least notify. Just I mean, why? Why is this? I mean, of course, this is where we're like heading, right? Because of like the AI world that we're living in, but it is ruining the internet. It is ruining the internet. Like, these people are ruining the internet. Like, I've always thought that the two best things about the internet are the access to information that was never before seen in human history, and the ability to communicate with people across the planet instantaneously. These two things I felt to be just game-changing and hugely important to society. But now it's being used to just disseminate just literal lies. And it's being propped up by the most wealthy and powerful people, and the people who are in charge of all these platforms. It's disturbing and irresponsible, and we're taking one of humanity's greatest creations and turning it into garbage.
These people are perverts.
Stop believing your own eyes. That's the fucking point. But I didn't need to see this to know that it wasn't real, because I wasn't willing to just jump on a bandwagon because I wanted it to be true. And like I said in my very last video, which was the follow-up to the original video, I don't need to have this visual for me to also understand that this isn't her, right? That she's very likely not in jail. I don't need to see her walking out in the world, a face swap of her walking out in the world, to believe my own eyes on that original video that was disseminated by a government agency. Okay? You can have that feeling and not need to attach yourself to everything that confirms it. That's how they fool you. That's how they fool you, to where the next time, I don't know, maybe there's footage of a government actor doing a very terrible thing, and when they say, guys, that was a face swap, that was AI, you're going to be like, oh shit, and you're going to be questioning your reality. I implore you to be more critical about it. I broke it down in that video. Like, I showed you frame by frame. Why is this tooth becoming much longer than this tooth? Why is it narrower than this tooth, but not in this image of this from the same video? And there were people in my comments being like, looks the same to me. Does it? Or are you desperate to believe that she's not in jail, but the first fucking video where it was very fucking clearly not her, you couldn't allow that to be it.
Yeah, and this is the dangers that I think Mehdi is trying to point to in his comments from that last video. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope, and it's something that I've personally had to try and like tackle over the years, because you can easily get into this mode of just like confirmation bias sort of reality, like an alternate. Like you can just start living in an alternate universe. You start going down these rabbit holes without exercising skepticism, like scientific skepticism, right? Like not just like just general skeptic, but like actually like going at things and like trying to break things down, like on a step-by-step basis, and trying to actually debunk yourself. Right, because that's the whole thing about these sorts of things, that I think we all have to, like, when we get to this point of like, okay, I basically believe this. How do I debunk it? Like, where are the flaws in this argument? And like people who aren't exercising that kind of skepticism start going down this sort of just rabbit hole. It is not good. It is not good. But I'm not shocked that Sheila's comment sections are filled with this, because I mean, this is the biggest conspiracy of the moment, right? Like, literally can't think of a bigger one.
Did something else because you think that that's critical thinking. I need one more thing. Just like all of the people who are like, well, I need proof of the things that are in the Epstein files. My friends, what other proof do you need? Do you need a video of them in the act? Is that the only thing? And then when you do, if you do see a video of them in the act, you're willing to believe then that it was AI because everything else is AI, right? At some point you have to trust your brain. At some point you have to trust your instincts. At some point you just have to trust things. And when things are obviously not right, you have to be willing to say, well, that's not right, even though it confirms the thing. I even wrote in, I think, the caption on the first video, hey, there's no one who would want to believe it as much as me, but it's not real. You have to be able to be discerning in these things. And when someone, and let's say you didn't pick up on it, pick up on it yourself, which is fair. You have to be willing to be open-minded when someone presents you with fucking empirical data that would prove to an unbiased person that, okay, maybe this isn't true. And listen, while I'm saying don't be so quick to jump on a bandwagon, I'm not saying now that the only way to be a critical thinker is to like deny reality when it's in your face.
I don't want reality.
Right? You're not a critical thinker if you see something, it is the thing, and then you say, well, I don't know, I need more evidence. Like the people who are basically Epstein files deniers. No, I believe
Are you still
the
talking
victims.
about
I just
Jeffrey
need more.
Epstein?
I just need more than what's in those files, and I'm not willing to read the files myself, but I just need more. Okay, so other than her testimony and her diary entries that were kept in real time, and the fact that a 13-year-old girl knew the names of big-time movers and shakers in the world and political atmospheres, besides that, what else do you have? That's not critical thinking.
Absolutely, and that's why I like Sheila, because I feel like, generally speaking, I've been watching practically all of her videos lately, because I find I think that she's approaching this from the right places, right? And I think she is exercising skepticism, at least enough skepticism for me, and that's what we need in this moment. Is like we need to have a conspiratorial mindset, but be exercising extreme skepticism, right? Like we can't deny the conspiracy that's right in front of us and pretend like that's not clearly what is going on here, and that it would seem more and more that we're actually, the country is being run by the people in the files, right? But we can't just be like you know, like rushing to accept that Epstein is alive and well and walking around in Israel based upon AI photos, right? Like, we have to actually be looking at these things through as much of a lens of reality and sober mind as possible. But not closing ourselves off to the idea that there is, in fact, something fucked up going on here behind every goddamn corner. And that we should be looking into it. And not accepting that when the FBI says, hey, nothing to see here, that actually, no, shut up. There is something to see here. You're lying. You're a liar. Wait, where is it? Where did I put it? Oh, right. It's not on my soundboard yet. Where is it? Here it is. When somebody tells you...
The Dow right now is over... The Dow is over 50...
When someone tells you that the Dow is over 50,000, you say, hey, that's not what I asked you. All right? All right, let's see. From Sheila to Secular Talk, Kyle Galinsky. One of his latest uploads from 5 hours ago. Let's see what Kyle's got for us.
All right, y'all. The New York Post has a really interesting piece that I want to walk you through here.
Jesus,
Inside
Kyle,
the rotting
you're loud.
skeleton of Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express plane that still holds dark clues about the perv's abuses, okay? So, I didn't know this, but this thing has been basically sitting in a junkyard since 2016, but they got access to it. And there are some hidden, dark, disturbing secrets there, okay? Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Lolita Express private jet has been rotting in a Georgia boneyard for a decade, but dark reminders of the late pedophile's depraved lifestyle still remain frozen in time. The Post uncovered the eerie evidence this week during a rare tour of the 133-foot-long...
I can't remember if this... I had a problem with some of my some of my lives. I was like doing editing after the fact to remove one particular segment due to some issues that I ran into. I think I might have deleted that. Does everybody remember like the swamp? Do I remember the swamp one that I did? Because I literally, like, I was not aware of this, but it's kind of funny because a little while ago I did that stream where we did the swamp and I had the Lolita Express in a swamp. It was an actual photo, but it was an old photo. Look at it now. It looks like it's been in a literal swamp this whole time. Yeah, I did delete it. God damn it. Yeah, I fucked up. I fucked up on the edit.
Boeing 727, which Epstein once used to shuttle his young sex trafficking victims around the globe, according to prosecutors. New photos show the jet corroding and falling apart on an outdoor slab where it has been left exposed to the elements for years. Look at this. Holy shit. Wow. Guys, that's only a decade of it sitting there. And this shit truly is falling apart. Holy shnikes, that is crazy. Oh my days. What even led to, like, the black shit on top? What even is the black shit on top of it? Like, the streakiness and the black shit? That's what...
Mold and lichens. It's mold and lichens. I'm fairly certain. It's like, it's basically algae. Right? It's like, I mean... It is, yeah. And, like, pollution. It's like a combination of a number of things. It's just anything that sits outside this long.
10 years out there will do that to it? What is that, mildew or some shit? I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Here we go. They say insects and mildew. I guess it is mildew. Insects and mildew coat parts of the once luxurious... Oh, interior. Okay, so I don't know what is on the exterior, which features a bedroom, 3 separate sitting areas, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, all finished with polished wood, high pile carpeting, and other upscale features. The plane N908JE, the last 2 digits, a nod to the perv's initials, ferried former President Bill.
Okay, it's hilarious to me that you just gave Kyle a shout out. You gave him a shout out for his YouTube on the Twitch. This guy is like, I mean, like, I love Kyle too, but I don't think he needs a shout out from us. Like, I feel like you're putting in more effort than you need to. This guy doesn't. How many million subscribers does Kyle have right now? He's like one of the originals. Dude is like one of the originals on the YouTubes. He's been doing these vids for like 20 years now. All right, not 20 years, but a long time. 2.1 million. He's got more subscribers than the majority report does. This dude is fucking huge.
Ex-Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and other VIPs. You could tell, by the way, that this was written by the New York Post, and it's a right-wing outlet, because they mention Bill Clinton and Larry Summers, and they don't mention Donald Trump. They went out of their way to mention the ones that are associated more with the Democrats than any associated with the Republicans. It was also used for sex trafficking Epstein's victims, and Virginia Giuffre recounted being raped on board. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, everything I've heard about what happened on that plane is fucking disgusting.
Disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably illegal.
Oh, you're the only mod on duty. Ah. I suppose that's true. I don't see any other mods in here. No, thank you for modding. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. All right. What was I saying? I was going to say something else. I was going to respond to something else. Somebody was saying something else. I can't remember. Kyle's vids get so many views consistently. Yeah, exactly. Dude's been in the algorithm since before the algorithm was the algorithm. You know what I mean? Like, my guy is formative YouTube political content creator. His vids get everybody gets a Kyle recommendation.
That's on YouTube.
All right, so here we go. Ghislaine Maxwell massages Epstein's feet aboard the Lolita Express. Brown upholstered passenger seats in a lounge area of the plane. So this is in the exact same spot. Epstein getting his foot rubbed.
I mean, don't forget that. God, I hate even saying it, but don't forget that in an interview with. Oh God, I almost called her the wrong name. Oh, and that just broke me. What is... I can't... With Virginia Giuffre, with an interview, I think it was with 60 Minutes, Australia. Might have been the regular 60 Minutes, I can't remember. But she did an interview in which she said that Jeffrey Epstein needed to have a massage every few hours. You know, he needed a release very regularly. So on the plane, back at the massage table and all of his property, like, he was constantly getting massages on these things. I think we all know what massage is essentially code
Ghislaine
for.
Maxwell. Don't know what year this is, but it looks to me more like, it doesn't look like 90s to me. It looks like 2000s. Okay. And then if I scroll this way, this seat on our left is the same seat that he was getting his feet rubbed in. That's kind of...
You woke up to pee? Well, good to see you. Yeah, good to see you, Zolife. Looney Tunes was just calling out all the mods, saying that we were modless, which, I mean, was technically true. Aside from
you could tell the. I mean, it could be just the lighting, but it looks like it's become a little discolored over the years, right? Like, it's a lighter color here. Look at the armrest. It's a lighter color here, and then when I go this way, you can see it's a darker color. But then again, the carpet on the ground is different, so maybe he upgraded it since this picture was taken. You know, it looks like he probably upgraded it a little bit since that picture was taken. Oh my God, look at this, guys. Disturbingly, among moldy shaving cream cans, used toothbrushes, and orange and yellow hair ties, the Post discovered Johnson's brand baby lotion and baby powder tucked into bathroom cabinets. Other spine-chilling remnants include a disassembled satellite phone hidden in a nightstand, dirty towels, and paper napkins monogrammed with the tail number of Epstein's private plane. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's classy.
Jesus Christ.
That's classy. That's classy right there. You know, you get monogram napkins for the plane. You know, you want it, and you want it to match the plane. You don't want people to think they're just any sort of monogram napkins. You know, could be anything from your collection. No, you want. Good God, Jesus fucking Christ! These people, like, they have so much money that it's just like they don't know what to do with it. Oh, give me 200 monogram napkins with the tail number of the plane.
This is ridiculous.
Johnson's brand baby lotion and baby powder tucked into bathroom cabinets. Oh, I don't want to know what that was used for, bro. I don't want to know. Oh my God. Because there are mentions of babies in the files. There are mentions of actual babies. All right, what do we have here? Napkins that have like the plane number on it. Oh, this is gross, but you see the baby powder here. You see shaving cream, some other liquid. I see deodorant, toothbrushes. Is this like cotton swabs or something? Comfort bath something over here. God, all this was just left in the plane? What the fuck?
These people are perverts.
What the fuck? Baby powder and napkins monogrammed with the tail number. Okay. Bill Clinton sits in Epstein's office chair with an unidentified female on board the jet. Was this Virginia? I think it might have been Virginia. Epstein's red office chairs with reupholstered red velvet walls. So here we go. This is Clinton sitting on the plane here. And his seat is red there. But now if we go this way, not just the seat's not the only thing that's red here. Now the wall is red too. Somebody turned this red. It's interesting because I feel like the exterior looks a lot worse than the interior, don't you? So here's the Clinton one. And then, like, if you look at this, I wouldn't guess based off this picture right here that this has been sitting in a junkyard for 10 years. This looks like it's in half decent shape from here, you know? Stacks of crisp black and white linen placemats neatly stored in a gallery cabinet offered.
Is that the latest? It doesn't look. Maybe it is. But I feel like this is just for context. I think this is just a context photo. That would be my guess. I don't think this is the way that the plane looks right now. I think Kyle might be misinterpreting this. I think this is just to be like, look, this is Jeffrey's jet, and here's Bill, right? And it's just showing the reupholstery, but you can see clearly the same exact shape, same exact sort of wall, right? I think that was going
junkyard for 10 years. This looks like it's in half decent shape from here, you know? Stacks of crisp black and white linen placemats neatly stored in a gallery cabinet offered yet another reminder of the jet's former luxury and the sinister purpose it reportedly served. Entering through the always open rear staircase, visitors are hit with a nose-curdling musty stench worsened by southern humidity and near total darkness as the plane has been without power since its final flight in July 2016. Just inside a sleek bathroom where the baby products were found sits immediately to the left. A few steps ahead lies the jet's lone bedroom, where 3 emergency air mats dangled overhead, while a king-size mattress was still neatly made with a plush white comforter. That's kind of creepy. Still fucking neatly made. That's, oh God, I don't...
That is creepy. Maybe I was wrong. I didn't even get to watch this whole thing. I just assumed it was going to be pretty much what we're watching right now. Oh, God. This man's entire life was set up to do one thing and one thing only.
Don't even want to know
satisfy every single one of his disgusting
that happened in this bed, bro.
urges.
Do not even want to know the things that happen in this particular bed. King size bed. Okay. Here we have, looks like a phone, 2 phones, an air call phone, a regular phone, and then I don't know what this.
Planes are sealed, so it's not in the elements. Yeah, the NRG flow. You might be right. I may have been wrong. I may have been wrong. It just seemed too clean to be having sat there this long.
Huh. Interesting. Bill Clinton with an unidentified female on the jet, lounge area outside there. See, it's funny. They're going out of their way to just do the pictures with Bill Clinton. But you know there's a whole bunch of Republicans, too, that they're refusing to fuck. That's why the fucking New York Post is so dishonest. Here we go. But there you go. Here's another angle. Another angle of what the jet looks like. I wonder, I mean, nobody bought it, I guess. There was actually reports. If you guys remember, there was reports towards the end of the 2024 campaign that Trump was using Jeffrey Epstein's plane. It was a different one. It wasn't the Lolita Express. This is the Lolita Express. It was a different one that he was using. I believe a smaller one that he was using because his plane needed repair, so they needed a different one, and they rented out a plane that happened to be a plane Jeffrey Epstein had in the past. I remember that story. How many people remember that story? The bed set and padded floors were installed so Epstein and his pals could have sex mid-flight. Jesus. While the former financier also committed many acts of sexual abuse aboard the aircraft, his victims have previously said.
The former
bedroom,
financier.
a doorless open...
Dude. The entire media just keeps calling him that. I love it. At this point, it's like a long running inside joke at this point.
Give me a joke.
Oh God. Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier. Yes, that's what everybody knows him for and knew him for during his life as well.
Into a sitting room adorned almost entirely with lurid red crushed velvet, covering the walls, a couch and two armchairs. Only a lone white and beige chair separated by a bright red table escapes the bizarre upholstery. Farther down the cabinet, two gray half-moon couches face each other in another sitting room before the galley and kitchen come into view. Photo 1, Jeffrey Epstein sat in his office chair inside the private jet. Photo 2, Epstein's office, flight chair, and table. So here he is. This picture looks like newish. It's kind of creepy. This looks like it was taken in like the 2020s, but it wasn't. Huh. You go this way. Okay, yeah, that's the exact same place he took this picture, huh? Right there. It's like one of his offices. You could kind of see the dust on the table a little bit if you look closely. I mean, this picture makes it look like a night. Like this doesn't look like it was sitting in a junkyard for 10 years. This picture right here, right? Wow. Two gray half-moon couches face each other in a sitting room.
Gross. All right, I'm moving on from the Epstein plane. Maybe we will revisit that later this week. I just can't. Anymore. I gotta keep this moving. I'm moving so slow. Moving so slow right now. Hopefully things pick up. All right. Now, let's go to this next video. We're moving on from the Epstein files to other crimes. Like ICE, like the lawless criminals that have been roaming our streets. Now, this was fascinating. Representative Gonzalez from Texas had some things to say at this House Homeland Security Oversight Committee. ICE, CBP, and USCIS officials testified before the committee last week. Actually, almost 2 weeks ago now. But we watched this earlier. I just can't. We have to watch this again. It's the most ridiculous possible thing you could say in this moment.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our great country. I was speaking to some agents that were deployed from Texas to Minnesota, just asking for the ground truth of what was happening. And one of the things that stood out to me is one of the agents said, Tony, it reminds me a lot of Fallujah. Having someone that served in Fallujah, that caught my attention. And so my question first is to you, Commissioner Scott, is on the safety of our agents. In particular, I see that these task forces work, these anti-gang, these anti-terrorism task forces. But thinking of Fallujah reminds me of we were fighting a war that was the Persian Gulf when the world had changed. And so my question is there a way we can protect our law enforcement, our federal law enforcement agents, in particular through, I've got a bill in particular through bulletproof glass or ballistic windshields. Is that something you think that could help protect the law enforcement officers that are on?
This dude is fucking insane. Like, I cannot believe what he's saying here in this moment. You got two supposed ICE agents he supposedly talked to saying that it's like Fallujah in Minnesota. Now, from all the footage I have seen, and from all of the eyewitness and on the ground testimony and everything else that everyone has said, the only reasonable conclusion anybody could come to on this is that ICE agents and CBP officers and agents are the ones who have been creating the chaos and the, Fallujah-like conditions that this man is talking about. And in no way, and in no possible, fathomable way can you suggest that the civilian, like the way that he frames this is basically that ICE agents and CBP agents are literally fighting a war against civilians. Can we get them ballistic glass on their vehicles? Should we give them tanks? Like, this guy is fucking insane. Like, I don't know. I really hope this guy gets voted out of office, because this is some of the most dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric that I can think of. He is literally out here saying they're fighting a war against civilians. Can we get them more funding? It's wild. It's wild. He's like, this is basic. This is a rock. Can we get these guys some Humvees, please? All these roadside bombs in Minnesota. It's insane. It's insane. As if they're under any kind of threat that would warrant anything like that. As if they're not already overfunded and over-equipped. It's beyond me. Like, I can barely hold myself. I'm furious right now. Like, having to hear it again for a third time now, because I heard it one time before, which is why we watched it on the stream the first time, and now the second time again here now. It just makes me furious. It's the most nonsensical thing I can imagine somebody saying to me. Although, speaking of nonsense, I think it's time for us to talk about this fascinating situation. I'm not gonna tell you what I think about this yet, but a caller called in on C-SPAN's call-in portion of their show, which, as we all know, they've been doing for like decades now. People call in to talk about political topics. They happen to be talking about the Supreme Court's ruling on Donald Trump's tariffs, and someone calls in claiming to be a person named John Barron.
John in Virginia, Republican. Let's hear from you.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem Jeffries, he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat, but she said she's disgraced. She's devastated.
All right,
by
John.
this.
We'll go to Chester.
Okay.
Well, this is John Barron.
Listen to that one more time. Oh my God.
John in Virginia, Republican. Let's hear from you.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem Jeffries, he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat, but she said she's disgraced.
She's a woman. Oh my God. Okay, so now The name John Barron perked up for me immediately because, of course, Donald Trump, unless you're not aware, I feel like most people are aware of this, but Donald Trump has called in the past. In the past, Donald Trump has called in to news shows.
We begin with a bizarre twist in the race for president. Donald Trump accused of once pretending to be his own media spokesperson during a phone interview. The voice describing Trump's love life and fortune. Trump denying that's him on tape, but tonight, you be the judge. At the same time, he is fiercely standing by his decision not to release his taxes until an audit is completed. Snapping when asked about his taxes, saying, quote, "It's none of your business." ABC's John Carl starts us off tonight.
Today, a voice from the past is coming back to haunt Donald Trump, and it sounds a heck of a lot like his own voice.
What's your name again? John Miller.
It's a tape recording of a 1991 interview conducted by a People magazine reporter with somebody identifying himself as John Miller, supposedly a spokesman for Donald Trump.
Somebody that knows, and I think somebody that he trusts and likes.
But the reporter soon became suspicious John Miller was actually Trump himself, bragging about his own exploits with women.
He's somebody that has a lot of options, and frankly, he gets called by everybody. He gets called by everybody in the book in terms of women.
The supposed spokesman described how Trump was living with Marla
In terms
Maples.
of women. In terms of women.
This is a human man.
In terms of women, he's...
I've been in bed with probably 300
got a lot
women.
of them.
In terms of women.
The supposed spokesman described how Trump was living with Marla Maples, but not ready to settle down.
He didn't want to make a commitment. He really thought it was too soon. He's living with Marla, and he's got 3 other girlfriends.
He even bragged that superstars like Madonna wanted to date Trump.
She called and wanted to go out with him, that I can tell you.
The Washington Post reports Trump has previously acknowledged using a fake name.
So in the past, Donald Trump has used the name John Miller, supposedly. I mean, fairly certain we all agree that that call was him. Now, this new call, I'm not so sure. I have my doubts. I won't lie. I look at it and I go,
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem Jeffries, he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat. Happy. But she said she's disgraced. She's devastated.
All right,
by
John.
this.
We'll go to Chester, who's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Democratic caller.
This has to be a joke. And the main reason I say that is because this person is not slurring their words nearly enough.
Yeah, and that's also where I fall on this. He sounds too young, right? If anything, it sounds like a young Trump with a more vibrant, and unless he just got juiced, right? Unless he just got his Alzheimer's juice, right? Like I just like when this happened, like there was only so many videos that like were like on the internet. This was one of the ones, and I like the second I heard that, I was like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly where my brain was at. It's just not. It's not the Trump that we know right now. Like he's just sort of like now he's constantly like his dentures don't sound like they're in his mouth correctly. And this just sounded like a young Trump, more energetic, enunciating. It sounds like Sam Cedar figured out how to do a decent Trump. Yeah, who knows? It could have been anybody. Could have been anybody. It was Brenna Perez. I know nothing about her channel. But at least we agree on that one thing. All right, let's move it along into other political arenas. Let's talk about the Senate. Let's talk about the Senate filibuster. Because it's not really a filibuster anymore, of course, because now the talking filibuster is gone. And all you have to do is basically, I can't remember if you have to file your intent, or I think you just have to motion your intent on the floor to filibuster, and that's basically a done deal. But Donald Trump has been suggesting that Republicans get rid of that, go back to the talking filibuster, which would be a real shift.
Once again, I'm in a hotel room. I am in Miami at a conference talking about the Constitution. Proof that I'm out in Miami. Look, I'm out in Miami. You can see palm trees back there. Nice hotel room. Anyway, it's me, and I wanted, before I left this hotel room and did some fun stuff in town, to talk a little about the development in the Senate. So, as you may know, the House of Representatives has passed the SAVE Act. I talked about this in a recent video I did for the New York Times. The SAVE Act would require proof of citizenship to vote. And this, as you can imagine, would be a huge burden on tens of millions of Americans, in part because proof of citizenship is surprisingly difficult to establish. You can do it if you have a passport, but half of Americans don't have a passport. You could do it if you have easy access to your birth certificate, but many, many Americans do not have easy access to your birth certificate. And what if your name changed? What if, for example, you got married and you changed your last name? Your current day documents may not match a birth certificate, for example. And so then you'd have to find some other way to verify who you are, or you may not be able to verify who you are when you go to the polls. So the SAVE Act would work, in essence, to remove a lot of people from the voting pool. It's actually unclear how many people and who this would affect most in terms of the partisan valence of this. My actual supposition here is that if you were to pass this, it'd have much more effect on the Republican electorate, in part because Republicans have made these gains with voters who only have college degrees, voters who are infrequent voters, and they are the kinds of people who are less likely to have more immediate access to their documents. But irrespective, no one should be disenfranchised. But this is what the SAVE Act would do. It would work to disenfranchise a lot of Americans. And it would do this in order to stop a problem that doesn't exist. The impetus for this, the claimed impetus, is that there's a vast amount of non-citizen voting and there's a vast amount of voter fraud. There is virtually no non-citizen voting. There's virtually no voter fraud. I talk about this in a video you can find here on this page. So the SAVE Act, in reality, would just be a huge burden. And there'd be enough discretion built into this new system that you would allow registrars, in essence, to deny the vote to whomever they'd like. It has been criticized as turning the clock back 100 years to Jim.
Yeah, like honestly, everybody should be disturbed by that. You shouldn't have people just sort of like arbitrarily deciding, like on a whim, who deserves to vote and who doesn't. I mean, because the same thing could, you could play the same game. You could play the same game, like Democrats could play the same game, right? Because we know how this is going to be used. It's going to be used to disenfranchise the votes of black and brown people, women in red states, probably red districts. But what if in Democrat states, is just start profiling people who look Republican? White guy, MAGA hat, or any, I don't know if you're wearing like a band T-shirt from the 80s or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of things that might identify. Or if you're wearing like wraparound sunglasses, you look like a chud, and maybe you don't get to vote.
Whatever they'd like. It has been criticized as turning the clock back 100 years to Jim Crow, and I think that's about right. It's a Jim Crow-esque piece of legislation. Now, the House has passed this. It's in the Senate.
Profiling. Exactly, BB. Profiling. Is that cool? You know, like if you appear to be a chud, like if you look like you probably watch Joe Rogan or some other sort of adjacent streamer on the regular, can we just take away your vote? Is that fine? Is that good for you?
Would vote for it. John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, Republican, has also said that he will bring it to the floor. The issue, however, is that this is a bill that's subject to the filibuster. Not every bill that comes to the floor is subject to the filibuster. Bills that happen under the reconciliation process, which is generally just spending bills, are not subject to the filibuster. Nominations are not subject to the filibuster, but this is subject to the filibuster. And the way the modern filibuster works, it's not so much people go up and talk. They basically send an email and say, I'm not going to vote for cloture for this. And unless you have 60 votes, then it's a done deal. And the reason it works like this, and I have another video explaining this, the reason it works like this is that the coin of the realm in the Senate is floor time, and a traditional filibuster eats up floor time. And so in a lot of ways, the majority itself may be okay with this because they want to do other things. They don't want to have to go through the whole process of a
Well, it's stuff like this. This is why I keep talking about us seizing power in the democratic process and talking about how, the Democratic, the DNC, the National, National Committee, they technically are hiring, I'm sure. There's ways to get jobs in places. You could get a job as a election, worker. It's not a partisan process. It's supposed to be open to pretty much everyone. So, we could be doing these things ahead of the midterms, preparing ourselves, engaging in that aspect of the process where the levers are being pulled. Things like that.
And the minority as well, they may have things they want to do, bills they want to work on, business they want to get to, and so it works for them as well. The reason why the system has persisted is because it works for everyone. House Republicans and the president are pressuring Senate Republicans to not allow Democrats to do the email filibuster and force them to do a talking filibuster, to actually go on the floor and occupy the floor in order to kill the bill. And House Republicans and the president think that this would be a political advantage for them, that they could spread the word that Democrats will only win if they cheat and if they allow non-citizen voting, which again doesn't exist, and that a talking filibuster would be really to the advantage of the Republican Party. And my honest analysis of this is that these are people who are high on their own supply, precisely because the SAVE Act would endanger the voting rights of married women, that making this a live possibility, making this a thing that could pass, is an automatic detriment to the Republican Party. It does not take much political genius on part of Democrats to use their speaking time on the floor to just hammer home what this bill would do.
Yeah, except the Republicans are already on Fox News. I've been watching, unfortunately, things like Fox News and other garbage like that. And they're already on Fox News, getting ahead of this and saying, actually, no married women are going to be disenfranchised. Don't worry. Even though they know that's a lie, they're saying it. They're getting ahead of it. They're doing the messaging. This is a propaganda machine. The Republican propaganda machine is constantly turning. And so those people are already primed to not believe what is going to be, what could be, in theory, like Jamel is saying here, be said on the floor by Democrats about this. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but that Republicans have already see this coming.
And what this impact would have on married women in particular. But the other thing is that a talking filibuster, in the way that congressional Democrats or Senate Democrats should have tools to allow as many of them to speak as long as possible. The ordinary rules would seem to limit speaking to 2 speeches and so on and so forth, but it's a matter of parliamentary child's play to have it so that every Democrat on the floor can speak for as much as they want, and there'd have to be Republicans on the floor to make sure that the bill doesn't die. This would this would end all business in the Senate.
Yeah.
Nothing else could get done under these conditions.
Yeah. And that's where I come back home. That's where I come back home. I'm like, yeah, Jamel's speaking facts over here, 100%. This is the thing about it. I've always wanted the talking filibuster to come back. I do, to some degree, think that like this would be beneficial. This would be pro-democracy. You know, like honestly, it continues to be used in a way that I think just prevents democracy. You know, makes it easy for them to just sort of sweep under the rug this or that and say, oh, sorry, you know, can't do it. Filibustered. That next. And this would cause everything, like Jamel just said, to stop.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Get all Mr. Smith goes to Washington.
That lady that's up on top of this Capitol dome. That lady that stands for liberty. Take a look at this country through her eyes if you really want to see something. And you won't just see scenery. You'll see the whole parade of what man's carved out for himself after centuries of fighting. And fighting for something better than just jungle. And so
there we go. All right. See, whoa, what did I just do? There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. I got nearly problematic. Is that Jimmy Stewart? Yeah, it is Jimmy Stewart. I remember watching that movie as a kid. My mother loved Jimmy Stewart. Hell, while we're talking about democracy, we should talk about the man in charge of our entire democracy, Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
California resistant Sam Benjamin Franklin believed Constitution should evolve and change with the times. He wrote he wished he could be around in 100 years to see changes in the Constitution, especially relating to slavery. Even as a former slave owner, many at the Constitutional Convention believed the Constitution should evolve with the country and times. Yes.
That's something Marx pointed out, that relative to the 1850s, the founding generation was, in fact, progressive on slavery, despite being slave owners, because they thought it was evil. Whereas by the 1850s, they came around, the South was saying, actually, it's good. Slavery is good, and you have to respect it. In every
Yeah, and other founding fathers were saying woke things. Thomas Jefferson, of course. He said, what was it? The Tree of Liberty. I'm trying to remember the exact quote. The Tree of Liberty must be pruned from time to time. What was the, yeah, let me find it. The Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure.
There's some backsliding, ladies and gentlemen, that takes place in this country. We're in a backsliding era.
Yes.
But hope springs eternal. And here's some of that hope. Here's Harry Emden reporting on the net approval pre-State of the Union. State of the Union is tomorrow night. We will announce tomorrow what our plans are as far as coverage. We could be doing it. We could not, but I suspect we will. Here is Harry Emden on the net approval ratings of Donald Trump relative to the least popular presidents in the history of the country, particularly in their second term. There are two other presidents. One was Bush, one was Obama. Neither one of them were terribly popular at this stage. Here's Harry Emden.
numbers, but talk about what is driving this drop for the president.
What is driving this drop? I said record was the name of the game when it came to this segment, right? Talking about the lowest Trump has ever been going into the State of the Union, the lowest that any president has been this century going into a State of the Union at this point in their presidency. It is also the weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independents. Look at this drop. We've been talking about it the past few months. At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this. Minus 47 points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his 2 terms as president with independents. That is driving these numbers. When you're 47 points underwater with independents, that's the name of the game. You can't be above water overall, and that's why Donald Trump is near record lows overall and the lowest he's ever been going into a State of the Union address.
Quite a message on the eve of this big moment. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
I wonder what the underwater is for Democrats. It's got to be something like 80 points, right?
I mean, and disapproval of Democrats, in which is different than what you see with Trump, is also being driven by self-identified Democrats as well.
100%.
Like Trump's horrible approval rating is Democrats, independents, that's it. Republicans still pretty much love him for the most part in the polling. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a really significant impact on the electorate ahead of the midterms, because the same CNN poll showed like a nearly 20-point drop with Latinos, 18% drop with Americans younger than 45, and dropping with men, which were the 3 kind of constituencies that got him to win this last election. Men, Latino voters, and younger Americans.
And the thing that also doesn't show up in there is the intensity of the disapproval.
Yes.
Which is relevant, particularly in an off-year election. It's really relevant in all elections, but in an off-year election in particular, motivation and depth of enthusiasm is an important indicator, at least, of whether people are actually going to come out and vote.
I mean, this Texas race is really important. I mean, I know that neither Tallarico nor Jasmine Crockett are ideologically where we are at, but my feeling is that Tallarico is a much better general election candidate, just like on the substance. He's been campaigning for longer. He had issues sectioned on his website, and Jasmine Crockett added that just a few weeks ago. I mean, I think that he has the potential to actually really scare Cornyn, and the numbers on early voting show like record enthusiasm right now in Texas with some of this stuff. And
yeah, people are begging for some change right now. And the fact that Democrats, especially Democratic leadership, your Chuck Schumers, your Jeffries, are not providing like the adequate fuel to that fire, right? Like, because people want change. They're furious. They're furious about what's going on right now, and they're just scuttling it. They're just literally just dashing. They're like dashing any enthusiasm to the ground. Every single time that any enthusiasm shows up, Chuck figures out a way to ruin it. I mean, the shutdown last year during the holidays.
It's going to be interesting when they get the final numbers to see if Latino turnout is significantly higher. The indications are that it is. And then that's like the kind of thing where if Democrats harness this is like an actual realignment. There was all this push to say that Trump, because he gained with those demographics, has like indelibly changed the Republican electorate forever. But we're already seeing that this massive Latino swing against the Republicans, given, ICE terrorizing their family members and the economy being this bad. But if the Democrats should be able to capitalize on that if they're, a functional opposition party. That's a big if.
I am skeptical of realignment. There was the biggest realignment that has taken place in my lifetime was the second election of Ronald Reagan, where a lot of Democrats, so-called Reagan Democrats, left the party, and it changed the dynamics ostensibly at that time. I think we're living in an era where there is such dissatisfaction with both parties that unless the Democrats, presuming they're going to at least take one house in 2026, and then maybe both in 2028, maybe both in 2026, but they have a shot at the presidency in 2028, make fundamental changes, reorient things in the way that our economy operates. I mean, there's never been a better time than now for, in the context of governing, for radical change. Because
100%. This channel is more America first
I did
than Donald
everything
Trump.
right and they indicted me.
Yeah, honestly. I am America first to some degree, but not from like a nationalistic perspective. Because I think to some degree America, I come at it from a perspective of like America needs to solve its inequality problems first, before anything else, because because I feel like what comes with that is like a bunch of like downstream effects, right? Including people like caring more about climate change and like a multitude of other things like that they just cut themselves off from because they're too busy trying to make ends meet. So, you know, like, and I feel like if we do solve those inequality problems in America, all of a sudden the most powerful nation on the planet with the biggest carbon footprint in the world is like all of a sudden, you know, perhaps more prepared to deal with solving some of those things. And so, you know, people actually saying like, hey, like we have time now to say, you know what, fuck you and the wars that you're trying to fund right now. So like, you know, it's a whole list. All right, well, while we're talking about voting, I suppose we should talk about democracy in other forms. And actually, you know, our system's supposed to protect all of us, our finances as consumers and as Americans. Government's supposed to really be there to regulate the industries. Financially, you know, finance, banking, whatever, you know, all of these things. I can't say words right now. But I've been actually holding on to this story for a little while. I feel like now's the time before it gets too old. Democracy Now! From last week, discussing what has happened as a result of Doge's infiltration of our government.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to look at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, the agency the Trump administration's been trying to dismantle for over a year. Last week, it fired program manager Alexis Goldstein for documenting a meeting a year ago between the agency and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. That's according to emails obtained by Bloomberg News. For more, we're joined now from Washington.
You're fired. She's the head of the agency, and they're upset that she documented a meeting. Now? Also, is Doge like some sort of like top secret agency that can't be like you can't take notes? What clearance level do you need to have a meeting with Doge exactly? Like, what are you talking about? Why can't she take notes? Why would she be fired for taking notes? It's very strange.
That's really
very strange.
weird.
D.C. by Alexis Goldstein, longtime financial regulatory expert who once worked on Wall Street before becoming involved with the Occupy Wall Street movement. Alexis, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you explain exactly what happened a year ago with these DOJ temporary workers coming into your agency?
So on February 7th of 2025, we had just seen the dismantling of USAID. A wrecking ball was taken to that agency, and it became clear that the second agency that was going to be attacked by this administration was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So I came in like I normally do. I drop off my toddler at daycare. There isn't stroller parking, so I wheel in my stroller, my empty stroller, to the CFPB headquarters in Washington, D.C., and I was wheeling my stroller around the basement. And I noticed a number of people who I had never seen before who were not wearing the required CFPB badges, and they were accessing what appeared to be CFPB equipment. So I wanted to take a closer look. I wanted to try and investigate. We are told over and over again that we are supposed to report suspicious activities, that we are supposed to defend the sensitive data that we hold of American people. Millions of people trust us with their vulnerable moments if they're scammed by their financial company, if they're having trouble with their mortgage. The technical term we use for it is personally identifying information, and we have a lot of very specific training about how to handle it. And so I was very concerned that the people that I had never seen before were there, appeared to have CFPB equipment. So I tried to take a look. They moved from one conference room to the other when they saw me into a conference room that didn't have a window. And so I decided to go into that conference room. I ran into a coworker of mine. I asked him if there were DOJ folks in the room. He declined to answer. So I opened the door and introduced myself. And I said, "Hi, are you my new coworker? What's your name? Can I show you around? We have a nice rooftop." And there were 3 individuals in the room. One I now know to be Jordan Wick. He immediately ran away out of the room. The second was Jeremy Lewin, who was a big part of dismantling USAID. He immediately went into the corner of the room. And then the third DOJ individual was Christopher Young. I didn't know any of this at the time. I just asked them what their name was. They refused to give me their name. They said that they were authorized to be there, but they didn't have to tell me their name. And I said, "We have a lot of really sensitive information."
These people are fucking cartoon characters. She just comes in to ask a question, they just all run away. I mean, what in the actual fuck? Like, what in the fuck? Oh my god, I guess you can't hold him accountable if you can't catch him. I mean, what in the hell is, I mean, it sounds like a crime. It sounds like they're a bunch of like idiotic, like it's like a comedy, it's like a crime comedy, right? They're a bunch of criminals, completely inept criminals. It's like, maybe if I run fast enough, she won't be able to do oversight on me.
From Americans, we have personally identifying information. Do you know the trainings that we have to take in order to handle this? Have you had those trainings? Do you know what those trainings are? And they just stared at me blankly and said that they wished that security would come and kick me out of the building. A couple minutes passed where I continued to try to ask them their name. They refused to answer. A security guard did come down, asked me to leave the room. I immediately left the room. I presented my CFPB badge, which I had. These individuals did not have CFPB badges. And I asked the security guard, who are these individuals? Are they authorized to be here? What are they doing? I see they appear to have a CFPB laptop. And the security guard didn't know what to do, so he just turned away from me and got on the phone.
This is fucking insane. This is just ridiculous. Beyond comprehension. These guys are in there without the proper credentials. Just going through all of the data. And the security guard there is protecting them, letting them do whatever the hell they want. That's insane. That's wild. It's willing fascists like that. Security guards protecting the Nazis as they pour through all of our records. That is what drives us further and further into this dystopia that we're living in right now. It's the willing participants that don't have to do what they do, you know, that are like basically like operating outside of their own job, and being like, you know what, I'm not even gonna do my job. That's the creep. That is the creep. No girls allowed. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Just no girls allowed.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And who knows what else they took? Election data. Could be anything. All right, we're going to go to another Democracy Now! Clip here. Talk about the tariff ruling, which happened the end of last week. Space police are coming for me.
In a major setback to President Trump, the conservative Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling, struck down his global tariffs in a decision that has major implications for the global economy. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts said, quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it," unquote. Trump responded to the ruling on Friday by announcing a new 10% global tariff. Then on Saturday, he increased it to 15%. President Trump also personally attacked the justices for striking down his policies.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it.
It's incredible. In the wake of the first ruling that has come down against Donald Trump, he feels the need to A, hold a press conference about it, then go on this fucking insane rant, accusing them of constantly striking down, like suggesting even if you have a good case, they won't do it. It's like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? This is one of like 200 cases that Donald Trump has won in front of the Supreme Court. And he's like, they're very nasty. They never side with me. I am the victim. Supreme Court hates me. They never want to do what I want to do. Very nasty.
Very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think.
What is he talking about?
3 conservative justices joined the liberal justices to reject the tariffs. Chief Justice Roberts and 2 justices appointed by President Trump, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. He was asked about them on Friday.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Wow.
An embarrassment to their families, he said about Coney Barrett and Neil Gorsuch. Soon after the Supreme Court's ruling, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker sent a letter to President Trump demanding tariff refunds for every family in his state. The letter reads, quote, "The Supreme Court has ruled this is yet one more unconstitutional act by you and your administration. This letter and the attached invoice stand as an official notice that the compensation is owed to the people of Illinois, and if you do not comply, we will pursue further action," Governor Pritzker said.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We're joined now by Lori Wallach, director of the Rethink Trade program at the American Economic Liberties Project. So, Lori, there's a lot to unpack here, not to mention what's going to happen with these tariffs that President Trump reimposed. Start off with his attack on his own justices, two of the justices he appointed.
That unhinged rant was truly terrifying. It sounded just like a dictator talking about the loyalty of judges to the king. But what it reflects is the real impact of that ruling, which is much more on Trump's power than on what the tariff rates in the United States are likely to be. So what the court said is that Trump does not have tariff authority under the particular statute that he's been using most frequently, which is a statute that had no limitations, allowed him to target with punishment or reward particular companies, whole economic sectors, reward friends and family, torture whole countries. And it really reduces Trump's ability not being able to use that authority.
Yeah, because he's been using it for absolutely everything. I mean, he thinks it solves anything. He thinks he's solved 8 wars with tariffs, right? Like this is his main, his one and only tool, aside from yelling, just long-winded yelling into microphones. It has been threatening tariffs against everybody. He thinks that that's the solution to everything. What, you want to do a war? How about tariffs? He's literally said it 100 times at this point. India and Pakistan, they wanted to do a war. I said tariffs, and they said never mind. And that was it. He's threatened tariffs over Bolsonaro getting a prison sentence in Brazil. He's threatened tariffs, over getting a bad haircut, I feel like. What hasn't he threatened tariffs over? That's my question. All right. Got to keep this stream moving. Moving very slowly right now. Very, very disturbingly slow. Truly. Truly, I'm concerned. Not gonna lie. It's bad. Gotta keep this puppy moving. Which means we go... Well, what do we do here? We could take a break right now. What I would normally do at this time. 3 hours into the stream. It is the normal time that we would normally take a break. But because I'm trying to make up for Sunday Fun Day, yesterday's stream ending unsurreptitiously, unexpectedly, shockingly, horrifyingly, early, even after completing a galactic content goal, I do feel like I have a lot to make up. So I'm just gonna power through this next half until 4.5 hours, and then I'll see where we're at. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit too because I'm moving so damn slow, but suffice to say, you're not missing too much. So we have 130 videos to get through tonight. Where is Kash Patel? right now. I don't know. I'm not keeping full track of what he's up to. All right, let's go to the environmental news. Now, it may be winter right now, and all of us are, of course, dealing with the effects of winter: cold, snow, wind, snacking, I don't know, all sorts of things. However, while some of us might be under a great deal of the white and powdery stuff, in other places, everything is on fire. Yep. Oklahoma, Kansas, getting hit by massive wildfires, consuming thousands and thousands of acres. In the middle of winter. That's right. Yep. There you go.
Across Oklahoma's panhandle, an urgent rush to escape the flames as fast-moving wildfires burned through these homes, buildings, even this bus. The devastating flames and high winds mixing to create fire worlds in Woodward, Oklahoma. The dangerous blaze causing a state of emergency as the Oklahoma State Forestry Agency estimates 5 fires have burned more than 150,000 acres across the region. At one point, 4,000 of the town's residents under a voluntary evacuation. Woodward, run! Daryl Stewart caught this video as the flames rushed toward his home.
It's a different planet today.
His home is still standing tonight, saved by mere seconds.
But you got super lucky, it seems. Our luck don't get no credit. We got blessed with the finest firefighters there is.
Just east of us in Beaver County, a building at this gas plant going up in flames. As the critical fire risk continues, officials urge those in the danger zone to stay vigilant and ready to evacuate.
Ryan Chandler joins us now live. And Ryan, so much.
Well, this is a disturbing story. Middle of the winter, massive fucking wildfires raging through the Midwest.
Two Clark County firefighters were injured while battling the Ranger Road fire. They were brought to Wichita to be treated in the burn unit. The Ashland fire chief told KSN's Peyton Steiner crews are continuing to work on these fires. He continues our team coverage from outside of Englewood.
The fire in this region is largely under control, but as you can see behind me, to the south of Englewood, fires are still raging. I'm just outside of Englewood right now, and on the drive from Ashland to Englewood, there was so much dust and soot that usually green fields and brown grasses were completely covered in dust, soot, or burnt black. One person I spoke to in town even said it looks more like a desert outside the city limits. Fire stations from across the state are helping battle this wildfire. I saw Saline, Shawnee, and Marion counties all in Ashland, where the region is being coordinated from. The fire captain there is running on 3 hours of sleep and has been battling this fire since midday yesterday, but wouldn't have been able to keep up with the flames without that extra help.
You know, our department here, we have 5 brush trucks and 2 tankers. And that doesn't go far, and right off the bat, one of our brush trucks caught fire in the engine, and so it's setting somewhere over in northeast Beaver County.
Their victories so far have been relieving, but their thoughts while they fight these fires remain with the 2 Clark County firefighters who are injured and are being treated in Wichita's burn unit.
Many of these fires are burning areas that are part of the lifebloods of the Kansas livestock industry. Families who depend on this for their livelihoods are facing huge losses. KSN's Peyton Steiner reports from the Ashland area.
This is just one small glimpse at some of the damage you'll find on the drive from Ashland to Englewood right now. Everything is covered in a thick layer of dust and soot. It's more like walking in sand or snow versus walking on regular ground. When the wind picks up, visibility drops to nearly zero, but also on that drive you'll find dozens of dead cattle. Between Ashland and Englewood is one of the largest cattle ranches in the state. Driving through the damage, you'll find piles of dead cattle killed by wildfire or euthanized by their owners and veterinarians. I spoke to one vet out of Ashland who'd been helping with recovery efforts who said all they can do when a cow or bull has been too badly burned is tell the owners that it's their best option.
Jesus Christ. Well, massive wildfires in Oklahoma and Kansas, reaching hundreds of thousands of acres, turning farmland into deserts filled with ash. Horrifying. Just horrifying. Let's see some more footage. I just got a couple of quick clips here. The view on the ground.
There's some tails.
Omega Star gifted a tier 1 subscription to NRGFL0.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. Enjoy that NRG flow.
Welcome back, everybody. A fascinating find at the bottom of Lake Michigan. It's been there for more than 150 years, and now we're getting a look at it. ABC Sophie Flays, you covered on what shipwreck hunters found just offshore in Wisconsin.
This morning, the first images of a luxury passenger steamer found at the bottom of Lake Michigan nearly 154 years after it sank.
Oh, it's beautiful. It sticks up maybe 15 foot or more off the bottom.
Shipwreck hunter Paul Ehorn just completed a nearly 60-year mission to locate the sunken passenger ship called the Lac La Belle off the Wisconsin coast. It was built in 1864.
It took just a hair under 2 hours to locate it.
Lac La Belle was really one of the more luxurious passenger steamers of her era. She had been built right after the Civil War at Cleveland, Ohio. She was particularly known for having luxurious cabin appointments. She had a ladies' lounge in the back, as well as
fancy.
Some really ornate chandeliers and ornate furniture.
Well, there we go. An old wooden ship found at the bottom of Lake Michigan by shipwreck hunters. Figured I would just sneak that one in there. That was one from Sunday Fun Day. Figured we needed something to douse the hot flames of those last videos.
You are not funny.
Right, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's too soon. Too soon. All right. Let's go from shipwrecks to something that I think should be like a constitutional right. Let's talk about growing your own food at home. And what some in Tennessee are trying to do to push
Your own
right to
food
do just
sometimes
that.
might conjure up the idea of acres of farmland, heavy equipment, and thousands of dollars in investments.
But the reality of urban farming is more attractive to many people, so much so that some Tennessee lawmakers want to protect your right to do it. Thanks for joining us. I'm Latricia Thomas.
And I'm Joshua. The National Gardening Association reported in 2024 that 43% of Americans were growing their own food to eat. The previous legal cases have seen homeowners fighting institutions like HOAs.
News Channel 9's Katie Clanton explains why those lawmakers do not want to just pass a law, but create an amendment. Katie.
Josh, Latricia, one state senator says no matter the reason someone wants to grow their own food, the government shouldn't keep you from doing so.
I
I don't think anyone should be restricted from growing their own food in their backyard if they choose to do so.
State lawmakers from her area have filed a resolution to secure what they call a fundamental right in Tennessee, growing your own food.
In the state of
100%. And I think it should be a fundamental right. Everyone should be allowed to grow their own food. And in fact, if we all grew our own food, at least the things that we could easily grow, right? Like in our areas during the growing seasons, wherever you may live, it would severely reduce our carbon footprints. Because everything that you buy at the store was grown and packaged somewhere else and then driven, and, you know, like, an incredible amount of energy and resources are expended in getting that food to the store for you to buy and then bring home and make. And in the places that where you could, you know, stop doing that and replace it with growing your own food at home, herbs, you know, tomatoes, peppers, whatever it might be. Depends on how green of a thumb you have, but you could really, I mean, you can go nuts. And now's the time to start thinking about it. As the spring is approaching, winter is coming to an end. Now's the time to prepare. Get your seeds, seedlings, things like that. Okay. Now let's go to this disturbing story. Concerns about bird flu outbreak in New Jersey as dozens of dead geese were found. Local officials are investigating the situation, but actually I don't think they've even determined yet what the cause of death was.
New Jersey officials are investigating a bird flu outbreak. Large numbers of dead or dying geese have been found at parks across the state, including Gloucester County. In Pittman, both Betty Park and Alcyon Park are closed after dead geese were discovered there. There are an estimated 50 to 75 cases of suspected bird flu at that location. Officials are also investigating the possibility of more cases in Sicklerville. A viewer sent us these pictures of what appears to be dead geese off Mullen Drive.
Horrifying. Just puddles of dead geese. Disturbing. We need a space garden. Yeah, I could use a garden on the space station. Would space tomatoes be tasty? I assume they'd be relatively tasty. All right, to other news about animals. One pet was in peril. Was thankfully freed after taking a strange tumble into a wall.
A what now?
In Upper Dublin, Montgomery County, a dog got stuck inside the wall of a home after falling through the floor of an attic. Happened around 2:45 last Wednesday afternoon. Police believe 7-year-old French bulldog Tessa found an area of the attic without flooring. They say the pup fell and found herself inside the wall on the second floor. Well, thanks to the efforts of 2 police officers.
Oh, God. That one's too funny. So cute. Got a dog in the wall. I've heard of a cat in the wall, but a dog in the wall?
Too much, man!
Hey, you want a skinless apple, bud? Yup. 2 skinless apples, D. Let's fire the movie up. It's movie night.
Here's your apple, Dick.
All right. Yeah. Where's mine?
Are you kidding me? You can peel your own apple, Charlie.
She's in a little bit of a mood because her cat got stuck in the wall. Cat in the wall, eh? Okay, now you're talking my language.
Now you're talking my language. Yes, cat in the wall. Yep. What a waste of resources. Pull your dog out yourself. Look, some people aren't that resourceful. What can I say? All right. We're going to leave Philadelphia. Well, we're not really going to leave so much as broaden the scope of our discussion. Because technically, Philly's getting hit by this storm, too. That's right, a massive storm bringing blizzard conditions to the tri-state area, threatening places like Philly, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Let's talk about it.
Winter is coming.
We do begin tonight with that major nor'easter. It is threatening millions with blizzard conditions and coastal flooding. New York City is under a blizzard warning for the first time in nearly a decade. The city could get 2 feet of snow. Philadelphia is preparing for heavy snow, and New Jersey declaring a state of emergency for tomorrow. Major airlines are on high alert with more than 1,000 flights canceled for Monday. It comes less than a month after a deadly storm battered the region with snow and Arctic temperatures. Meteorologist Danny Beckstrom from our New York station, WABC, leads us off tonight.
Tonight, more than 50 million people bracing for heavy snow and high wind as a powerful nor'easter is set to batter the East Coast. Some areas could see close to 2 feet of snow.
Initially, I said I have enough, and then when they started talking 4 to 12 inches, I said I better get a little more.
Officials warning the incoming system will cause power outages with winds up to 60 miles per hour along the coast and coastal flooding.
This is going to be a brutal blizzard.
New York State declaring a state of emergency for 22 counties, activating 100 National Guardsmen to help first responders. In New York City, the Department of Sanitation preparing for the incoming storm. Thousands of workers on alert.
Our city will face its second snowstorm in less than a month and our first blizzard since 2016.
New Jersey declaring a state of emergency starting at noon tomorrow, urging people to stay home.
We need to be prepared. We need to be safe. Get water, get all of your charging done with your devices, stay off the roads.
This storm
immediately,
arrives in
if
the Northeast
not sooner.
less than a month after a different winter storm walloped the region with over a foot of snow. More than 100 people dying in that storm amid the snow and frigid temperatures behind it. That storm also axed 20,000 flights across the country. Major airlines on high alert once again. So far, more than 1,000 flights are already canceled for Monday. That number is expected to rise significantly.
So let's bring in Danny Beckstrom.
Okay. We're going to keep going through these. I got a bunch of these. This storm. Oh, the storm has been coming for us. Really, it's basically done at this point. Like, this has really hit the tail end. I mean, this moment. We're kind of back in time right now. This is all from yesterday.
The storm is set to cause major air travel trouble in the east and beyond. Thousands of flights canceled today and tomorrow. The major airlines already waiving change fees so travelers can change.
Although, while the storm is done, the effects are still left behind. Huge amounts of snow.
Flights
in the streets.
ABC's Mola Lenghi is at Reagan National Airport right now near D.C., where those cancellations, Mola, they just keep rising. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gio. Major disruptions to airlines and airports across the country ahead of this massive winter storm. Ripple effects could be felt through Wednesday. As of this morning, airlines have canceled more than 6,000 flights and counting. Thousands more delayed, and that's expected to jump significantly over the next 24 hours. American Airlines, in particular, suspending all operations at several major airports in the Northeast. New York's LaGuardia Airport, JFK, as well as Philadelphia, beginning this afternoon, lasting through the day on Monday. Also in Boston, starting this evening and running through all of Monday. Of course, all of these time frames are fluid. They are subject to change based on the conditions. Now, throughout the affected region, major airlines tell us they're also preparing by moving planes out of the storm's path so those planes are ready to go once the airports reopen. Also, most airlines waiving those change fees, as you mentioned, for passengers who are available and willing and open to make changes ahead of the storm. So if you're planning on traveling, flying the next couple of days, you might want to contact your airline.
Yes, contact your airlines, everyone. Oh, yes, I'll get right on this. I'll contact my airline. Hello, StreamLord Airlines. Yes, is this storm going to affect us? Oh, no, good, thank you. Although thousands of flights were canceled as a result of this storm. State of emergency called.
Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson, who is live in
Oh,
Bayside.
wow.
And Kimberly, it is bad out there. We can tell.
Yes.
You're right in the middle of a band.
It is. Oh, we're actually we are in the belly of the beast, and what it feels like, guys, is as if you're in a washing machine and you're on the spin cycle with snow and wind. We're on Bell Boulevard, of course, here in Bayside. This is what's supposed to be out here. Essential vehicles, no non-essential vehicles. Right now, it seems most people are taking heed to that. It is me, myself, and I, my photographer, Sean, and John. Look at the sign up here. That's the sign for Bell Boulevard. Sorry, mouth is getting frozen. You can't even see it anymore. If you look up this way, the other way on the boulevard, there's no one out here. It has been a slow build, a crescendo to this moment, and Lee and our entire weather team has been talking about it all night and leading up to the days to this storm. We're really feeling it now. If you look down here, the whiteout conditions, you can see the lights from those emergency vehicles, an ambulance and another car following it there, but that's out. That is it out here. A couple of hours earlier when Neptune Diner was open and people were out here, they were trying to just get out for a little bit because they knew this was
She's
coming.
getting blasted in the face
mom.
by
Listen
the
to what
snow.
she had to say. How's it going? You brought the family out to the diner. Were you...
Look, I appreciate the journalistic effect of the snow, but she's clearly not having a good time.
How's it going? You brought the family out to the diner. Were you concerned about driving right now?
I was a little concerned, but I knew my husband can handle it, so we were good. We had to get them out of the house a bit.
They're driving you nuts.
They totally are, in true boy fashion.
Are you stocked in for the rest of the night and tomorrow morning?
Yes, my pantry's full, my fridge is full, I'm good to go.
Okay, stay safe.
Thank you, you as well.
And again, I'm out here to show you what we...
People leaving their homes against the advisory just get rid of the stir craziness. I get that. Stuck in the house with your family.
Staten Island is another area that could actually see some coastal flooding from this storm. We do have Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore there live in New Dorp with more. Crystal, how's it shaping up over there?
Hi, Sade. Good evening. Well, we were at the Highland Diner when I saw you before, and now we're at the Highland Plaza. And I can tell you, in that short drive across the street, across Highland Boulevard, the roads were definitely slippery. We've been hearing that all evening, and we had a hard time getting over here. But I can say that coastal flooding is not the only issue. Power outages is another concern for a lot of people out here. As you can see behind me, if you look at some of the trees, they're really whipping around right now, and there's plenty of activity, as you can see behind me here with the plows, really getting to work here as the snow ramps up.
It's crazy. I can't believe how much snow is coming down.
Another blast from Old Man Winter.
I just
put some salt in front of my house. I don't even see the salt no more. It's gone.
As heavy snow and cold, blustery winds laid siege across Staten Island and beyond Sunday night, we found residents on Ross Avenue and Highland Boulevard with shovels trying to stay ahead of the storm. At a nearby plaza where plow trucks stayed busy, customers braved the weather for some last-minute essentials around 8:30 p.m., a half hour before a citywide travel ban went into effect.
I'm gonna get some food and hunker down and stay in.
That's exactly what city officials say they want you to do as conditions worsen. Mayor Zoran Mamdani says we could see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
We have activated additional high water rescue teams should flooding grow dire, and DEP will also be inspecting catch basins to make sure that water can drain properly.
2,600 sanitation workers have taken on 12-hour shifts since 6 o'clock this morning, and the mayor says this storm expect to see more emergency shovelers on the ground. The post-snow cleanup is a major concern for Crystal Gonzalez.
She walks with a cane, so for a person that walks with a cane is very hard, you know? So yeah, I hope this time around that they'll clean it properly and that we're more prepared. Because they were not prepared the last time.
No, we weren't.
We couldn't even stand on the bus stop because it was literally overloaded with snow. We had to climb over or sit out on the street. That's not safe.
The mayor says the city is prepared to step in where property owners fall short. To help with the cleanup efforts, a snow day Monday. These students know exactly how they're going to spend it.
Love it, love it.
Okay. Building a snowman. That's right. New York City children had the first snow day in many years. And they've got plans. Oh, they've got plans. Now, while those complaints are technically valid, at least half valid. I mean, the snow, yeah, it was around for a long time and didn't get as it wasn't gotten rid of as perhaps quickly as people would have liked. But a lot of that had to do with the cold, the amount of snow, and the length of the cold. Because it was so cold for a period of time that the salt couldn't melt the snow, and that made it so that there was essentially nowhere to put the snow, right? Unless you were to to bring trucks, like dump trucks, out into the streets and just start loading one load at a time. You know how long that would take? It all needs to melt. Is the only way it goes away, and if it doesn't melt, you're fucked. Just keeps building up and up and up and up. That was the main issue there. It wasn't lack of preparation. It was cruelty of Mother Nature.
From the city of Philadelphia to the Jersey Shore, the suburbs, and the ski resorts as well.
The entire tri-state region is being blanketed in white as blizzard warnings are in effect for much of the region.
And the snow is beginning to pile up on power lines, trees, and roadways as we endure a second wallop of the season from Old Man Winter. Action News found a man getting a jump on shoveling the snow before it piles too high.
Plows are also out as well, trying to clear the roads as we endure the second snowstorm in just 1 month's time.
It is Sunday night. I'm Walter Perez alongside Sarah Bloomquist. The big story in Action News, of course, is the blizzard of 2026.
This historic snowfall is leaving every part of the Delaware and Lehigh valleys covered in white, but the Jersey Shore is experiencing the brunt of this storm. There are also a number of school closings for tomorrow, and that information you can see running right there at the bottom of your screen.
The Action News team is spread out all across the region.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're skipping this one. This one's way too long. Look at all of them, though. Look at all of them. They have 4 on-the-ground reporters, each looking a different amount of cold. I feel like she looks the coldest. First coldest, second coldest. I'm sort of on. These two look almost the same amount of cold. They're tied for third coldest, I think. Third and fourth coldest.
The governor is also reminding New Jersey residents to report power outages to your utility provider. Now, the entire state of New Jersey is expected to see snowfall in this storm.
Let's go live to Action News reporter Brianna Smith in Glassboro, Gloucester County tonight. Brianna.
Walter and Sarah, we've seen a steady snowfall since we arrived here in Glassboro around 4, but what's different now is this strong wind, and you may be able to see the intensity behind me, which greatly reduces visibility and causes power outages. While some consider this a winter wonderland,
I love it. I'll take cold any day of the week. I love the snow. That's why I'm out walking in it.
others are dreaming.
It's cold.
I'll be right back.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm tired of it.
Gloucester County residents could see more than a foot of snow during this severe winter storm, making the sidewalks slippery and roads hazardous.
I'm trying to drive, and I feel like my car is literally going like that.
I know it's not good for driving. I'm a registered nurse at Cooper University Hospital, so, I've seen a lot of people come in from this weather, so my advice would be stay at home.
County leaders say they have a full salt stockpile and crews working around the clock to clear the roads.
A lot of these guys work 16-hour days, so, if they don't hit your street, just be a little patient because, they are out working. It is a big county, but we are working to get everybody, dug out.
Action News saw plows remove a layer of slush on Delsey Drive in Glassboro, as well as the inches of snow on secondary streets like Charles III Drive.
I'm hoping that, they'll be able to shovel out the roads as soon as they can, because, I know the last time it was a little bit messy.
Another concern, power outages. The county is expected to have wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour.
Most importantly, check in on your loved ones. If somebody needs help, don't be afraid to give it to them. This storm could get very ugly very quickly. So I think we just need to buckle down and be ready.
Yeah, and you're taking a live look at Delsey Drive, and you can see that the road is covered in snow. Now, we've seen plows come through and clear the snow, but that just shows you how quickly it is.
Yep, you plow it, you shovel it, and the snow just comes right back. It's been quite an interesting winter, to say the least. All right, let's keep this stream moving. From 6 ABC to CBS New York. Staten Island dad braves the blizzard condition to drive his daughter to work.
Some areas have gotten over a foot of snow right now. One area with 14 inches already on the ground.
Naomi Ruckham standing by in Duncan Hill, Staten Island right now. We knew Staten Island was going to get hard. 14 inches of snow. That's no joke.
Oh, yeah, they did not undersell this one. It is definitely coming down hard, although the wind, at least in this brief moment, has lightened up just a tad. But the flakes, if you can see, are definitely chunkier. They're like those chunky, fun flakes that hopefully mean now that all these kids are out of school, maybe there'll be some sledding once the travel ban is lifted. We've been talking a lot about our parents this morning, especially about our moms, but I want to introduce you to a man I just met, and I'd like to call him the dad of the year. His name is John. He's outside this bodega with us. I said, what are you doing out here? John, why are you out here?
I'm just up a little bit early to take my daughter to work. She's a nurse in Brooklyn on Fort Hamilton Parkway, so I told her if you have to go in, I'll take you in over the bridge and get you there in time. So,
gosh, I mean, those.
I've been here for coffee for her now. So
those essential workers, that's what we've been talking about, the people who really need to be on the roads. And John, you are taking care of getting those essential workers to where they need to go and getting her coffee.
Yes, it's like a ritual when she comes over the house, before work sometimes. So I just stop.
I love how yesterday we did a story about how supposedly the New York accent is dying, and then John's over here keeping it alive big time. I had to take my daughter to work and get some coffee. All of the, all of the
So
things
pick up a nice cup of coffee. She's on her way.
Well, we wish her a good shift and a safe drive to you. How long have you lived in Staten Island?
My whole life. Over 70 years.
Anything like this? Ever seen it before?
I've been through a few because I was an officer with the sanitation department since 1979 up until 2002. So I've been through a few of them, so I understand what's going on out there.
Well, John, thank you so much, and thanks for taking your daughter. Those essential workers, like I mentioned, are really crucial in moments like these.
John keeping the front lines staffed with his own family. Great patriot. A great patriot. I got your New York accent right here. Okay, Gary. Okay, Gary, I hear you. I hear you and I see you. Local dad. Keeping his daughter employed. Over under on this guy having a treaded vehicle? He's gotta have some kind of truck or something. You would assume, going through all of that. One would assume. Yeah, the snow did not stop coming down.
It's been a busy time for our city crews. They spent most of the night driving around the roads trying to clear out streets, but the work does continue as the snow continues to fall down.
And I gotta say, New York City's strongest, undefeated.
Absolutely.
But I think that they've got their work cut out for them. Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel continues our live team coverage from Lower Manhattan. I mean, even from the last time we saw you, it looks like it's heavier now, Jaysha.
Yeah, and this snow, Pedro and Shirley, just has not let up. You can probably tell it's kind of blowing in different directions. The wind can be really intense at times, especially when it's blowing in your face. So it's been continuous all morning, and I know it's kind of hard to tell how much it snowed, right? But just to give you a visual, if you pan down to my feet, I mean, you can see just how deep this snow is. We're in Lower Manhattan this morning. We're off Worth Street right now, and my feet is just sinking into the snow. It's been pretty quiet out here. We're gonna pan to the street so you can take a look. I mean, these plows are coming by every 30 to 40 minutes. They've been doing a really great job, but with it snowing so much, it's just accumulating so fast on the roadways. We haven't seen any people out here. That's the good news. We haven't seen many cars on the roads. That's also good news because there is a travel ban in place until 12 p.m. But I wanna go to some video because although there's no cars on the streets, some New Yorkers are obviously out and about. They're walking their dogs. They want to take a look at all the snow that's been accumulating. We are seeing some power outages. We know over in Rockaways, Queens, power outages about 6,700 out there and 9,800 in New York City total. People were having fun in Central Park earlier. We saw them building snowmen, and so I think when conditions are a little safer, that's the best time to come out and play. You know, Mayor Mount.
The easiest way to see how much snow is out there is these benches, and you can see it's like it is almost like a foot. It's almost like a foot of snow. That is a lot. It's a winter wonderland. I wish I had a dad like him. We all wish we had a dad like him, Melanie. I mean, come on. Willing to brave the blizzard. Make sure you get to work. All right, let's keep talking about this storm. CNN, up next 16 hours ago. Bomb cyclone slams 40 million Americans. Quote unquote, like a hurricane.
What? A powerful and intensifying bomb cyclone slamming the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. More than 40 million people are under blizzard warnings across 11 states, and many of them have declared states of emergency. Some of the worst of it is hitting as I speak. And look at the map. Widespread blizzard conditions are expected across much of the region, including Boston, Providence, Hartford, Connecticut, and the New York City metro area. We're talking snowfall at 2
Zohran
inches per
Mamdani.
hour through 10 a.m. And it's already knocked out power to nearly 400,000 customers in the region. The snow, along with winds,
so quiet,
gusting more than 70 miles per hour. And believe me, we felt it on our way here. It's causing some whiteout conditions out there. More than a foot has already fallen in parts of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. And it's not stopping. Look at that. Officials are pleading with people, please stay inside and off the roads.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. We are asking New Yorkers to avoid all non-essential travel. Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
It's dangerous. This is a very heavy, wet snow. There are incredibly high winds, up to 60 miles per hour.
I fucking hate CNN for so many reasons. But the one thing that really pisses me off, aside from their terrible takes, is the fact they can't get the fucking volume right. Like, I keep having to do ridiculous things to try and get the levels right on these fucking videos. I hate it. CNN is the most consistently, like, too quiet. And it's like they don't have millions of dollars to do this, like, to get this done. Like, there's somehow, like, the idiots over at CNN's social media team can't manage to upload these fucking videos with the proper volume levels, and it is infuriating to me. Because I'm over here working on a shoestring budget, barely paying the bills. Meanwhile, they're over there living the high life, and they can't even get a fucking video uploaded with the right volume. I don't understand what the problem is. Why is it so hard to get the production value up over there, CNN? That's my main question for you. Why do you guys suck so bad at your job? This is literally your job, to upload these videos. And you're doing it bad.
It's gonna stop us. We knew it was still gonna happen. There was a little bit of panic, but I was like, you know what? I know somehow, some way we're gonna make it work.
I go about it the same way, but what happens is, like I said, it's a snowy day, and people haven't seen snow before. So they come to New York City, you know, get good highlights.
I am so ready to be done. It's not even funny. You know, with our first snowstorm that happened a few weeks ago, my flight to Mexico got completely canceled. So I've had enough.
Yes, I think everybody's a little tired of the snow. We've had a great deal of it this year. I feel like I haven't seen the sun now in so long. I don't even know if it exists anymore. But then I come back up to the space station and I'm reminded that it is there, but just not visible down on Earth. All right, let's see if CBS New York can get the levels right on the volume. Is this at 100? Yes, it's at 100. Zohran Mamdani.
Second time since taking office, Mayor Mamdani is facing a major snowstorm.
He joins us now live with an update on how things are going. Mr. Mayor, thanks for taking a few
100 bits. Happy birthday to Manda.
Hey, happy birthday, Manda. I would have missed that message if Megastar hadn't alerted me to it with that sweet bit donation. Much appreciated, Omega. Incredibly generous, and thank you. Also, happy birthday to Manda the Pivot over on Twitch. All right, hold on. Let me start this video again.
Second time since taking office, Mayor Mamdani is facing a major snowstorm.
He joins us now live with an update on how things are going. Mr. Mayor, thanks for taking a few moments. Your overall assessment of where we stand right now.
So we are seeing the first blizzard our city has seen since 2016. And right now, the most up-to-date counts are giving us estimates of between 90 to 21 inches citywide, with certain localized areas up to about 22 inches. As of 5:30 a.m. this morning, the incredible men and women of DSNY had done a first plow of 99.3% of all of our city roads. There's been a shift change since then, and New Yorkers can stay up to date on that through Plow NYC.
Mayor, you decided to close the schools today, no remote learning. When do you think you're going to be able to make a decision about schools tomorrow? Or have you made that decision?
We haven't yet made that decision. We will be communicating that, however, to families as well as students and staff sometime in the afternoon. We're doing everything we can right now to respond to the storm and make sure that we're ready for tomorrow. And as soon as we have that information, we will be sharing that.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is the second storm, you know, in the last 4 weeks. I know you faced some criticism after the first one, and you vowed you were going to do things a little better, a little differently this time around. So what are some of those things that you guys did do differently as you're addressing this storm?
Well, we're first of all looking at everything that worked last time around, starting it from the very first day and then looking to enhance it. Now, the one silver lining here is that unlike with the last storm, where we saw a prolonged cold spell after the storm, which led to snow hardening into ice, what we're seeing now, however, is that we expect temperatures to get into the 40s sometime in midweek. And that will greatly assist the city in melting the snow, as opposed to last time we had literal snow melting operations in every single borough of the city. Now, in addition to what we were doing from the last time around, we've been able to geotag all of our unsheltered bus stops and crosswalks across the city. So DSNY has an active look at when the last time was that we cleaned through these bus stops and these crosswalks so that New Yorkers can get around whenever they can, no matter what mode of transit that they're doing. In addition to DSNY, we've also brought in about double the number of emergency snow shovelers. So through sustained outreach over the last few weeks, we've brought in additional 500, 600 snow shovelers who have been able to clear a first pass, at least, of more than 1,000 crosswalks last night, around 400 fire hydrants, and about 800 to 900 bus stops across the city.
Mr. May, if I could ask you about the dangerous conditions for those who are unhoused, what steps were taken this time around to help those who are not in shelter at this hour?
So a number of things. We have hundreds of outreach workers who are traversing every single one of the 5 boroughs. They've been doing it not just today, but in the days prior. And what they're doing is connecting homeless New Yorkers with shelter and safe haven. We have warming buses, warming spaces, warming sites. These are the repurposing of city infrastructure, whether it's more than 10 schools, whether it's more than 10 health and hospital sites, or whether it's quite literally warming buses and mobile clinical vans that are moving throughout this city. We have at least 15 as of this morning. Now, the importance of this is that homeless New Yorkers, they need to be given a number of different options to come inside. It can't just be a one-size-fits-all approach. So in addition to this, we've also added more than 100 beds to a shelter that we had recently opened up in Upper Manhattan to ensure we have the additional capacity. Now, beyond this, what we've also done is ensure that on our Link NYC kiosks across New York City, there is a list of where all those warming centers are so that homeless New Yorkers, as well as New Yorkers who see someone in need, have a quick and easy way to access that.
And Mayor, final question for you. Just as this storm kind of winds down here over the next couple of hours, do you have any timelines as far as when bans will be lifted, when mass transit back up and running as normal? Any timelines you guys are working on?
So right now we have the travel ban in effect until 12 p.m. and a large part of that is not just the snow, but the combination with 40 to 60 miles per hour and wind gusts and just how hazardous it makes it for driving conditions as well as for New Yorkers who are outside for any other reason. If we have any updates to that, we will be sure to share them, but at this time it does end at 12 p.m. We have our public transit running on a delay at this time. However, they are still up and running with our subways and our trains, and we are looking in concert with the state and MTA to do everything we can to get everything back up to speed as soon as possible.
And Mayor, we know how costly these snowstorms can be and that cleanup that follows. You're in the middle of...
Yes, indeed. Now, you may have heard Zora mention that they were enlisting hundreds of shovelers across the city. Now, that became a huge thing as a result of the comments of the President of the United States. We'll get to that in a second. But before we do, just got a couple more clips of what things are looking like on the ground.
Elijah Westbrook is live at Central Park this morning. Elijah, looks like you have the place to yourself.
That's right. I have the place to myself. The wind is blowing in my face. But look at all of this snow, Mary and Chris. We are in Central Park, right by a tavern on the green. And I mean, you could clearly see this snow at this point is higher than a foot. I want to take you over this way to give you more of an accurate total, if you will, of what we're seeing over here. So this is a park bench, believe it or not. You can see it hasn't been touched. And I'm going to put the ruler in here. Let's see.
Are you sure?
Sure I have it on the
It's hard
right
to
side.
tell from this vantage point. You're just going based upon instinct here. I know this is a park bench. I mean, you can't see it, but it's certainly there.
Let's slowly put it in. Let's keep going. All right, just at about 12 inches, so at a foot. That's how much snow has fallen, at least on this side of town. And we know that there are other parts of Central Park that have about 15 inches of snow. It is quite the morning. Go ahead and take a look at some video we've been gathering throughout the morning. I have to say the vibes have absolutely been positive here in the city. People really just soaking in the weather that we're experiencing at this time. As you know, Chris and Mary, we were down by Times Square. It was a different scene there. Then we slowly made our way over to Central Park. And I want you to take a listen to what some residents and even some tourists we had the chance to talk to are saying about this snowfall.
How does this compare to years prior?
I think recent years, this is a lot more snow, but you know, it's beautiful for now, but I know everybody's ready for it to be done.
Yeah, I see you got the glasses, the ski goggles on, you got the whole outfit ready to go.
Ready.
What is your plan for today? Just gonna...
I'm getting some New York bagels, have some hot chocolate.
So you say you're from Hungary?
Yeah, I'm from Budapest, Hungary. Yeah.
And what do you think of all this snow coming
Yeah,
down?
this is my first time here. I never thought it will be like the movie The Day After Tomorrow, but I have to slide my way to the office now, so.
Oh, okay, so you actually have to work today.
Yeah.
So how was it commuting down to Times Square?
Yeah, I mean, I was just coming right across the street, but it's awesome.
Yeah.
So I never thought like New York will be so empty.
There you go. One last clip here on what people are doing in the streets of New York with this massive storm.
Just as the weather was
snow.
going downhill in Brooklyn,
Yeah.
we saw a man going downhill on skis.
How do you like skiing in New York?
Only comes once every few years, but you got to take advantage when you can.
He had his skis on, his full ski gear, didn't have to buy a lift ticket. I mean, if we're ever looking to do some sort of crowdfunding in New York, we should just sell skiing permits during blizzards.
Ah. Yeah, I guess you'll just have to wait. You'll just have to wait like another decade. All right. Let's get talking about Zoran Mamdani's handling of the snow. Starting off here. From Brooklyn to Brooklyn.
Saul and I were up in Vermont, doing a little, well, very, very little snowboarding because he injured himself. But we went to a, we like to go to escape rooms.
That's really
we like
fun.
to do those together. And
I'm shocked to hear that Sam's son is injury prone or non-athletic. That is shocking news.
we like to go to escape rooms.
That's really
we like
fun.
to do those together, and we're actually quite good. I'm not going to get into it too much, but anyways, and met a guy who had all sorts of like weird Mamdani theories. He had visited New York and was like, I heard Mamdani's not doing good with the shoveling, and like it seems like I was in New York. It seems like there's a lot more immigrants there. Oh my God. And I'm like,
oh God.
First of all, I was shocked because this is something you expect to hear from like maybe like a 65-year-old divorced guy, but this guy was relatively young. I think in his 20s, and
Gives you a sense of what's being pushed to the top of people's feeds and algorithms.
That's the thing, is that there has been such a concerted effort to attack Mamdani. Now, it's not terribly effective in New York City because Mamdani has a direct relationship with the citizens of New York City in a way that most politicians don't have. But outside is fascinating. But here is another. Mamdani made a call, and to say volunteer is the wrong word in my estimation. I think this is part of the confusion. He made a call for people who want essentially a gig job to shovel snow, and the city was going to step up and pay people to shovel areas that don't usually get shoveled, like corners of sidewalks very often don't get shoveled because somebody owns a building or they own a brownstone or something like that, and they shovel just the exact
area
of their apartment building or office building or whatever it is. And at the corners, there's an empty zone. So Mamdani put out this call to pay people for gig work. Frankly, if I wasn't in here, that's something I would have done. I love to shovel for money. That was how I made my first dollars as a kid. But it gets communicated like.
I love that Sam lore story. Honestly, I'm right there with Sam. So, shuffling is a healthy form of exercise. And it's kind of fun.
You're not allowed to just go out with a shovel and shovel.
Illegal.
Like, you can't volunteer to shovel. In other words, do for free without paperwork. Because, of course, Mamdani was like, you got to sign up.
Right.
Like, we're going to pay you. You have to give us your social security number and that type of stuff.
The city can't just Venmo you. I mean, right? It has to be some sort of formalized situation. And but the use of the word volunteer has caused every right-wing outlet to jump on this. That we also covered this last week. They smell blood in the water, they think, because the New York Post has been clipping his scenarios about the budget out of context and claiming that his worst-case doomsday scenario that he's speaking about with the property taxes is what he's proposing, when it's just a leverage point for Hochul.
Yep. And here is Donald Trump. Apparently, they told him there's a good Mamdani talking point here for your SAVE Act. And he drifts, he weaves, and he forgets what he's talking about.
Why would we do this? And they walk in, nobody even asked for, like, do you have an identification? Do you have an ID? It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now. And I heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell? You're not going to help too much, but you can help. And hello, darling, how are you? Noah, right behind you, look.
Hello, darling.
My friend, right? Are you okay? Yes, you. Are you okay? Are you okay? Good.
What?
Good. Are your eyes okay? What? I gave her money to get her eyes fixed. A lot of money to get her eyes fixed. That doctor ripped me off, but that's okay. And when do you go?
I gave her money. Are you wearing glasses?
Well, you get them done. It's an operation, but it's 100%. You know, it's great. Good.
It's 100%.
20/20 vision. She's almost blind, cataracts. She's almost blind. And with one operation that will take a very short period of time, hope you have a good doctor. He's an expensive doctor, top of the line.
He spends a lot of money.
But you know what? You're going to have 20/20
like $1 million.
Because I noticed you're wearing glasses. I saw you yesterday on television wearing glasses, and I said, well, but anyway.
I love how in the middle of this speech, he gets completely sidetracked because he notices a woman that he gave money to for eye surgery supposedly is wearing glasses. He's like, wait, what's going on here? You're wearing glasses, but I gave you money for eye surgery. The math ain't mathing. Sorry, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to this. hate to be rude, but give you a lot of money for some eye surgery. What's up with the glasses, huh? I was talking about Zohran Mamdani, but this is more important. Why are you wearing glasses and yet you have my money for eye surgery? It's very strange. I don't understand. It's like you're stealing from the president. It's like you're stealing from the president.
Right,
It's very illegal.
You know, speaking of your family, it would be a lot different right now, except for the election. So I always say, it's too bad that happened. And if I had it...
That's called staying on message, and you guys you're not operating on his level.
Gonna break a couple of HIPAA laws, and then what was I talking about?
He didn't even get to the point that is the reason everyone brought this up in the first place, which is they want to use it as a attack to say this is why we need voter ID. You're asking.
Oh yes, okay, right, yes.
Yeah.
Right, sorry.
Cataracts.
Yeah, cataracts. Hello, nurse. Missed you over there. How are you doing?
Hello, my friend. No, you.
Hey, I thought, didn't I give you money? It's like, you look a lot.
Where was I talking about?
Like, why? Like, why is it that, like, I feel like this is absolutely a result of, like, Donald Trump one day seeing some woman in public and being like, hey, you know, you'd be much more easy on the eyes. I mean, sexually attractive if, I don't know, you stop wearing glasses. You know, those glasses make you look like some sort of lame Democrat librarian or something. They make you, what I'm saying is they make you look like you read. And I find that very unattractive. And maybe, I don't know, if you're going to be around, you might like to get eye surgery. I don't know, LASIK. They've made a lot of advancements in this eye surgery thing. The lasers. They shoot the laser in your eye. Here's like $50,000. Does that cover it? No? 100,000 then. That's fine. That's fine. See you later. I hope it goes well. And then he's like, wait, what are you doing with the glasses? Glasses, I told you to get surgery. What are you doing here? Ah, disgusting. Why do I have to look at this right now? Horrifying. I'd like to post another teen movie, girls. In I can't have the pre another teen movie reporters hanging around. Okay, it's weird. Has everybody seen that movie? Am I the only one? Because like it was all right. There was a movie called Another Teen Movie. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Prepare yourself. So yeah, there was a movie called Another Teen Movie, which made fun of the trope in many teen movies of the era that you take one woman who's already objectively attractive but wears glasses and her hair up in a ponytail, and you remove the glasses, and all of a sudden, oh my God, she is so hot. Oh my God, it's incredible. Oh, how did that happen? That's crazy. That's it. What did you do?
This is ridiculous.
All right, let's stay on topic. Now I'm getting sidetracked. See, now I'm not focused.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is facing heat
Oh,
from
good.
many
We've got
on the
Robbie.
right for requiring
Yes.
residents,
Thank God.
excuse me, not the president.
Good job, Robbie. You've already screwed up. You've already screwed up. Is that how you make the big bucks over here so you can buy skinny ties and pocket handkerchiefs?
The residents of the city to show multiple forms of identification to become an emergency snow shoveler.
Now, New York City is facing a second snowstorm in
Oh.
less than a month. And
Oh, I love how Robbie thinks he's won. He's like, look how smarmy. Look at his
now,
smarmy
New York
face.
City is
Look at the smarm. Oh, yeah, Robbie's like, it's hilarious. Multiple forms of ID to shovel snow. Oh, Robbie is so funny. Now, of course, you know, if you don't show multiple forms of ID, you would be like working under
Illegal.
the table and basically usurping tax law. I don't know if Robbie is familiar with that, but if you don't, you know, give somebody like your social security number and stuff, then can't apply the correct payroll taxes and such. And that would be, in fact, a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
Robbie's very stupid, though, so you're going to have to excuse him and his smarmy face.
Mayor Mamdani, thanks so much for joining us. The storm is New York City's 9th snowiest since 1869. Earlier today, there were reports of some power outages in some parts of your city. What can you tell us about that, and has anyone been hurt in this storm to your knowledge?
So it's a real pleasure to be on, Jake, and I can just start with the power outages. So we were alerted to the fact about 10,000 New Yorkers lost power, mostly concentrated in the Rockaways, and this time about 8,000 of them have recovered that power. We sent out emergency personnel to inspect the conditions, as well as opened up 3 warming centers to ensure that for any New Yorker who was without power, they had a place to stay warm and to stay safe. Because as you said, this is one of the largest amounts of snowfall the city has ever received. This is the first blizzard since 2016, and citywide we saw about 19 to 20 inches. There were parts of New York City, like eastern Staten Island, we saw
Look at all
24
this snow.
inches of snow.
Excuse me. Look at all the snow people over here. All the New Yorkers getting creative.
Thankfully, that snow has come to an end at this time, and now it's a question of response. And I can tell you that we don't have any indications that anyone has lost their life.
Although, seeing as that they're in Times Square, they're probably not New Yorkers.
And now it's a question of response, and I can tell you that we don't have any indications that anyone has lost their life as a result of this blizzard. We have been using every tool we have to try and get homeless New Yorkers inside over the course of this snow, where they can be safe and they can be warm.
The storm's also, of course, having a major impact on air travel. The last flight to depart New York's LaGuardia Airport was a Southwest Airlines flight to Nashville at 8:19 p.m. last night. Do you have a sense of when airlines might feel it will be safe to resume travel?
I can't tell you an exact time. I can just tell you that we're going to be using every tool that we have to make sure that it is safe to travel, whether by air, whether by bus, whether by train, whether by bike, or whether by foot or by car. And frankly, we're very lucky here in New York City that we have the incredible men and women of the DSNY, our Department of Sanitation. I began my day today with them at around 6:30 a.m. seeing their Blade Runner 2.0 system, where they showed me that by 5:30 a.m. this morning, they had hit more than 99% of our city's streets with a first plow attempt. And that continues through the day as they have 2,500 hardworking men and women on every single 12-hour shift. Right now, actually, there will be about more than 2,000 who are returning from a shift, more than 2,000 about to go on another shift.
Your city's urgently hiring emergency.
Honestly, I watched this and I felt like CNN and Jake Tapper were looking for ways to attack Zohran Mamdani. It was wild. It's not shocking because Jake, apparently he's, his book, he's not on his book tour anymore. So now he's got to attack the left.
Snow shovelers to help remove snow and ice from public areas, offering people $30 an hour. House Republicans are criticizing you for requiring workers to bring multiple forms of identification to sign up for that job. They tweeted, quote, "Let's get this straight. In Zohran Mamdani's socialist utopia, it takes 2 forms of ID to shovel snow, but no ID to vote. Make it make sense," unquote. What's your response to that, sir?
Well, here in New York City, we follow the law, and it's federal law to require certain forms of identification in order for someone to actually be paid for this kind of a job. And so that's what we're asking for, 2 forms of identification. It's a long-standing city program. It's a long-standing city policy. And thanks to the hard work of DSNY, they've expanded their capacity for how many New Yorkers they can supervise at a time, now up to 1,800 per shift. And so these hardworking men and women who've signed up over the course of the last few days and last few weeks, they've joined the work that sanitation has been doing, and they're clearing crosswalks, bus stops, fire hydrants, helping our city get back on its feet.
President Trump today briefly brought up the snow shoveling situation in your city. Take a listen.
It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now. And I heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell? You're not going to help too much, but you can help.
President actually praising you in there for being nice while kind of dismissing your snow shoveling plan. Have you talked to him at all about the storm, if you need federal assistance? How often do you talk or text with him?
You know, I will keep those conversations private. However, what I will tell you is that the conversations that I have had in the past with the president, including that at the Oval Office, as he had shared right after, we're always focused on New York City and how we can make sure that we are actually helping New York City. And frankly, this emergency snow shoveler program is one that allows every single sanitation worker to be on the plows, to be on the salt spreaders, to get this city back up and running. It's why they've been able to disperse about 50 million pounds of salt. And then these snow shovelers are the ones who supplement the work, frankly, of the department. And what we've seen is here in New York City, as is the law, property owners have to clear the sidewalk in front of their property. They have to clear the crosswalk that's abutting them. And yet there were about 4,000 violations in the last storm of this. Our interest, frankly, is not in issuing violations, it's in finding compliance. And so this is also work to assist in that.
Well,
$30 to $45 an hour for shoveling. Communism.
China. China. I have to have my China.
They should have played the whole thing. We should have let him ramble on about that woman's glasses. I know they should have. You can't expect CNN to be as good as the Majority Report, okay? You can't even expect them to be as good as GNN, all right? And I've got a smaller budget than both of those shows. All right, let's see. All right, yes, we're going to move on from the snowstorm to other environmental related stuff here. Of course, I'm replacing the Sunday Fun Day show with today, so we're going to be doing a few Sunday Fun Day type videos, like talking about climate change and things people are doing that might actually be good for the climate, for the planet. Now, this one's a happenstance. This is an accidental environmental boon for the planet. Cubans are being forced to innovate in the way of power as a result of the U.S. blockade on oil. As a result, solar panels are popping up absolutely everywhere.
These workers in Havana, Cuba, are hoisting solar panels onto rooftops under the hot sun. Demand for alternative energy like solar has increased as the country grapples with a worsening fuel crisis. That's since the US moved to restrict oil shipments to Cuba, including from key supplier Venezuela. Installer Raydel Cano said both homes and businesses have been adopting solar to deal with power outages.
Se ha incrementado la demanda, la solicitud de los clientes.
Demand has increased, customer requests have been growing, and because of the increase in demand for electricity, due to power outages in Cuba and all that, and in private businesses due to the power consumption plans they have to comply with, they have been forced to install panels so as to not exceed those plans and to save a little electricity.
También ahorrar corriente. Y en las casas los particulares.
Now, I know this isn't technically an environmental story, but at the same time, it is. You know, like, and honestly, this is the best outcome you could have from what's happening right now to people in Cuba, is if they could get their energy grid onto the solar, you know, switch people over to that, it would be hugely beneficial, honestly, not just to the planet, but to the people of Cuba. And they have a history of adapting you know, in ways to these sorts of blockades, U.S. Western embargoes, things of that nature. And honestly, it's kind of good to see them doing this here, you know? Like, I was like, hey, look at this. Silver lining. All right, let's go across the Atlantic, all the way to the Alps, where, of course, the Olympics have been going on, and tourists have been flocking. However, a terrifying moment was caught on camera when an avalanche slammed into a passenger train in the Swiss Alps.
Like a normal one? Uh-oh. Are we gonna be okay? Let's get on the other side. Uh-oh.
That would be terrifying. They're lucky that the freaking, like, the glass didn't shatter. Oh my god. Just like you're slowly watching impending doom. That was right there with that little kid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. I believe everybody survived this incident, but it caused I think it caused the train some problems and people to be delayed. I think everybody was fine though. Pretty sure. All right. Now let's go to all the way down to Antarctica. I've done these in the wrong order. I've done this in the wrong order, and that's all my fault. How did this happen? Pretend like we didn't even watch that last video. Let's go to the Antarctic, where a first ever occurred on camera.
What?
That's right, this is the first time a shark has ever been caught on camera in the Antarctic. What does this mean? It's a question I've been asking ever since I saw this video. It's probably bad. I could be wrong. I do feel it's bad. Here's why. The Antarctic, while it's less studied than the Arctic, there's been plenty of cameras down there for a very long time. People have been hanging out, doing studies. There's scientific research camps, stuff like that, right? So this is not like just like some undiscovered Antarctic shark species, at least from what I can tell, and is rather a shark that shouldn't be here, that is here. Which to me suggests at least one of a number of things, but that this shark felt comfortable to come to the Antarctic when it probably shouldn't have, essentially. I mean, it could be the fact that the waters are warming. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I'm just making just connections. I did get the sense that it could be global warming related, but once again, this is a singular event. Hard to pin down exactly. It could be traveling. It could be following some sort of food source, a pot of fish, whatever it might be. That said, its food sources should be also staying in the same places, essentially. And so, like, I don't know. It's just not. It's probably not good. And, while we're talking about melting Antarctic ice, we should go back up to the Arctic, to Greenland. See how sled dog. What do you call it? Sledders? Greenlandic sledders, dog sledders, are dealing with the changing climate and the receding of the Greenlandic ice. I remember when we used to drive dog sleds on the ice. You'd feel without limits the whole way. The world's longest and widest highway. Back then, I felt very happy. But now, there is no thirsty. I feel like it is the face of Greenland, the dog sledding. And I feel that we are losing a large part of our culture. That scares me. A lot has changed. Is what will come next. Sometimes we feel.
This glacier inside the fjord, it has retreated 40 kilometers back. So this is causing
40 kilometers.
Some of the lands are sinking, like Maldives. When it's melting that fast, everybody is going to feel that it's melting so fast.
What is the solution? I think a lot about how we treat the earth. When I started this small company, I think the most important thing is that we must teach children. If we don't start with them, we cannot do anything. There we go, a warning from a Greenlandic dog sledder. The fast changing climate, which is disrupting livelihoods across the planet. And it's native people like that, people who continue to live, on the land, if you will, in the old ways. They're the first ones to notice. They always are the first. They're the first ones to notice these sorts of changes. Because they're the first ones to be affected by it in most cases. You know, we're sheltered from these sorts of changes in our environments because of the interconnected nature of the global supply chain, right? Like, we get our food regardless of whether we have enough water to grow it where we live, whether or not there's enough wildlife in our backyard to, cook and eat, or enough fish in our streams and ponds, right? Turn into sushi or fish sticks, whatever's your fancy. All right. Shit. All right, I think we gotta take another break here. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. And I said I would probably take another break around here. We skipped one already. Seems fair that we take at least one more break. I am trying to get through as much stuff as and we made great progress. So I'll say that much, chat. We skipped a break, but we blasted through that. But we like more than doubled the number of videos we'd watched up to that point. So I can feel good about that. But I still got a hell of a lot left to talk about. Still some environmental news to talk about, a bunch of space news, then a buttload of Earth news. I actually kept the U.S. half really short when you think about it in comparison to other streams as of late. It's been taking up like 6 hours a day lately. And we're not even at 6 hours and we're already mostly through the environmental half. Why is everybody crying? Because of that last video? Yeah, no, it's rough. It's rough. This is why we need each other. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everyone, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you.
Subscribed for 2 months. Hey, waving hand emoji.
Thank you for the resub over there, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Yes. While you're at it, while you're following and subscribing over there, people, do consider contributing, like Nightlight Plushy Jesus over on Twitch. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. We got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We also have a throne if you'd like to have your donations show up in the form of physical gifts at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. A lot of great benefits, so many of them, I'm just going to recommend that you go into my description /about pages on YouTube and or Twitch. Find out what lies in store over on Patreon by clicking the links. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Alrighty, everybody. The break is over. And the fourth half of the stream is about to begin immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Did you jump up?
Alright, Space Vams, here we are once again, fourth half about to begin. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about any galactic content goals tonight. Even if we had had one, we've already had enough donations to have completed one. It's very strange. I remember setting out on the stream thinking, probably be, a slightly lower than normal money-making day, and I was fine with that because of what happened on Sunday. And yet that's not what happened. I'm confused. I'm still confused about that. But I appreciate all of you. Alright, we're getting back to talking about the environment. And while we're talking about ice melting, we should talk about the Winter Olympics and whether or not it can actually survive the climate crisis for much longer. France 24.
Time now for our Down to Earth segment, and this week we're looking at the Winter Olympics, with this year's edition underway in northern Italy against a backdrop of climate change and rising temperatures, casting a shadow over the future of the Winter Games. Our environment editor Valerie de Kemp joins me here in the studio. Hello, Valerie.
Hi, Nat.
The Winter Olympics, Valerie, they rely heavily on snow, so there were concerns that the Italian Alps wouldn't have enough of it before the start of the Games. What's the situation now?
Well, the main venues were blessed, to say the least, with heavy snowfall right before the Games started. But high temperatures above average in the lead up to the opening ceremony had organizers on the edge of their seats. Cortina d'Ampezzo is situated 1,800 meters, which would traditionally guarantee snow. But climate change is, of course, being felt across mountain regions, and the Alps are no exception. Snowfall there has dropped by a third in over a century. Cortina d'Ampezzo also hosted the Winter Olympics in 1956, and since then, average February temperatures have climbed by 3.6 degrees Celsius. So we're now 70 years later, and according to organizers, artificial snow will account for 85% of snow at the Games.
3.5 Celsius degree increase in average temperature in Cortina, the place where the Olympics were held this year. In 70 years, since the last time they held it there. It was 1956. 3.5 degrees. That's insane. It's wild. In a geological timeline, that's nothing. It's a blip. 70 years? The planet is multiple billions of years old. 70 years is fuck all. For it to change that drastically in that period of time should be, everyone should understand just how dramatic that really is. Now, the future Olympics, while we're talking future Olympics, the future Olympics are supposed to be held in the French Alps in 2030.
As these games wind down, all eyes will soon shift to the next host, the French Alps. I talked to the president of that organizing committee, who talked to me about a new vision for the games that actually started here in Italy. The French Alps organizing committee president, Edgar Gros-Piron, told me that Italy demonstrates the venues don't have to be close together. When the Olympic handover officially goes to the French Alps, there will be a new vision where Olympic facilities can, in some cases, be hours apart.
The concept where we go a little bit further to find facilities, slopes, and where we can have the best or the most.
Yeah, and the reason why they have to go further to do all of these things is because of the thing we were just talking about. Right? It's literally the reason. Because they can't manage to do all this in the same place because they don't have enough snow. Yes, the Fralps. Exactly, Donut. The Fralps. It's Happy Mars Day on the East Coast. Is it? Mars Day? Fascinating. Fascinating. Somehow I was not up on that. Shocking. If anybody would have space news that's news to me. Appreciate that. Also, what's up with your username? User UE5YW6ZB9K? It's a little, somewhat of an unwieldy username, I gotta say. Hard to say all of that, just to respond. Mars Day is Tuesday. Right, yeah. And on the East Coast, it is already Tuesday, so technically correct. All right, let's go to uplifting story. How's that sound? To Senegal in Africa, where they have somehow cut traffic in half. My God, how did they do that? Someone explain to me this feat, this great feat.
New traffic lanes, not for cars, but for a fleet of e-buses. It now takes half as long to travel across Dakar. With tickets costing between 60 and 80 euro cents, passengers welcome the new service. With other means of transport, it takes at least 2 hours to get from Dakar city to the end of the line. And another benefit is that you feel safe on this bus. The new service is really useful because...
Well, look at that. Senegal taking a page from Zoran Mamdani. Making buses fast, well, not free, but fast and very inexpensive. Solving some problems here.
Cuts the journey times. And that's really important. The electric buses are better than cars that run on diesel or petrol. There's also air conditioning in the bus and plenty of room. Dakar's ambitious Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT project, is a public-private partnership supported with international funding. After 5 years of construction, the first e-buses were launched in 2024. The fleet now numbers 121 and connects Dakar's 14 communes. It's already had a positive effect. Now many people are leaving their cars behind to take the bus and avoid the traffic jams. This is a step towards a better infrastructure in our country.
Communist buses. All right. I'm going to keep this puppy moving, if you will. Let's move it along.
China!
All the way
I
to
have to have
China.
my China.
Where they have been making huge leaps and bounds in their technological progress as it relates to renewable resources, something that we've been talking about recently. For a little while, actually. We've been talking about how China's actually been doing quite well and increasing their renewable energy mix by leaps and bounds, making countries like the United States look like we're going backwards. Oh wait, we are going backwards.
I did
Never mind.
everything right and they indicted me.
Never mind, we are going
We are
backwards.
back,
I forgot.
And we are joined now by Assad Razouk, CEO of Gurin Energy, a renewable energy company, and host of the Angry Clean Energy Guy podcast. Assad, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Emma. It's a pleasure.
Really happy to have you here to talk about this pretty incredible news about China basically being able to grow at this rapid pace, but also successfully decarbonizing. Last week, Carbon Brief published this analysis showing that China's carbon dioxide emissions fell by 1% in the final quarter of last year, which means when you add it up with the rest of the quarters of last year, it indicates that China's CO2 emissions have fell overall in 2025. What? And this matches with other trends showing their emissions flatlining or falling. Talk about the
Balenciaga is Balenciaga in the files?
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I think it's safe to assume that literally every fashion brand is Epstein adjacent, right? Like, I think it's at least like either like Epstein adjacent or like Jean-Luc Brunel adjacent, like any of these fuckwits. Like, I mean, really. They all seem to know them. Like, they all seem to be working together on whatever else. But I would point this out. I'm just going to point this out. We're going to go back. Since we're talking about this, I don't actually know whether or not they are in the files or not, but I would like to point this out. Let me just go back to this video. Where did this guy go?
New traffic lanes, not for cars, but for a fleet of e-buses. It now takes half as long to travel across Dakar.
I'd like to point out that this man is not wearing a Balenciaga shirt. It's Balenciaga, okay? Okay, it's a knockoff. So, you know, it's knockoff Epstein files. It's been an exploitative business from the start. Yeah, that's a great point, Violet. Like, it's like, regardless of, like, the Epstein files, like, yeah, fashion has been exploitative in so many ways over the years. Especially as it relates to, like labor practices, right? And like, basically, like, slavery and, like, sweatshops and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, the Chinese don't really mess around, you know, and I've seen this over 15 years. It's all previewed and they then just deliver. So if you go back to the history of their decarbonization, it started with a war on pollution, but then it was enshrined in the Communist Party constitution back in 2017 as under ecological civilization. And it wasn't coming out of nowhere. It came from the fact that in the early 2010s, they routinely had 80,000 riots per year about pollution. And so if you're the Communist Party governing China, that is an attack potentially on your legitimacy. And the reaction has been to enshrine this ecological civilization concept into their constitution and then move their entire economy to deliver on what they said they were going to do. So they said, I think that President Xi Jinping said in 2020 that they will cap emissions by 2030. And as you can see, they usually don't like to miss their goals, and they like to be a few years early, and that's what they delivered. And it's very consequential because it takes away many arguments against decarbonization, because of course, not only are they still growing, but they are dominating the space because they're number one in solar deployment, wind deployment, offshore wind deployment, electric cars, then the manufacturing of solar panels, wind turbines. I mean, you name it. They're number one globally as a machine. And it's all geared towards that ecological civilization enshrined in their constitution.
Can you speak a little bit about the arguments that you mentioned that have been used to basically say that decarbonization and electrifying your economy isn't incompatible with economic growth?
Yeah, these are cheap arguments, to be honest, because they have no basis in fact, really. The thing is that we have built, I mean, we had good reasons to do so, but since the Industrial Revolution, we built a fossil fuel electricity system, which is remarkably wasteful and destructive. And, you know, order of magnitude, you put in, whatever you put in, basically 2/3 of it is wasted before you get any useful energy. Whereas when you electrify, almost 100% of what you use is usable energy. Not only that, your footprint, your environmental footprint is massively lower. I mean, orders of magnitudes of something like 1/1000th of the environmental footprint of a fossil fuel economy, and so on. However, you know, you can understand where these arguments are coming from, because you've had a fossil fuel, you know, industry that's gotten very wealthy over 100 years. It's got a lot of money. It buys a lot of airtime and whatever. And it pollutes not only does it pollute our air, but it also pollutes the waves, the airwaves, so to speak. So.
Right. It pollutes the conversation.
Exactly.
And can you speak a little bit about how, you know, you mentioned how China's long-term planning has led them to this moment, and that's something obviously that the United States completely lacks. It is a completely unstable political system, I should say, political system here. Biden does the Inflation Reduction Act, does some sort of like infrastructure bill, and then Trump comes in just 2 years later, scraps the entire thing. So there's no long-term planning here in the United States. And when you compare that to the targets that China has set out, I mean, like, their investment in high-speed rail and infrastructure also allowed them to advance green energy, because you can quickly transport materials and energy, and it's a big part of why this massive country has been able to electrify so quickly.
Yeah, and the fact is, the United States needs to be taking lessons from China, right? Just like China, the United States is vast in size. And the fact is most of our big cities are disconnected from one another, or they're connected through very old and rapidly aging, especially as it relates to the existing technology out there, rapidly advancing technology. You know, Amtrak systems are looking ancient as fuck at this point, just so old, and we're just not doing any infrastructure investment on a federal level. We're kind of doing the exact opposite under Donald Trump. Just redirecting those funds towards people like himself and other billionaires. We absolutely need that shit right now. We can't continue to rely on highways getting us everywhere. It's slow and it's inefficient and it's bad for the environment. All right, let's keep this moving. We know we've been talking about this issue for long enough. I don't think we need that whole video. But I found it fascinating that we had Majority Report talking about this now, too. It feels good to not be the only one. It feels good to not be the only one saying this. All right, now to some Sunday Funday action. To Japan. I meant to do this story yesterday, but we were rudely interrupted by my internet going down. Rude. Thankfully, we can just do this today. One monkey has taken over the entire internet. That's right. W's in chat for a monkey named Punch. Who's winning hearts.
Meet Punch. The
All over
6-month-old
social
Japanese
media.
monkey was abandoned by his mother at birth, but zookeepers stepped in, caring for him day and night by hand. And his surrogate mom? A plushy orangutan that is now his safe place and a stand-in for his mother's fur. Punch's story went viral, with many both on and offline cheering him on. Now he is slowly joining the troop, but still clings to his stuff.
So ridiculously
Well, a
cute.
baby
when I saw
monkey in
this.
Japan is melting hearts around the world, and it's all thanks to a tiny stuffed toy. There you go. Meet Punch, a Japanese macaque born last summer at the Ishikawa City Zoo. After being abandoned by his mother, Punch was raised by zookeepers and then provided with a plushie, which
my
serves as a
God.
surrogate mother. Now, photos of Punch clutching the orange orangutan stuffy have gone viral, obviously drawing millions of views, even donations to support his care. Now reunited with his troop, Punch still carries the toy and is drawing big crowds as fans follow his growth.
The way this little monkey just brings around his little stuffed animal absolutely everywhere is maybe one of the cutest things I've seen all year. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is so damn cute. It's just... You win. You win.
Drawing big crowds as fans follow his growth.
How rude!
ニホンザルの赤ちゃんは生まれてからすぐにお母さんの体にしがみついて
Baby Japanese macaques immediately cling onto their mother's body after birth to build muscle strength. They also get a sense of security through holding on to something. However, because he had been abandoned, Punch had nothing to grip onto. We tried several options to give him something to hold. We rolled towels into various thicknesses to find something easy to grasp and let him try holding different stuffed toys. This soft toy has quite long fur and several easy places to hold, and it looks like a monkey. We thought that it looking like a monkey might help Punch integrate back into the troop later on. That's why we chose it.
今回パンチの本当のお母さんは
On this occasion, Punch's mother was quite young and she was giving birth for the first
さら
time.
にすごい7月だったので日本の7月
On top of that, it was July. Japan gets extremely hot in July and was really scorching under the sun, so she became fairly exhausted.
精一杯という感じでした最近もう日を増す
Recently, he's been spending less time with the stuffed toy, but day by day, and he's been interacting with the other monkeys.
このままいけば順調に少しずつ
If things carry on like this, I think he's likely to blend into the troop, little by little. And I think there will come a day when he no longer needs his stuffed toy. Well, that's a sweet story. I think it's great to know. I mean, like, it's super cute that it's got the monkey, but also I totally support it, just becoming a real regular monkey that doesn't have a stuffed animal, right? Like that's the optimal situation for it to just become a part of the troop. To have a normal monkey life. Although I'm not gonna lie, I kind of, in the back of my head, am hoping for like some sort of Pixar situation to happen, and for that monkey, the stuffed monkey, to turn into a real monkey, or like to just like become animated and start like dancing and singing and something like that. Kind of, like, the back of my head, I'm kind of hoping for that. All right. Let us do some space news. Which one do I do? I gotta pick. Or do I have to pick? Actually, let me think. How much time? Actually, we're fine. We can do both of these. We're gonna do both of these space news stories. First, let's talk about the first manned moon mission in 50 years. The Artemis II. A NASA space mission which is intended to go to the other side of the moon. Which everybody's been super excited about. And by everybody, I mean some people.
Now, more than 50 years after humans last travelled to the moon, NASA has now set a date for sending astronauts, this time, though, to fly around it. The Artemis II mission has been scheduled to launch on the 6th of March after its 98-metre tall rocket successfully completed final tests. The spacecraft will lift off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for a 10-day voyage around the far side of the moon, the part we never actually get to see, then back to Earth again. We can speak to Sean Cleven, our spacecraft engineer at Airbus, who's been working on the European part of the Orion spacecraft. Welcome to you. Great to have you with us. Tell us about the work that you're doing and how it's going to play into this.
Yeah, so I'm working for Airbus out here in Germany, and we're building the European Service Module. Now, that is the module that sits behind the crew module on the Orion spacecraft. So it's a really crucial part of the Orion spacecraft, and in fact, those astronauts can't get to the moon without us. We've got the propulsion system on board, a big engine that actually pushes Orion to the moon. We've got all of the consumables on board that the astronauts need to survive, and then obviously big solar arrays that are generating all the power that the spacecraft needs. So really, it's a crucial part of the mission that we're part of.
Oh, that's incredibly exciting. So many hands involved in this historic launch. Supposedly coming up so quickly. Now, of course, we here at the Galactic News Network have been talking about some of the problems with this vessel. I mean, there's been multiple issues, including serious concerns from former NASA engineers relating to the heat shield. You know, the thing intended to keep the astronauts from literally cooking inside of the capsule. It's actually a fairly important part of the spacecraft. I don't know if you know that. People are very concerned about that. Also, it had a fuel leak last week, which we talked about. So really, everything has been going wrong with the Artemis mission, and some people have been suggesting that it would be irresponsible for it to go to space. And it's apparently suffered a major setback.
What? You talking about?
Yeah, I know. It's shocking. ABC News 2 days ago.
NASA's mission to the moon suffers a major setback. NASA today revealing its Artemis II rocket experienced a, quote, unexpected development involving the rocket's flow of helium, which is required for launch. NASA says it's taking steps to address the issue as soon as possible. ABC's Andrew Dimbert is here with more. Andrew, what do we know about this helium issue, and what does it mean for the actual mission?
Yeah, well, think of it this way. It's one small step backwards in NASA's approach and big leap forward for mankind here. The Artemis II rocket, poised to carry astronauts around the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, now faces a potential delay after engineers detected a problem with a critical launch system. NASA says overnight monitoring revealed an interruption in that helium flow you mentioned, Ike, which is inside the rocket's upper stage. This helium system is crucial to getting the spacecraft off the ground. Teams at the Kennedy Space Center are now preparing for the possibility of rolling this massive space launch system and Orion capsule back to the vehicle assembly.
Yeah, by the way, that's bad. Okay, if it's not clear, that's super bad. If it only gets part of the way off of the, if it doesn't manage to clear the atmosphere, right? Like if it manages to get up in the air to some degree, but then does not, you realize what happens, right? Like everybody dies. Like, I hate to be morbid, but that's literally what would happen. Because the main capsule would not detach from the rocket body, because the rocket body, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's like a step process, like all these things happen in a process. And if you don't clear the atmosphere, the rocket body does not release itself from the main capsule. Therefore, everything is, you're basically just, all your astronauts are at the end of a very large bomb that's hurtling its way back to Earth. So bad. So basically everything imaginable. You got fuel leaking. You got fuel systems acting erratically, and you have a broken, potentially inadequate heat shield. And they're still talking about wanting to launch it by first week of March. It's insanity. But of course we have a billionaire, Elon bro. A literal billionaire Elon, like a literal billionaire and friend of, a personal friend of Elon is in charge of NASA now. So if anything, they're just trying to run it into the ground. I would hate to be one of the astronauts that's supposed to go up in that thing right now. I'll tell you that much. Even with all the repairs that need to be made to this space station, I would not want to be going in that thing. Ay, ay, ay. All right, and more space news. Let's talk about this situation. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lot of weird stuff happening over the last week. Ever since Barack Obama went on to the podcast of dark money funded Brian Tyler Cohen. Oh, everybody's been talking about it. Aliens. Are they real? What is going on?
Now to tonight's social story, where we post 3 stories on our social media and you decide what we cover. Today's choices: aliens are real, President's Day deals, intermittent fasting study. So with 39% of the vote, you voted for aliens are real. So we're going to talk about it. Former President Obama going viral for his comments on extraterrestrial encounters. In an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen over the weekend, the former president got some attention when he proclaimed that aliens are real.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
Okay, so he is clearing things up, saying in a post on Instagram that, quote, statistically, the universe is so vast that the odds are good.
I feel like Barack Obama knows perfectly well that that's exactly what everyone's been saying since like Independence Day. Like for like the last 30 years, that's literally what everyone's been saying. Okay? And Barack knows that. He's seen the movie. Let's be real.
There's life out there somewhere. But the distances between solar systems are so great that the chances we've been visited by aliens is low. Astrophysicist and ABC News contributor Hakeem Oluseyi joins us now for more. Hakeem, it is great to see you.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. We're going to keep this moving. We don't need all of this. Now, in the wake of this bombshell interview, Donald Trump had some comments on the things
Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
Classified information.
He made a big mistake.
Illegal.
He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of
trouble and declassify it. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump did this to protect Barack Obama, which would be a strange sort of departure from Donald Trump's entire life. But literally one day later, or less than one day later, Donald Trump, or I guess it was about it was like a day. Around a day later, Donald Trump literally directed the Pentagon to release the UFO files.
Yeah!
President Donald Trump says the truth may be out there about aliens, and he wants the Pentagon to find the file. He says he's directing the Pentagon and other government agencies to identify and release files related to extraterrestrials and UFOs because of, quote, tremendous interest. Trump made the announcement in a social media post Thursday night. It came hours after he accused former President Barack Obama of disclosing classified information when Obama recently suggested in a podcast interview that aliens were real.
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake.
The president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
President Obama later clarified that he had not seen evidence that aliens had made contact with us, but said, quote, statistically, the universe is so vast that the odds are good that there's life out there. And
I see. Thank you. Thank you, Barack. That's much more clear. That's much more clear. And yet I still have questions.
See what he wants to... President Donald Trump is demanding the files be released in full. That is, of course, all government files related to extraterrestrial...
Yeah, I love how they started it off that way. The files. Which files? Which files? Oh, not those files. I see. Like in any other situation, this would be why like everybody would be talking about this, but like, but because of the fact that like these are not the important files that everybody wants released, literally nobody cares, including me. I'm just like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Where are the Epstein files, Trump?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Where are those files?
Life and unidentified aerial phenomena. It comes after former President Barack Obama said aliens were real.
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information.
Obama did not actually give out classified information in the interview in question.
Are aliens real?
Yeah, of course it wasn't classified. Are you kidding me? Like, it wasn't. He just said, there's probably aliens, but I've never seen one. How is that classified? Classified. Knowing what Barack Obama hasn't seen is top secret. Even the Pentagon weighed in. Secretary Pete Hegseth.
3 days ago, President Trump directed you to begin the process of identifying and releasing the UFO and UAP files. I mean, did you ever think that you would be the Secretary of War in charge of potentially declassifying extraterrestrial life to the American people?
I did not. I did not have that on my bingo card at all.
And are you prepared to do that now?
Of course. I mean, we've got our people working on it right now. I don't want to oversell how much time it will take, right? We're digging in. We're going to be in full compliance with that executive order, eager to provide that for the president. So there'll be more coming on that as far as the process of what we'll do.
And what sort of time frame? Do you have any sense for how long this is going to take?
I don't have a time frame for you yet, but stand by. We'll get it.
Stand by. We'll get you one. Oh, exciting. We're going to get a time frame on when we're going to get the files. Wow. That's better than the Epstein files. Although I don't have any more confidence in old Keg's breath than I do in Pamela Joe or Kash Patel. Now we're talking about the Department of Defense or Offense, whatever it's called. We should talk about what sort of ideology the Pentagon is embracing.
Tonight, Pete Hegseth is again facing scrutiny after inviting a self-described Christian nationalist to deliver a prayer service at the Pentagon. Pastor Doug Wilson is the co-founder of a growing network of churches that Pete Hegseth is a part of. He believes that women should not be allowed to vote, that some slave owners were decent human beings, and that society should be governed by a strict interpretation of biblical law, where homosexuality, for example, is a crime. Now, Wilson gave a 15-minute sermon at the Pentagon's auditorium, which was broadcast on the department's internal TV network and confirmed by the Defense Department on social media. His sermon focused on putting Christ, Jesus, first. I guess he calls himself a paleo-Confederate, something.
Okay, this guy is a complete psycho. Listen to some of these. Wilkins wrote in his pamphlet this of Southern slavery as it was. A pamphlet that he wrote that apparently he's like he was giving out to people, entitled Southern Slavery as It Was. He wrote, quote, "Slavery produced in the South a genuine affection between the races that we believe we can say has never existed in any nation before the war or since." Ah, fascinating. Slavery actually created a genuine affection between the races. That's one of the most idiotic, like baby brain things I can imagine somebody saying.
You're a little baby.
We don't need any more. We honestly don't need any more. Although some people at this table tried to defend it. I was beside myself. I could not. And I cannot right now. Fucking insane. Well, while we're talking about the Pentagon, let's go to this incredibly quick clip released by the Pentagon earlier this week. I think it was over the weekend, actually, of another Pacific Ocean murder. 3 more dead after another U.S. military strike on another alleged drug boat. It's probably a fishing boat. That's all we get. Murder in international water carried out by the American government. Paid for by your taxes. Meanwhile, in other military operations south of the border in Mexico, a narco war has seemingly erupted after drug kingpin El Mencho was taken out by the Mexican government.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. I hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. It is Monday, February 23rd, and I have a lot to get to. So, in just a second, Mexico has officially erupted in a narco war. I'll give you all the pictures and the videos and the backstory on that. Then, of course, we'll get to the Middle East being on the brink of an unprecedented mega war. Right now, the U.S. is doing a buildup just outside of Iran. That's the biggest in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. So dangerous, dangerous times. We'll talk about that as well. We also have a Trump supporter storming Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and getting killed by Secret Service. And I'll get into everything we know about this guy at this point. And spoiler alert, he's not Antifa, he's not trans, he's not an immigrant. In fact, he is a Trump supporter, so we'll talk about that. And then later on, we have Tucker humiliating Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. And in the process, Huckabee sparks an international crisis just in an interview. So we'll get to all the details there. And then later on, we have a look inside of Epstein's rotting Lolita Express Fredophile plane. The dark past is exposed. Wait until you see some of the things they found in there, even though it's literally sitting in a junkyard and has been for about a decade now, okay? So we'll get to that as well. And then also later on, a colossal tariff crash out from the president, who, of course, was just slapped down by the Supreme Court. And he is struggling. He is lashing out and having a toddler tantrum, and we'll get into all of that as well. So you guys know the deal, man. Everybody, please do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel. If there's one thing to help this channel out, that's exactly what you can do. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video drops. You, of course, can also support the show on Patreon. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser ever. I've never done an ad read ever. I never will. I never got money from a billionaire. Never talked to a PAC or a government or anything like that. You guys support the show from the ground up. Thank you for those of you that do. So again, please support
Okay, Kyle. Okay, we get it. Did you do this one of these in every single one of the videos? Come on.
Going on over there. Again, this week, Corn is still on vacation, but we'll be back next week. Let's go ahead and jump right in, Ski, and there's a lot to talk about here. So take a look at this. This erupted yesterday in the middle of the day, but the New York Post says, Mexican resort town and airport under siege after army kills major Jalisco New Generation cartel leader, okay? This is a big deal. So El Chapo was the head of the Sinaloa cartel. He was arrested I want to say it was about a decade ago. I believe it was 2014. And that's what's called the decapitation strategy. In other words, you go after the kingpin, and then the theory goes, then everything breaks down, and you win the war on drugs, and you defeat the drug trade. That turns out to be stupid and wrong, because what happened when they captured El Chapo is everything got worse. Because El Chapo was the boss, and he led to some level of stability. When he was taken out, then you had different factions in the drug cartels being rivaled to determine who would be the next kingpin, right? And so you had basically this massive war in the streets in Mexico because they took out El Chapo. Okay, well, out of that chapter came a number of different victors. I believe there were about 2 or 3 different victors and different heads of the drug cartels, okay? This guy right here is the most dangerous and the most violent, and all of the people in his cartel are decked out in full military gear. More on that later, by the way. So this guy, they call him El Mencho. He was captured by Mexican special forces, I believe, and then they had him. He tried to escape. When he tried to escape, they ended up killing him, okay? And that led to effectively his underlings, the other cartel members, kind of rioting and taking over various parts of Mexico. So let me show you this. We got a little video here that shows some of the damage, but you had the cartels, or the cartel, I should say, going around and lighting various cars on fire. This was like their go-to move. They hijacked some buses, they hijacked some cars of tourists, and they lit the cars on fire. And so you had in Puerto...
You know what's always really just been the solution to much of this stuff is like legalizing and regulating drugs. Right? Regulating, not just like giving them to everybody, you know? But like if you take away their market, right? Then they lose all of their power, right? Like the drug dealers are only powerful because they sell an illicit product that they keep other people can't get anywhere else, which is what funds all of this violence.
You had all of this smoke billowing up, and it was, you know, kind of wild sights for people who were there at a resort on vacation looking around, people who live there and of course have nothing to do with the drug trade in any way, shape, or form. And basically parts of the city have been just taken over. And, you know, the word is out that the cartel is officially targeting, you know, members of the National Guard, members of the Mexican military. So you could see all the smoke here. And this is what it looks like. And you immediately had basically a shelter in place, you know, bulletin for everybody who is a Western tourist who was there. And you had... Basically, they were like, red alert, you better hide in place because it is not safe right now. So here's another example. The CJNG cartel sets buses and buildings on fire in Puerto Vallarta after Mexican army kills cartel leader El Mencho. And you can see some of it here. Watch this. So very scary scenes here. Very scary scenes here. Arson everywhere. They're sending a message. They had a bunch of demands. I haven't seen any reporting on what the demands were, but word was out that they have demands and they wanted the government to, you know, basically meet those.
I think initially they wanted them to release their leader, but then since he died rather quickly, I actually don't know what this changed to, but I think it became quickly. It spiraled. It's all spiraled very fast. Let's see. Well, before we leave Latin America, I suppose we should do something more Sunday Fun Day. Monday Fun Day, I guess, really. We're just making up for Sunday Fun Day, so that's why I keep saying that. But really, it's Monday Fun Day. To Rio de Janeiro. Where samba schools returned, even with Carnival and Mardi Gras over. Or whatever it is. What's the last day? Is it Mardi Gras? I think it is. I can't remember. Is it different in Brazil? I can't remember. Point is Carnival's technically over, but samba schools returned for something called the Champions Parade. Apparently these are the champions of partying.
é tradição nossa de estar sempre voltando.
With a costume like
pro
that,
desfile
oh
das
my
campeãs,
God.
é uma emoção muito gigantesca, assim, entrar na avenida.
It's tradition for us to always come back for the Champions Parade. Huge emotion. Can't even describe how it feels. We're very happy to be here. Again. Next year we'll be here with the champions again, maybe. The costumes are hilarious. They're so much fun. Can't deny it. Can't deny it. People look like they're having a good time. Now, I don't know who decides is a champion and not a champion. I assume there's some sort of deliberative process. Some sort of body of judges who determine who is and who is not a champion of Samba and parading. Must be an honor to make the cut. Now, you know what's not honorable? Hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
And one ex-prince, Andrew, of course, was outed in those files big time. And was arrested last week. Shocking news. I think it was Friday. However, this has led many of us to question, will there ever be any accountability in the United States at all? I mean, it does not feel like there's going to be any. Considering what we've been told by people like Pam Bondi. Nothing left to see here. Nothing to see here. I don't know why everyone's asking questions about this Jeffrey Epstein guy when you could be in fact talking about
the Dow.
I don't know.
The Dow right now is over.
Yeah.
The Dow is over 50. The Dow.
It's over.
The Dow
It's over
right
50
now.
thou. It's over 50 thou. Everybody wants to keep talking about the goddamn Epstein files.
Rude.
Incredibly rude.
We begin today's show in London, following the arrest of former Prince Andrew on Thursday. He was held in police custody for 11 hours before being released in the latest fallout from the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Andrew is the brother of King Charles and the son of the late Queen Elizabeth. The former prince is the first senior member of the royal family to be arrested in almost 400 years. Police are investigating whether he committed misconduct in public office by sharing confidential government documents with Jeffrey Epstein while serving as UK trade envoy, a breach of the Official Secrets Act. King Charles has said he will give his, quote, full and wholehearted support to the investigation, saying, quote, the law must take its course. Andrew's ties to Epstein have been known for years. Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who died last year in an apparent suicide, said she was forced to have sex with the prince through.
It was a based-ass apparent from Amy right there. I don't know if I'm just reading into it too much, but I feel like Amy, at this point, is also on Team Conspiracy Theory train. It is like, you know what? Maybe she didn't kill herself, which is what we've been saying for a while now. Considering she said it in her own words that she would never do such a thing.
Times, beginning when she was 17. On Thursday, Virginia's brother, Sky Roberts, and his wife, Amanda, responded to the arrest of the former prince.
Moving forward, we don't know, but we're hopeful. I think we're very hopeful that this is the start of the domino effect. This is where the house of cards starts falling. And, you know, kudos to the UK for taking the first step, for saying, you know what, we are going to arrest somebody who is held to one of the highest esteems out there, somebody who was a former prince. I mean, this hasn't been done before. And so to know what we should expect, it's really naive to say that we do, but we won't stop. I mean,
Absolutely. They keep fighting. I mean, the victims and the families of the victims, at least the ones that are public, have been very adamant about that. No doubt. Sorry, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Just
saying they should resign.
Moving.
That was Amanda
Absolutely.
Roberts and her husband, Sky Roberts, the brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. We go now to London, where we're joined by Carol Cadwalader, award-winning investigative journalist whose Substack is How to Survive the Broligarchy. She gained international recognition for her expose on the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal in 2018. Carol's also the co-founder of an independent news outlet called The Nerve, launched with 5 former Guardian journalists. Carol, welcome back to Democracy Now! First, this news of the last 24 hours that the former Prince Andrew, the brother of the king, was arrested on his 66th birthday. The picture of him as he was released after 11 hours now under investigation with his homes being raided is startling. It's stunning, to say the least, a deer caught in headlights. Explain the significance of this moment for British society when a senior royal has not been arrested in what?
I gotta say, the red eye really does make him look possessed. You know, like, something about that really adds to it.
What? Over 400 years.
Hi, Amy. Thanks so much for having me back. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a really significant moment in Britain, and almost a rupture, because the royals they've been sacrosanct in Britain. You know, they are treated with such reverence and respect by the British media. And I think, in all honesty, we didn't see this coming because it just hasn't happened before, I think. So it was definitely a sort of incredible moment in Britain. And that image that you refer to, that is splashed across every single newspaper in Britain this morning, across the tabloids. And I think, you know, I think it's sort of indelible now. That photo it's going to be a sort of a moment in time, I think. But I think the thing that I would say is that this isn't just an incredible moment in Britain. It's an even more incredible moment in America. Because, you know, we are the old country. We are the country with a monarchy, with absolute rule that you had to have a revolution to get away from. And yet here we are arresting a former, and only very recently former prince. And in America, you know, what are we seeing? We're seeing this sort of culture of complete impunity, where it appears the law is not equal, where there are people who are above it. So I think it's less a moment of reckoning for Britain, because we are doing the right thing. I mean, I think we're proud of it. It shows that we are equal before the law. I think in America, it's hugely embarrassing, it's significant, and it should be a wake-up call.
Now, interestingly, I
felt that was, you know, like, well said. You know, we supposedly did a whole revolution to get away from that kind of impunity, yet we're watching our federal government act with complete impunity. And not just with the Epstein files, but in practically every single possible way. Whether it's taxation, or law enforcement, or abroad with, with our military. I mean, it's complete and utter impunity. And, you know, 1776, all of that stuff was supposedly over, King George being heavy-handed and unfairly taxing us and things like that. Although I would point out that Britain hasn't done full accountability on old Andrew yet. This is only partial accountability, and he hasn't even been indicted for anything, so it's really only step one in the process.
Prince Andrew was not arrested over assaulting this teenager, assaulting Virginia Giuffre. In her book, Nobody's Girl, and When She Was Alive, she talked about how he knew she was underage because someone said to her, "Do you know how old she is? What's your guess?" And he said 17. But he's been arrested for passing on information that could financially benefit Jeffrey Epstein. The same is the case, right, with Peter Mandelson, who is the former UK ambassador to Washington, D.C., very close to the Prime Minister, Starmer, leading to questions in British society, the possibility of the toppling of Starmer for not having Mandelson investigated properly. But he, too, was a trade envoy for Britain, and he, too, now that these emails have come out, is being investigated for passing on financial information, something that really increased Epstein's power over so many as he networked, both bringing in underage girls and women to be assaulted in the United States or in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but also just creating this network of people that gained financially from knowing Epstein.
Yeah, sorry, Amy. You know, you're absolutely completely right there, and I think, I mean, it's the tragedy of it is the thing I think to really hang on to in this moment. As you say, the police did not arrest and question Prince Andrew for the alleged crimes which Virginia Giuffre, you know, told in that book, and that I mean. It's heartrending, really, because what if she had been believed? What if there had been accountability while she was still alive? So, you know, I think the debt that we owe to Virginia Giuffre, her courage, her strength in telling this story, it is why we are here now. And it's just a terrible, terrible indictment.
I can't help but think that it's an incredibly fortuitous coincidence. Such a surreptitious, fringe benefit, if you will, for former Prince Andrew. We're just going to keep calling him Prince Andrew because all the people that I've been hearing on the left in the UK have been saying, no, we're going to continue calling him Prince Andrew so the monarchy can't distance themselves from this situation. So Prince Andrew, it seems to have really lucked out that during all of this, she can't testify. Right? That particular woman, an incredibly brave woman, cannot testify to any of this stuff that she had been speaking out on regularly until the time of her death. It makes me think, gee, you add that up with her saying I would never kill myself, and then suddenly, supposedly, allegedly killing herself. Just seems weird. Seems incredibly weird. Or Rumor with a super chat. A British themed super chat. Tea and crumpet money for GNN. Thank you. No. I get what you're all trying to correct me. We're not doing that. He's still the prince. Because this is still the problem of the monarchy. And they're trying to distance themselves from it by unprincing him and taking away his fancy royal lodgings. And I'm definitively saying 9. In the spirit of some of their former connections. 9, I say. We will not be doing that.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
The Trump administration says the complete Epstein files are finally here.
The most transparent president in the nation's history.
The US Department of Justice has dropped 3 million pages, over 180,000 images, and hundreds of hours of footage.
I can't help it. I have to go back. Since we're doing this right now, we're back on the Epstein files. And this thing just started off with that. You gotta do this. Can't not do this. Wait, don't do that. That's there. Whoa. What just happened? Uh-oh, is my internet going down again? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare do that.
Most transparent president in the nation's history.
The US Department of Justice has dropped 3 million pages, over 180,000 images, and hundreds of hours of footage. But we don't think that's all the files the DOJ is holding. In fact, we know for sure it's not. We can show you that only a tiny fraction of data has been released to the public, which means we still don't have all the information about Jeffrey Epstein, the full details of his sex trafficking ring, and who knew what and when. And that matters, because this is a story about a predator, a paedophile, and his victims who've been failed for decades.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be.
Many believe that Epstein's global club is still being protected from true accountability. But these releases could be changing that. The brother of the king has been arrested. That is a seismic moment in this story.
You have to wonder what's in the files we haven't seen.
So let's talk about the missing terabytes of files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
The US government is still keeping from the public. And while we think this is still just the beginning of the Epstein scandal. So how did we get here? Last July, the DOJ and the FBI released this memo saying that they had conducted an exhaustive review of all the files relating to Jeffrey Epstein and that they had more than 300 gigabytes of data. And at the time they said that they'd released all the files they were going to and that no one else was under investigation. But we revealed in a foresight the next month that we thought the DOJ and the FBI had terabytes more data than they were admitting to. Since then, Congress has forced the Trump administration to release the data they have on Epstein. And the DOJ says they've done just that, publishing files in December and at the very end of January. A data drop totaling around 300 gigabytes.
This review is over.
But that very release proves that we were right all along, because buried in the data was evidence that the DOJ and the FBI know they have terabytes of evidence on file. Look at these emails from June 2020. I'm just going to zoom in here. Now,
yeah, I mean, every single little dot in this, graph, if you will, if we were to plot it all out, all the events that have happened since the Trump administration came to power and started talking about the Epstein files, it would seem that it's been a massive cover-up. Absolutely every single thing points to that. There's really no way around it. I mean, in fact, some of the things that we had proposed as being potential cover-ups or active attempts at covering something up were proved correct when Pam Bondi basically gave credence to those claims by admitting that the FBI had already redacted earlier last year a whole bunch of information before ever giving it to the DOJ. I guess that was back when they were on her desk. I don't know. It's not clear. What is clear is that they've been putting in a great deal of effort to protect some buddies. You would assume more than one person, considering the vastness of
with
these
the FBI
files.
and the New York District Attorney's Office. They're talking about storage devices being seized with a capacity of somewhere around 40 up to 50 terabytes, and that they expect the data on those devices
Which
to
would be insane. If there's 40 to 50 terabytes of data, oh my God. Like, do you all realize what that is? Like, how much data that represents? I feel like we got some fairly tech-savvy people in here, but just to make this just abundantly clear, okay? Okay, let's just do some math. The average, like, text file, right? Because a lot of these files are texts. Granted, we do know that there's probably there's thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of photos, and who knows how many hours of like CCTV footage and other sorts of like video footage in there. But just to start at the very base of all this, right? An average text file, according to Google, is around 1 to 2 kilobytes. Okay? So, let's do the math together. Let's assume 1, just to make my life easy. 1 kilobyte. So there's 1,000 kilobytes in a megabyte. So that would be 1 megabyte. So that'd be 1,000 text files in a megabyte. 1,000 megabytes in a gigabyte. So you'd have 1 million text files in 1 gigabyte. 1,000 gigabytes in 1 terabyte. So that's 1 billion. So you'd have 1 billion text files in 1 terabyte. And we're talking about 40 terabytes potentially, or 50. So you're talking about 50 billion text files? So, of course, no. Some of that's photos, some of that's, video files, but we're talking about just a massive sum of data.
In total, somewhere between 20 and 40 terabytes. But now let's go forward 5 years, and we're in March 20.
Don't you dare. Okay, people typing 1024 in the chat. I'm shaking my head at you. I know you can't quite see it, but I'm doing it. I'm shaking my head at you. This tiniest head shake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
25, another set of emails discussing the data. This time it's been shared between the Washington and New York FBI field offices. And now they're saying we are looking at a total of approximately 14.6 terabytes of archived data to unpack. So here it is in black and white. Officials from the DOJ and the FBI saying that they're dealing with approximately 15 terabytes of data, potentially meaning that 98% of the Epstein files they had access to are still unreleased. Those terabytes of data are the culmination of an extraordinary amount of investigation, including a 2005 police raid on Epstein's house in Florida that led to his 2008 conviction, the search of his New York City house, one of the largest private residencies in Manhattan after his 2019 arrest, and the 2020 search of his infamous private island of Little St. James following Epstein's death in prison the year before. The evidence the FBI and Palm Beach police gathered revealed a man obsessed with surveillance and data, computers, hard drives, servers, all seized, all offering potential insight into his world of criminality and abuse. And it left law enforcement with a huge amount of data to organise. The Attorney General Pam Bondi has said that more than 500 attorneys and reviewers went through the documents ahead of the release deadline set by Congress last year, and that the files were full of duplicates and repeats.
We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images.
Bondi and the Trump administration have framed this process as a success, proof that they're delivering on their campaign promises.
We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency.
But what new emails in the latest release are actually revealed,
pure.
aside from...
It's not just transparency, people. It's pure transparency. You could mainline that kind of transparency right into your goddamn veins. Ugh. That's pure, uncut Colombian transparency. Unseen. Unseen ever. Ever before, says Pam Bondi.
Terabytes of unaccounted evidence. It's just how messy this whole process has been. Investigators and prosecutors admitting themselves that, at the beginning at least, the process of organising all this data was a nightmare. Just look at these messages from early 2020 where officials are talking about just like how much data there is here. Look at this stuff in red. Many of the files are too large to open in the viewer. Then they say files that are completely invisible to us. Let's just scroll down again. Look at this stuff in blue. We're sifting through more than 1 million documents without much rhyme or reason. And then there's this one email I've got to show you, which probably gives the most descriptive account of just how crazy this whole process is. Imagine if we had seized papers from approximately 100,000 filing cabinets in a dozen different office buildings.
Hey, wait, go back.
In a dozen different office buildings. 100,000. How crazy this whole process is. Imagine if we had seized papers from approximately 100,000 filing cabinets in a dozen different office buildings. And then instead of keeping them organised or labelled by room or even by office building, all 1.3 million documents so far just got dumped into one big pile. Now, those emails are from nearly 6 years ago, some written in the early days of a global pandemic. And the files they were collecting were being used to prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell, which they did. But they provide a snapshot of just how difficult the process was. And 5 years later, things don't appear to have improved a huge amount. Now, the Deputy Attorney General's office, they're asking for an update, and they're asking for what's contained in the approximately 5.7 terabytes of data in that.
Honestly, this disturbed me, like, so greatly. Because what we have been hearing, and honestly, and we'll get to why I'm so disturbed by this, but the fact is we've been told that this is in the size of gigabytes of data, right? And hundreds of gigabytes, which to some people sounded like a lot. But I pointed out long ago, months ago now, I don't even know if we were back on YouTube yet when I was talking about this aspect of all of this. But I think at least back when it may have been, I can't remember exactly the timing of all this, but months ago, I was literally talking about this, how the numbers don't add up, and that the 300 gigabyte number that I've been hearing just didn't make sense because of how many video files this guy must have had. And this is now lining up with everything I've been saying. I don't know if anybody here remembers me doing this, but like I did a similar thing to what we just did with the text documents, with the size of video files, right? And we went down, we like broke down, like how. I should like clip this. Like I don't even know what day this was. I don't know how long it would take me to try and figure out when I did this, but like we like broke down like how much data, like an entire compound's worth of CCTV cameras would take up, right? Like, and we assume different things about it, like 720p or versus a 1080p. I mean, sure, he had money, but you know, a lot of these camera systems were set up in like, you know, the 90s, and so access to anything higher than like a 1080p, unlikely. And honestly, like, would have been like just extraordinarily expensive and not been that much better. But like we went down through it and we went through this and I was like, hey, like there's gotta be a trove. Like we talked about how like people had supposedly gone to his home and removed servers, right? And other sorts of documents, right? And like to the island and removed like all like computers and things like that. And like there's gotta be just terabytes worth of data somewhere. It's either gone forever or something, but at one point terabytes of data must have existed. This guy was meticulous. He was a blackmailer. So data like this to him is currency. He would never just let these files, like video of people doing things, crimes, whatever else. All of it's possible blackmail material to this guy. And which would mean over the years, it would just pile up into, 40, 50, 60 terabytes. That makes sense. Multiple properties wired with, dozens of 720p, 1080p, most likely 720p, like CCTV cameras, right? Like, honestly, you go for more cameras than higher quality, honestly, especially like in the 90s, I feel like. Like, you really can't, like, camera technology was not that great back then in terms of size, right? Fitting something into the size of a CCTV camera, it's much more problematic 20, 30 years ago. But yeah, these figures here just immediately lined up with what I've been saying. I was like, oh, fuck, yep. Yep, exactly. 8 terabytes of video footage, more terabytes in hard drive. Yeah, exactly. This all makes perfect sense. And where is it?
But then look at the reply they get from the FBI, because they appear quite perplexed with all of this. They say, nobody knows what you're referring to in regards to the 5.7 terabytes of data in the hard drives, because we're currently reviewing more than 8 terabytes of video footage. And maybe the best example of just how messy organising this evidence has been is actually how the DOJ has released millions of files to the public. So to help explain all of that, I'm going to talk to my colleague, Brian O'Flynn, who's part of our data and investigations team. You've been digging through all of the Epstein files since they were released. I mean, what's it been like dealing with all of that data?
It's been a nightmare. It's kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack sometimes.
Can you just show me what you mean by that? Can you show me the website?
Yeah, let me just share my screen with you.
So what happens if you type in, I don't know, Donald Trump?
So I guess this is just a good way of showing you
I did
how
everything
sort of
right.
contextless the files are. It's sort of like almost unstructured data, which is dumped as like just a series of millions of PDF files. So the database doesn't know whether it's delivering you an email, whether it's delivering you like an FBI file.
I know that wasn't intentional, but it's... Oh God, it's kind of funny hearing him say that it's the Epstein files are filled with millions of PDF files. It's like, yeah, we know, we've known. Tell us something we didn't know. That's a terrible joke.
Something from
worst
a
joke of the night.
Where are the videos? How do you get the videos?
Most of the video files and also other file types like audio, even spreadsheets, they're all hidden effectively behind PDF files. We realized that what you get when you try to access one of these files is just a no images produced PDF, so it's effectively a blank PDF. So then we had to come up with a plan to basically systematically check each file and get the videos that were sort of effectively concealed behind these files.
The solution was to write code that would do the heavy lifting for them. That script accessed the DOJ datasets and automatically checked each PDF file against a list of common file extensions for video, audio, documents, and other apps. If the script detected a hit for a certain extension, it downloaded the PDF and renamed it to the correct file type. But even then, each file still took minutes of processing, and there are millions of files in the new datasets to go through. So the team had multiple machines running the script day and night, feeding all the hits into a shared folder.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they did a really good job here at Channel 4. In multiple ways. But like capturing the vastness of this task of going through these things. All the dead ends, the redacted things. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster of a fucking release. They had over a year to deal with it. They've been on Pam Bondi's desk since this time last year, supposedly. And yet, they couldn't manage to do this in an even slightly competent fashion. It would almost seem like the only way for that to be the case is that they did that on purpose. All right. We are 6 hours into the stream. Thankfully, at least I'm thankful. I don't know about you being thankful, but I'm thankful that we've made a huge progress. We had a massive list today, 130 videos to get through. We've actually crossed the halfway point somehow, shockingly, which means we might get through all 130 clips. I think part of it's due to the fact it's like Sunday Funday clips. So there's a few of those in here, interspersed, and they're making it easier to get through all of it. That would be my guess. A lot of them tend to be shorter. But yeah. Seems like a good time as any. Take a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch. We got bits and subs, gifted subs, prime subs, power-ups. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We've got Throne if you prefer to buy me gifts that would arrive physically at my doorstep on planet Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. Shoutouts at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So, better get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
That Epstein had CCTV in.
All right, folks, we are back. Fantastic. Fantastic to be back after yesterday's bungled stream. And we're going to get all of the clips I've got prepared for us tonight. Or at least the vast majority of them. I may have skipped a couple in here or there. Just to keep things moving in some cases. But, I mean, we're going to get a full stream tonight. Certainly, I think it's certainly going to go over 8 hours. It's going to be a long one, folks. I'm fine with that. Got to make up. I somehow got to make up for yesterday. I tried to make up for it by doing no content goal. Then you all, immediately ruined that by being so incredibly generous and donating regardless of the lack of goal set up. Very sneaky, chat. But you won't foil me here. I'm going to keep the stream going until it's completely done. God damn it. The back-twerking Tina Belcher is still hilarious to you? Yeah, that's avatar. Somebody's avatar. That's BCat's avatar. Patrons get avatars, and technically, I never talk about this, mostly because I don't want anybody clamoring to become a mod. But here's a secret I've kept very close to the vest over the years. But becoming a Galactic mod entitles you to a avatar on one of the break screens. I know, that's crazy. And saying it out loud makes me worry that I've somehow just now unleashed Pandora's box on myself. Next, my inbox on Discord is going to be full of, please, StreamLord, make me a mod. I'll be so good. But it's true. That's BCat's avatar. All right, more Epstein file stuff.
After the shocking arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor earlier this week. On his birthday as well. Aww. I do almost feel sorry for him. I mean, I don't feel sorry for him, but I almost do. But I don't, because he's possibly a rapist. Although that wasn't what he was arrested for. Although, watch this space
Illegal.
any minute, really. Just keep refreshing the page, yeah?
Could you jump up?
But you look at that picture of Andrew leaving custody. Can't believe I'm actually saying that, but and in that picture is a man who, for the first time in his 66 years of coddled, cosseted, spoilt, morally bankrupt existence, was suddenly shown a brief glimpse of the real world, a look inside Pandora's box, the total perspective vortex, the gold light in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. Wah! Just a glimpse at reality, a glimpse of consequences. Better get used to that, mate. Welcome. A world with consequences. Finally, the Windsors are fucked. Because try as they might, it's very difficult for the rest of them to pretend they have nothing to do with this. Look, I don't want to speak ill of the late Queen, right? God rest her soul. But she did pay off a woman who had accused her favourite son of raping her around...
Yeah, 20 million pounds. Although I hear that everybody had to chip in. King Charles, too. Sasha G. with a sweet, well, a sweet and sour super sticker. Sour hour engaged.
£12 million to a woman Andrew insisted he couldn't even remember meeting. She then went on to kill herself. God rest her soul. And if it turns out that the reports are true, that the now king also lent some of that money to Andrew to pay off the woman who accused him of rape and then went on to kill herself, then the monarchy as we know it really is finished. It's dead. Because let's be honest, it's surely only a matter of days before more details emerge about the women allegedly trafficked into Stansted Airport and then allegedly chauffeur-driven straight to Buckingham Palace. If that all does turn out to be true, do you think they'll start adding it to the tour? You know, this is the state dining room, this is the throne room, and this is the room where Andrew Mountbatten Windsor fucked several underage Russian prostitutes.
That would be a real left turn for the tour. I guess it would be historically accurate, though. All right, let's move on from the disgraced prince or monarchy to another upper class twit, Lord Peter Mandelson. I guess former lord. Everybody's a former something now these days. Former Lord Mandelson arrested in relation to a misconduct probe into the Epstein files. Another arrest. Could it be possibly this time it's from sexual misconduct or something illegal like that? No. Why were you thinking that? What? Why would there be any charges related to sexual misconduct related to the Epstein files? No, this was for shirking his duty, his lordly duty. Silly. You silly.
British police have arrested Peter Mandelson, the former UK ambassador to the United States, in a misconduct probe stemming from his ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you very much indeed.
London's Metropolitan Police said officers arrested a 72-year-old man on suspicion of misconduct in public office at an address in North London. It did not name Mandelson in keeping with British police practice, but the suspect in the case has previously been identified as Mandelson. Police are investigating Mandelson over documents suggesting he passed sensitive information to Epstein a decade and a half ago. He does not face any allegations of sexual misconduct. Mandelson was fired from his diplomatic post in September after emails were published showing he maintained a friendship with Epstein after the financier's 2008 conviction for sex offences involving a minor.
Yes. Oh, misconduct in office.
How rude.
Illegal. How rude. To continue this discussion about Lord Mandelson. Uh-oh. Hold it. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a sneeze. I don't know why I just switched to an Irish accent. Oh, God. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Let's keep talking. Space dust. Something like that. Space pollen. I don't know what it is. Look, I'm sorry for sneezing into your ear. It's clearly very rude. Sean. Yes, gross. Clearly. Have I covered Punch Monkey? The monkey? We just talked about him. Very cute. Let's go here. Sheila Zolnor. This latest development vis-a-vis the Epstein files.
Lord Mandelson has been arrested in the UK. That's now 2 high-ranking, high society people in the UK who have been arrested in connection with the Epstein files. First, it was the former Prince Andrew, and now this guy. He was a politician and a lobbyist, okay? High society guy. And both of them are corruption related, okay? And, you know, much like they got Capone on tax evasion, right? You get what you can get. I think that we need to have a serious conversation. I would like to know from the people who still think that there's nothing to see here in the Epstein files and they need more evidence, they need more. I need to know if you truly think that there was just more evidence in the files for those 2 guys to be arrested. Do you think that that's likely? Come on! Or do you think that our government is intentionally protecting these criminals? There are people in our government right now who are heavily implicated to a greater degree than Andrew or Mandelson. And we are not demanding more. Our government is doing fuck all about it. Do you think it's because there's more evidence for those guys? Or do you think it's because there is a cancer, a malignant cancer in our government? I need you to understand, if the UK can find enough to charge 2 high-profile people, a fucking prince? He lost his title because of this. You have to be out of your mind to not understand that our government is intentionally protecting and concealing, protecting pedophiles specifically. And hey, if you're not comfortable with that, fuck you. But pick another word. Pick another crime. There's plenty. If you're happy with corruption, fine, charge them with corruption. I don't give a shit. But they're not even trying.
Right to jail, right away.
What's happening here? You can't keep saying that we are a country of law and order when that only applies to the masses and not those at the top. The ones, by the way, who are the most capable of committing the most atrocious crimes. The ones that affect the most amount of people. The ones where they get to gain the most amount. The most high stakes crimes you could possibly commit, they all get a pass for. This is not a country of law and order. This is a playground for the wealthy, where the rest of us just have to be bound by the laws, while they get protected by the laws.
Yes, indeed, Sheila Zonor speaking more truth. You know, I just realized that I could be totally off base on this. I think Sheila might be like a Zoroastrian or something. You see the necklace she's wearing? It's interesting. I don't know a lot of Zoroastrians. All right. I'm going to move on from the Epstein files for now. Oh, God, it's just one thing after the other with the Epstein files. It is, like, I mean, honestly, I'm having to consume all of this stuff twice. Right? Like, I watch it one time, and then I decide whether or not it's good for the stream or not. And then we watch it again, together. And it's honestly, like, it's scarring. It's, like, scarring me. It's really disturbing. Just having to hear these details in and out and then think about, like, as well as thinking about the corruption. Just, like, I just feel like I'm being beaten down by it, almost. Like, even though it's all, like, stuff that was, not, it's like in post. Like, this all happened before. I'm just, like, looking at it, like in post, being like, oh, we've been getting repressed. And we didn't even know the extent of it. She's Persian descent. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's a given. I think there's a number of different Zoroastrian peoples, including, I think, the Kurds, right? Aren't the Kurds Zoroastrians? Not entirely, but isn't there like a fairly sizable Zoroastrian Kurdish population? I think it's like Kurds, also Persians. India? Actually, I'm just realizing I don't know as much about Zoroastrians as I thought. I couldn't name all the countries that whatever. I can't think of words now. That broke me just now. Like not being able to think of the country. Oh god, I failed. Okay, let's go to France. How's that sound? Take a little break from the Epstein files. Certainly anything could be better than that. There's no way anything bad could be going on in
this
France.
upcycling and craft shop in Lyon, Elodie is one of the few to brave coming to volunteer this Saturday.
A lot of volunteers have decided not to come because they're very afraid of what might happen, given that we're right next door. Many of them are very anxious.
Some local businesses are shut and security is tight, with thousands expected to march in memory of Quentin Duronc, the young far-right activist beaten to death by a far-left mob 1 week ago. President Emmanuel Macron has called for calm to prevail.
In the Republic, no violence is legitimate. There's no place for militias of any type.
The story has transcended borders. Italian leader Giorgia Meloni called the killing a wound to the whole of Europe. Comments that prompted a warning from Macron that foreign nationalists should mind their own business. And a subsequent non-apology from Meloni.
It's incredible to hear her say such a thing. Like, she's a cold, heartless, terrible woman who sends people to like a literal Albanian death camp. Like all of like Italy's like immigrants are going to like these dark Albanian prison camps, and she's like, this one death is a wound to all of Europe. Really, Georgia? Really? Or is it just because you happen to politically identify with the person that died? The person that died is a big-time national rally, far-right, sort of zealot, right-wing political extremist, and people like Georgia are incensed over this. Meanwhile, they continue to, back all sorts of other kinds of violence. And a protest, I believe, happened in France, it was like a half protest, half like vigil rally. It happened. I think it was in Paris. I think it happened over the weekend, over all of this. Actually, maybe not. I think it actually might be happening this weekend. I take it back. It may not have happened yet. Actually, I'm just realizing I haven't actually seen any footage of it yet. Like in my head, it already happened, but now I'm realizing it may not have happened yet. However, in the midst of all this, the President of the United States decided to weigh in, of course, because he's got a bunch of right-wing, heavily online weirdos in his ear, like Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, and his ex and Truth Social algorithms, I'm sure, are filled with this kind of nonsense. But Donald Trump made some comments about this, which led to France summoning the U.S. ambassador. France was so troubled
For more, I'm going to be joined here by our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. So Kushner's being summoned, but he's been summoned before and didn't go. This time it's quite serious. These remarks quite polarizing.
Yeah, he was summoned the first time last August, and that was just a few months into his job. He took up his post in May 2025. 20 years after he'd been sentenced to two years in prison for counts including tax fraud and witness tampering, and 5 years after he had been pardoned by Donald Trump. He's the father of Donald Trump's son-in-law. So he was already in his post 2-3 months, writes a letter to Macron, basically pointing out what he called the dramatic rise of anti-Semitism in France and accusing the government of a lack of sufficient action and urging Macron to combat it. Not exactly diplomatic words, you might say, especially for an unseasoned diplomat the first few months into a new job. But he was summoned. He was on vacation in the Riviera, didn't show up, sent an underling at the embassy in his stead. This time, it is perhaps an even more controversial issue. As you just said, France is really on edge over these political extremes right now and the violent rhetoric flying about, and it's a month ahead of municipal elections, a year ahead of presidential elections. Very tense here. And what does he do? So he wades in. Let's just see if we could show you quickly. He reposted on behalf of the U.S. Embassy here in France, in French, a tweet that had originally been posted by the U.S. State Department's Counterterrorism Bureau. And so you could see it, reports corroborated by the Minister of the Interior that.
Wow, I love that in this the irony of all of this. The one time that the Trump administration decides to embrace like a foreign language, it's French, and it's to spread hate online. It's incredible. Gross.
Was killed by left-wing militants should concern us all. Violent radical leftism, note those words, is on the rise, and its role in Contenterang's death demonstrates the threat it posed to public safety. We will continue to monitor the situation, expect to see the perpetrators of violence brought to justice. Okay, so.
I wish that they hadn't tried to like. I wish they hadn't translated the post. Because I kind of wanted to read it in Trump's voice. Like I wanted to try, and I can't find this tweet for some reason. Oh my God. I kind of wanted to try and read it in French in the Trump voice. I'm a little disappointed.
What's wrong with that, you say? Well, what's wrong with that is he's taking a page from the ideological MAGA playbook of Donald Trump, because you might remember shortly after Charlie Kirk's death, far-right icon to the right in the U.S., Charlie Kirk was killed. Donald Trump at the time, rather than trying to deliver a unifying message, went on the attack against what he called radical leftists, saying telling reporters we have to beat the hell out of them. He failed to point out that there were also a lot of radical right elements that had launched attacks in recent years in the U.S. against Democrats. He centered and homed in on the radical left. So this, right now, by retweeting this, basically you have the ambassador to France, Donald Trump's appointee, a relative of his son-in-law, the father of his son-in-law, basically amplifying what has become a flashpoint in the MAGA debate in the U.S. That is going after the radical left, the so-called Antifa, in the name of political, really, opportunism, if you will.
Now, Doug, before we move on, I want to have us take a listen to what France's foreign minister has been saying about this.
We refuse any exploitation of this tragedy, which has left a French family in mourning for political ends. We have no lessons to learn from the reactionary international. As for analyzing political life, the place of violence, and violence more generally, we serve up those insights ourselves with quite enough verve, and we will not allow others to serve them to us.
Now, Barrault there being diplomatic, but also clearly angry.
And you could also see, let's be honest, it's hard for, yes, he's France's top diplomat, the foreign minister. You could see that he's horrified, indignant, and outraged. France is not used to having ambassadors from the U.S., once a supposed ally, lashing into and putting its finger on the balance of French domestic affairs in this way, especially on such volatile issues. What Barrault essentially is saying, thank you, America, we do not need a MAGA appointee right now. He's not going to say it this way. A MAGA appointee, basically a reminding us that things are tense on the political landscape and making them even tenser when there's already French society at near boiling point over these issues, having these fierce debates with one another. The last thing we need is an American ambassador singling out one side to the exclusion of the other, whipping up that debate further. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We're very much aware, and we're very much aware that we have our work cut out in France. But if anyone knows that there is right now tensions in our own country, we know it better than you, and we don't need you. We don't need you weighing in with your 2 bits.
Damn. Fran's coming in with the heat over here. Thank you, no thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Go fuck yourself, America. Yeah, it does seem like we're alienating everybody. And yeah, Dark Sparkle. I know you're probably just tuning in because you're one of our European viewers. But the vertical stream did not work today. Went off, somehow some weird shit went down, caused it to malfunction. Hopefully it'll be back up for next stream. I'm fine with it. Hey, I forgot to feed Leica. Oh, I did. I didn't see that. I was too busy staring into the horror. Okay, we still have much more to cover here. What next on my list? Oh, this one makes me angry. Oh, boy. This is another one of those ones that I remember us talking about beforehand and being preemptively angry. And now I'm just normal angry now that it's actually happened. This is something I basically predicted might actually come to fruition. Not that I wanted it to happen. I'm actually incredibly disappointed by it. But this was nearly inevitable. Based just because of the way that the world works and human being brains function under capitalism. Everybody remember the story from like 6 months ago? Maybe even a little bit more. When we were talking about how cocoa prices were exploding to the upside, and that cocoa producers were hoarding chocolate, essentially bags and bags and bags of cocoa beans in attempt to hold out and make as much money as possible. They just were not putting any cocoa on the market. Well, I said that can't last forever because that cocoa doesn't last forever. And as it turns out, cocoa producers in Côte d'Ivoire have been watching their cocoa literally go bad in the bag, as falling demand has left those sellers without any buyers all of a sudden.
Come on! In Diku Town, Western Ivory Coast, the harvest is plentiful, but the profit is scarce. At the start of the season, the government set a guaranteed price of $5 per kilogram of cacao beans. But as global demand slumps, exporters are refusing to pay, leaving farmers stuck.
We are experiencing difficulties. The cocoa is stored at home, the buyers are not paying. There are some buyers who come to buy, but they take it at a low price, $2.50 or $3. And due to the lack of resources, we are forced to accept these prices.
The bottleneck is at the cooperatives. Here, unsold cacao bags are stacked to the ceiling. Exporters claim Ivorian cacao is now too expensive because of falling international prices. The boom comes after fixing a global shortage, leaving local buyers with rising debts.
Honestly, things haven't been going well for quite some time now, so everything is at a standstill for the moment, and we currently owe the farmers a lot of money.
Yep, and I mean, we all noticed that the prices of chocolate went up as a result of this, you know, and the fact is, if it weren't for capitalism and the greed inherent in the system, like, we wouldn't have had this problem, right? People would have just gone on producing enough cocoa for markets and would not have felt it necessary to perversely hoard it in an attempt to make more money, and wouldn't now be faced with a massive glut, like, or just over, you know, like oversupply. It's disastrous and very annoying. I'm fairly certain most of us enjoy chocolate from time to time. It would have been just better and much less of a waste, because the fact is a bunch of this is going to go bad before it ever hits shelves. That's what sucks. That's what really sucks. It's just a massive waste, as well as it's going to wind up having some sort of economic impact on all the people who grow chocolate, you know, with the prices imploding. And of course, they got too high because it was artificially high because of this kind of hoarding. That's late stage capital for you. Late stage capitalist systems at its finest. Let's go from Cote d'Ivoire to Nigeria. To a fascinating festival. The Agungu Fishing Festival. This is the spectacular finale of Nigeria's fishing competition, where competitors come. God damn it! I'm not doing this well. Go back, you bastard. Where competitors come from across the country to see who can catch the biggest fish.
All of us were excited. I mean, the famous
All of us are excited.
festival that we've been told in primary schools or secondary schools. We're all excited. I mean, it's worth it. It's worth all the excitement.
The festival is wonderful. People have caught many different varieties of fish. Others are currently catching more fish. The UNESCO-listed festival was first staged in 1934. It has grown into one of Nigeria's most celebrated traditions. But this was the first full edition to be held in 6 years, due to insecurity in northwestern Nigeria's Kebbi state. This year, things went peacefully, and there was a bigger crowd than last time. And also, we caught 100% more fish
This fishing
compared to
festival
last
is a
event.
very, very wonderful fishing, because all the country, they will come here and see how the things is going on. Also, we pray to Allah to guide us and protect us to finish successful without any problem.
Anyway, I just figured this was a fun Sunday video, which has now transposed itself onto our Monday Fun Day stream. I just thought this was wild. Like, this image of like 2,000 people all trying to fish at the same time was just like the sort of pandemonium I thought we could get into on a stream like this. How you could possibly catch a fish in that, I don't know. But I saw some giant carps getting other things getting pulled out of that water somehow. Does this hurt the population of those species of fish? It's a fair question. I honestly don't know. You would assume there'd be some kind of environmental impact from this kind of festival. Honestly, it's a fair question. It's a fair question to ask. All right, well, while we're in Africa, I have another Sunday Fun Day video for us. To AJ Plus. Al Jazeera Plus. From 3 days ago. To a video gaming experience. I hope people can get excited about.
That's me playing the new South African heist game, Relooted, in South Africa with the developers behind it.
Oh, this is so gratifying.
Yeah.
I love this.
I've been playing games for decades, and I don't get wowed by everything. But this new game, where you get to reclaim stolen African artifacts from Western museums, yeah, it's really, really good. And don't just take my word for it. GameSpot also thinks so.
This is a wonderful ambassador for your whole country, frankly. I have to be honest. Thank you. The narrative, the gameplay mechanics, just every element of it.
Relooted is an African futurist game where you get to do something pretty wild. Return real stolen African artifacts back to where they actually belong. The mission is simple. You break into Western museums, grab the artifacts, and get out without being caught. And here's the thing, these artifacts aren't fictional. Every single one of them is real, taken from Africa by Western nations at different points in history. In fact, Ben Myers, the co-founder of the studio behind the game, told me how a visit to the British Museum inspired the whole thing.
So I was on a trip with my parents in late 2017, and my mom, as we had dinner, was just sort of like fueled with rage because she had just seen something called the Nerat Monument, which is an ancient Greek temple from the south of Turkey that they literally dismantled and took out of the country brick by brick and then reassembled inside the British Museum. Like it's the whole front of a building that they stole, right?
Oh yeah, totally. I'm Iranian. The French did that for parts of our things.
Yeah. And so my mom very flippantly said, oh, you should make this into a game. But I could never figure out how to make moving a building out of another building interesting. So very quickly I was like, oh, African artifacts, that makes sense.
The campaign of the game asks you to re-loot various artifacts from museums scattered across Europe, and each carries historical and spiritual meaning for the people that they belong to. But that's just a small, small number compared to the tens of thousands of African artifacts that have been looted throughout history.
There you go, people. An exciting new video gaming experience. Relooted. Or you can return artifacts in Western museums to their rightful homes. Yeah! Seemed like the sort of thing space fams around here might get into. What next? All right. Yes, let's go to Europe. Back to Europe. I'll be talking about Europe's war spending. As, of course, in the last year, with Donald Trump back in office, Europe is now spending an incredible amount of money on defense spending, rearming the European continent. Only problem is how to spend it, according to some. Let's go here to this strange Reuters podcast from 4 days ago.
The views expressed on this podcast are those of the participants, not of Reuters News.
Every February, the Munich Security Conference becomes the hot ticket for policymakers, bankers, and politicians. This year, attendees, which also included the usual pack of defense geeks and drone enthusiasts, discussed how Europe will fund its rearmament. You might all remember last year, US Vice President J.D. Vance signaled that Europe was really going to go it alone when it comes to funding its own defense. So there is the war in Ukraine, there is Trump's threats to invade Greenland, Plenty to talk about and plenty to think about how they're going to spend 800 billion euros worth of defence funds wisely. So all of this is in this week's Views Room. It's Amy.
And it's Jonathan, and this is The Views Room, your weekly podcast that dives into the knottiest issues in business, corporate finance, and economics. And Amy, it's interesting because I feel like so many of our podcasts recently end up revolving around what is the transatlantic relationship, how does the US administration view its ostensible European allies, and what are the strain points and stresses there. And this is a big one, right? I mean, Donald Trump has defined his entire term by overturning what was previously a somewhat cozy relationship between the US and Europe. You look at it and it's almost like a direct 180 from the Biden administration's theory of change, which was putting together these international blocs to fend off a rising China or to mobilize for the defense of Ukraine. To say that then turning from there to we could invade a NATO ally is something of a change, that's a little bit of an understatement. A lot of Europeans, I think what I find really remarkable whenever I'm back on the continent is people are freaked out. Like, I feel like in America, it's easy because you think of this as a thing that's happening abroad. It's something that you think, oh, this is never going to happen. There's never going to be this big breakup. It feels like minds really, really are focused over there, right?
I think that's absolutely right. I think it's really interesting as well. There's been some like head-turning moments for me where, Germany talking about rearming, which I think, was such a moment for Europe because they obviously, given the history, that was
yeah. I mean, it's certainly got historical implications and such. Thinking about that, I think it's got a lot of people on edge. Just thinking about all the changing of all of this, Europe just. And Germany, but just generally speaking, I feel like Europe has lived in a, fairly peaceful, very peaceful, 100 years almost, right? Well, not quite, but, 80 years. And now it would seem that is to some degree coming to an end. And this amount of defense spending has not been seen in quite some time. Remember, the far-right Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, is a former BlackRock board member. I forgot about that one part of it. I remember, the dick. He's not even as far-right as it goes in Germany, of course, but yeah, he is far-right. You're right. He's terrible. He is terrible. But it could be worse, technically, right? Could be a literal Nazi, I guess. Could be part of the AFD or something. But yeah, no, it's probably bad. We talked about his winning the prime ministership last year. It's unfortunate it couldn't have gone in a more leftist direction. Although you guys, the left picked up some extra seats in the last election, if I recall correctly. Now, it's not all bad in Germany right now. Could be worse, I guess.
It's not on the cards, I think, for anybody. I have relocated to Ireland. I'm in London at the moment, but Ireland is talking about defence spending, and it's a neutral country that has never talked about this before. They're now talking about investing in ships that will be basically going out and patrolling to make sure that the cables between the US and Ireland aren't tampered with or sabotaged. So I think you're right. I think everyone is talking about this, and we are very fortunate because George Hay, the EMEA editor of Breaking Views, who also is quite a defense enthusiast himself, was in Munich. And so he got basically a sense of what everyone is thinking and feeling. And we definitely want to hear from him. And we also have Pierre Briançon, who is based in Berlin and has also been focused a lot on the war in Ukraine, as well as defense stocks. So Pierre, George, you are very welcome.
Hey there.
Good to be here.
So George, we started.
Okay, all right. I think that's all of this. Honestly, all this conversation that I can handle for now. Not gonna lie. Point is everybody's arming up. They're just trying to figure out where to spend that money. Honestly, they get a little too granular for me on this. Like, I don't really care which companies are going to benefit all that much. It's really not. It's a little too much of a military microcosm for me. All right. Now, of course, the reason why everybody's arming up is because all these NATO and European countries think that it's possible that Russia might somehow change its sights, shift its goals from Ukraine to other European countries. And some people are doing everything that they can to help those on the front lines in Ukraine, including this French baker. France 24 from...
As temperatures plunge, every effort counts. In his truck, in freezing conditions, French volunteer baker Loïc Nervy is leading a humanitarian mission in Borodyanka in the Kiev region. Loïc spends his days baking and distributing fresh bread to the residents following the power outages in Ukraine, leaving many residents with no way to cook.
Sometimes there's electricity, sometimes not. When there isn't, it gets very cold very quickly. And without electricity, we have nothing to eat because we have electric stoves.
Loïc Nervy originally learned to bake from his father in his hometown in Lorgues, France. But today, he traded his family bakery for a mobile unit on the front lines, a choice that carries a heavy weight.
I often leave home and leave my family behind. It's hard for them. It's a personal sacrifice I'm making for Ukraine and a sacrifice for my family, but I think it's worth it because if everyone just thinks about their own comforts, we won't make it.
There you go. One man taking it upon himself to cook, to bake loaves of bread. The people of Ukraine, who are currently living under rather unfortunate circumstances, including the civilian population, who, you know, in many of cases are going without access to basics like electricity. Words you can live with, but if the AFD wins, you need to run. If the AFD wins, I mean, Germany is going to have some serious problems. All right, now let's go to the Olympics. And since this is making up for the Sunday Fun Day stream here on this Monday Fun Day, I guess we should call it Moon Day. Moon Day Fun Day. Moon Day Fun Day for everybody. We have got some extensive Olympics coverage for us here tonight. Now, of course, the the International Olympic Committee refused to allow that Ukrainian bobsledder from wearing his helmet, which portrayed the images of slain Olympic athletes from the war. Even though in the last Olympics they were perfectly fine with the same guy making an actual political statement, which is strange. They seem to be, I mean, there's incredible inconsistency coming from the Olympics. But even more nonsense, of course, we talked about Haiti and all the effort that went into the making of these beautiful and historical outfits for the two Haitian athletes appearing in the Winter Games. The Italian designer who made them for the for the games and put in references to one of the founding fathers of Haiti. The International Olympic Committee had other things to say about that, though.
Fun fact, the Haitian Olympic team was forced to remove an image of one of their nation's founding fathers from their Olympic uniform after the International Olympic Committee said it violated their rules on political neutrality. Haiti sent 2 athletes to the 2026 Winter Olympics, and their uniforms were made by Italian-Haitian designer Stella Jean, who took inspiration from a 2006 painting of Toussaint Louverture riding a red horse. In 1791, Toussaint participated in the world's first successful slave revolution, where the slaves overthrew their colonial rulers, took control of Haiti, abolished slavery, and established the first free black nation in the Western world. Toussaint was named Governor General for life under the 1801 Haitian Constitution, but stepped down in 1802 as part of a deal with France, and then he was kidnapped and imprisoned by Napoleon, where he died in jail. In the weeks leading up to the Olympics, the IOC told Haiti they would have to change their uniform, since the image of Toussaint violated the Olympic Charter, which requires teams to be politically neutral and doesn't allow any kind of political, religious, or racial propaganda. With no time or money to get new uniforms, Stella had to get creative, so she painted over the image of Toussaint, leaving just the red horse. When she was asked about removing Toussaint, Stella said, "We did not erase the spirit of the general. His absence speaks louder than his presence ever could."
Certainly does. Just ridiculous. How could they call something like from over 200 years ago political? Because the International Olympic Committee is a fucking farce. They do a lot of real stupid stuff. Like, I don't know, letting a nation accused of committing genocide compete while letting another, not allowing another one who's only actually been accused of war crimes. I don't think Russia's actually been accused of genocide. I'm not so sure. But war crimes, yeah. I'm not saying that's not a good reason to ban somebody, but at least some consistency. But the IOC can't be bothered. Nope. But people are nonetheless having fun down in Milan and Cortina.
It's not just Olympians we're getting to interview here at the Winter Olympics. I got to catch up with one of the greatest hype men on the planet, Flavor Flav, and here's what happened.
From the stage to the slopes, bringing fire to the snow. Got a clock around his chest, Flavor Flav still in the show. From mics to the monobob, always bringing joy. When Flavor's in the house, yeah, boy!
And then we sat down for an interview.
I went up to Park City, you know, and I took a bobsled ride. And the 4-man bobsled. Coy, that ride was crazy, but I really enjoyed it. And see, I'm an adrenaline junkie. Yeah. You know, I'm a big kid. I never grew up. Mm-hmm.
There you go, Flavor Flav. Bobsledding at the Olympics. Rapping with some random guy that I do not know. Well, let's keep this Olympic discussion moving. Talk about all of the efforts that go into the photography and videography at the Olympics. The Associated Press.
I'm Jacqueline Martin. I'm a staff photojournalist with the Associated Press. I'm covering the Winter Olympics in Cortina, Italy, and I'm specifically covering women's alpine skiing. I'm a lifelong skier, but I've never actually photographed skiing professionally before, so it's been a little bit of a learning curve. There's no light at all, and you can see like lights going down now, so they're very long days. So we got up at 5 a.m., met the team at 6, packed all of our gear in the car. We have 4 photographers working on the team, and in the car on the way to the venue, we kind of hashed out our plan for the day, who's going to go where, what we're thinking the big story is, and what we're going to be looking for. And there's a couple of very specific things you have to do. You have to have like the specialty helmet that keeps your head safe in case the athletes whack into you. Hopefully that doesn't happen. You have to wear crampons, which are basically like ice shoes that you strap on to your ski boots. So that's pretty unwieldy. And then you're standing behind an air fence. It looks like a big mattress, like a blown up mattress, and you stand behind the air fence so that if the athlete did lose control and came in your direction, you wouldn't die. So that's nice. We appreciate the protection in that way. My colleague Bob Bucati and I took 2 lifts up the hill and skied down the hill to see sort of where we want to position ourselves today. I decided to take a position closer to the top. That actually allowed me to get some kind of behind the scenes moments with some of the athletes, including USA's Michaela Schifrin.
Well, there we go. Tons of effort goes into this, these Olympics, not just on the part of the athletes, but on the part of the journalists and photographers as well. Now, one man's efforts were noticed by a lot of people. On the ice. On the ice at the Olympic figure skating events, one man was creating quite a buzz with his moves behind the camera.
This will be the first time that a camera operator has been on the ice for the figure skating events at an Olympic Games. And that to me is a huge responsibility. I get to set the standard for Olympics to come. At least I hope that this is something that we get to include in the future. As a skater and as a dancer, I felt I wanted to feel what it was like to skate and what it was like to dance. And most video shot from a static angle is missing that. So by putting the camera in the hands of a dancer or in the hands of a skater, you can now tell the story of what you're supposed to be feeling when someone's doing a specific move, like a jump or a spin. So by being on the ice and understanding what it feels like to do those things, I think that emotion is conveyed in the frame. Watching at the end of Ilya's performances, those 2 contrasting emotions between the triumph of victory and the agony of defeat. I think by watching, by being present myself, what I was feeling could possibly be coming through the camera, and I'm there to tell the audience, you know, it's going to be okay. He's still here. You know, you finish a program, you're still alive. There'll be another day. And to see Ilya's emotion really is just part of his story.
There you go. Completely new addition for the Olympic figure skating. A camera on the ice with the figure skaters, getting up close. In action, videography. Giving us all a much closer picture of what's happening down there on the ice. Now back out there on the slopes, one woman was crushing the competition. An American woman.
China?
For China?
China.
That's right.
I have to have my China.
Eileen Gu. Olympic freestyle skier Eileen Gu was born in the United States but is competing for China in this year's Winter Olympics. Vice President Vance took aim at the Olympic star during an interview on Fox News.
I certainly think that somebody who grew up in the United States of America, who benefited from our education system, from the freedoms and liberties that make this country a great place, I would hope that they want to compete with the United States of America.
The International Olympic Committee requires athletes to be a citizen of the nation that they represent. Gu, whose father is American, grew up in California and spent her summers in Beijing. She chose to compete for China in 2019. She'll be a junior at Stanford when she returns to college. Oh, there you go. A young woman from America decided to compete for a completely
China.
different country.
A communist.
Now, she won apparently like at least a couple of gold medals, I think. And she had some comments for people like J.D. Vance, who had criticism for her choice to represent China rather than the United States of fascism. Fashmerica.
I'm the most decorated female free skier in history. I think that's an answer in and of itself. I'm doing things that quite literally have never been done before, and so I think that is more than good enough.
The 22-year-old Olympian Eileen Gu is used to scrutiny. She's been surrounded by controversy since 2015 when she switched to represent China instead of the US, where she was born and raised. She has a Chinese mother and an American father, and she's always said that she's proud of both sides of her heritage. But that hasn't stopped the criticism, especially from some conservatives who accuse her of being a traitor to the US. It's become such a high-profile issue that even Vice President J.D. Vance was asked about it on Fox News.
Some people have said that this is a treasonous to ski for China.
Treason? It's treason to ski? What a bunch of pathetic people, right? Like, to suggest this is treason while you're sitting across from the vice president to Donald Trump, like, is hilarious to me. Like, if you don't finish that question with, or if you don't finish that comment up with, by the way, do you think the president committed treason and should he also be tried for that as well? Like, then you are not a journalist, you're a propagandist. Like, you're telling me that skiing for China is treason, but trying to steal an election is not treason? Okay, Fox. Okay, great. Great. That's
Give
funny.
me a joke.
That's a good one. Give me another joke. Give me another great joke. So funny over there at Fox News. All right. From Goo to Gus. Alaska's news source from 4 days ago. Alaska's Gus Schumacher skis to historic Olympic medal for the United States.
And I think what makes me so excited and so proud right now is this silver medal that Gus is going to bring home to Alaska is now setting the stage for, the whole next generation.
Those magical words, another Alaskan has won Olympic medal. History was made in Italy earlier this morning. We bring our sports director, Jordan Rodenberger, in to provide the latest details.
Rebecca, it was a monumental moment for Alaska skiing and the United States. Alaskan skier taking part in history over.
Jordan is always annoying me. Is it just me, or does anybody else here think that Jordan spends like a bunch of time on 4chan and like in Elon Musk's comment section? Is that just me, or what? Anyway, great job, Gus. Great job with the skiing and the silver medal. Huge suit. You're right. The suit is way too big for this guy. You're right. It's oversized. And look at the size of that tie. Maybe he's just a very small man. And they couldn't find a... That guy is like 16. He does look... Yeah, he's at, come on. He's probably at least 17 and a half. All right, to another American. Making history. Alyssa Liu. With Team USA's first figure skating gold in 20 years.
All right, staying on the ice right now, you know, figure skater Alyssa Liu is reliving her epic gold medal victory. It's the first for Team USA in over 2 decades. Ty Steele caught up with Liu and her teammate, who says their work is not over yet.
History in Milan. Alyssa Liu becomes the first American woman in 24 years to win Olympic gold in figure skating. I caught up with Liu a day after her gold medal performance on the ice, as well as Amber Glenn after her 5th place finish.
Congratulations to both of you. What a night of skating last night. We got to start with you, Alyssa.
Yeah.
The first gold medal for female figure skating in 24 years. How does it feel?
I mean, I'm just really happy with my performance yesterday. I wish I was still in that arena. The vibes were up.
You were incredible. And resilience, crazy, Amber. I mean, you skated one of the best performances of your life last night. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a redemption skate for sure, and I'm just glad I got to have my Olympic moment out there.
And Alyssa, for everybody watching out there, all the young skaters that see a 20-year-old at the peak of the career with so much more ahead of you, what's your advice to all the young skaters out there?
I would say, like, rest, take breaks, and try other things. I don't know, explore.
You did such a good job supporting your teammates, even after you didn't get exactly what you wanted to get. What do you say about team spirit?
That's what it's all about. It's a sisterhood, and we are in such a elite level of competition that we're the only ones that really get it. So instead of just being competitors, we're able to support each other, and I think that's why we have such a great team.
Well, there we go. U.S. Olympic ladies showing out at Milan 2026. All right, we're almost done with our Olympic. Well, actually, no, I take it back. I forgot. We have part 2 of the Olympics. I forgot about Kash Patel. Somehow I forgot about Kash. No, we're not even close to done with the Olympic coverage. Now, even with... Oh, God, my brain just broke. Even with Eileen Gu performing for China, the United States closed out with a record-breaking Winter Games. Here's ABC News from yesterday.
This morning, a historic matchup is underway. A heated rivalry coming to a head on the ice in Milan. Team USA versus Canada in a fight for the gold. Their first matchup for a gold medal since 2010 when Canada won. Team USA closing out a record-breaking Winter Games, making history with its 11th gold medal of these Olympics. In freestyle skiing mixed team aerials, the most gold medals the U.S. has ever won in a single Winter Games. It's been a weekend of podium finishes from snow to ice. Bobsled star Kaylee Humphries winning her 6th career Olympic medal. Taking home the bronze in the 2-women bobsled event alongside Jasmine Jones. It is the first for the Olympic rookie. And in another first, the U.S. medaling in speed skating mass start thanks to a stellar finish by Florida native Mia Manganello, who brought home the bronze in her final Olympic race of her career.
It was, a blessing to close it out with a medal.
The competitive portion of figure skating may have wrapped up, but the stars of Team USA hitting the rink again Saturday for an exhibition skate gala. Among them, quad god Ilya Malinin. After his devastating 8th place finish in the men's singles, the 21-year-old delivering a powerful performance to the song Fear. And after gliding her way to gold in the women's individual, Alyssa Liu dazzling on the ice to stateside. Now, after a thrilling 16 days at the 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Games, all eyes on the Verona Arena as the closing ceremony is just hours away.
Yes, indeed. Now, this was before the fateful hockey game between the United States and Canada, which we will get to momentarily, because there's a lot to unpack with that one. But one thing I thought we should talk about while we're here, talking about the Olympics, is one often overlooked group of Olympic heroes. The parents.
Daddy can do no wrong.
To the Olympics now. Each day we focus on the athletes' talent, their victories, and their disappointments.
Yeah, well, tonight we want to focus on an often overlooked aspect of these games. We're talking about the parents here. And Deanie Wimmer leads our Olympic coverage from Milan. And Deanie, here's the truth bomb for you. There would be no Olympians without parents, right?
What? That's a truth bomb for sure, Mike. Parents play such a key role, and we learned firsthand just how much when we talked earlier to Utah speed skater Brittany Bowe.
But I felt more joy getting 4th place today, seeing them in the stands, than winning my first individual medal in Beijing and having an empty stands.
Athletes want their parents there. So for all Utah parents out there who have devoted time, money, anxiety to their kids' sports, this one's for you.
When athletes like Casey Dawson and Corinne Stoddard started skating as kids, their parents didn't always know they'd end up at the Olympics.
When he stepped on the ice for long track speed skating, he just came running up to me at the end of that and said, "Mom, sign me up." That was so much fun. And I thought it would be another passing sport, but he never looked back from there.
Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, Dark Sparkle. I'm sure privilege does play a role to some degree, especially with the winter sports. Because the winter sports are, in fact, a bit more pricey than the summer sports, at least, just generally speaking. Requires a bit more access, a little more expendable
It was all
income.
for fun. The two of us started skating as a lark. It was all about the fun.
Yeah, I think we always knew that she had it in her. And, it was just a matter of whether or not she'd stay in love with the sport.
I hoped, I really did. My goal in life was to help her, with whatever road it took to get there.
And at this level, it takes a lot. Parents make sacrifices to get here.
I would drive down to the Oval 2 or 3 times a week and spend 3 or 4 hours at the rink, just, waiting around for him, watching, trying to, find a way to pass the time.
You generally spend all of your vacation time and budget traveling for sporting events.
In the winter.
I drove her to practice, and sharpened her skates
In
for
the
her
winter.
for many years.
They experience some of the same nerves as the athletes.
My palms get so sweaty and my heart is pounding out of my chest. It's crazy.
She takes my breath away every time she steps up to that start line, and then pulls me along on a wild ride with every lap.
Jean Latai wears her lucky shirt bearing her daughter's picture. Vicky Stoddard has a charm necklace she always wears.
There's a special jeweler who would make one for the year. And so each of these is every year that she went. And it's just kind of like my superstition or my good luck charm.
By the end of all this, the parents deserve a medal.
Yeah, I guess we could do a parental Olympics type of deal. Who is the most powerful?
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
All right, what do I do here? We're 7.5 hours into the show. Just for my own sanity, I think I'm going to skip this break. Just because I want to keep banging this out right now. Just so this doesn't go too long, because I still got a fuckload of videos left. How many do we have? Let me count this real quick. Got less, 40? A little less than 40. Yeah, I should probably keep this moving. Because 12 hours would be a little too many for me. I'd like to keep it to 9 or 10. That would be nice. I think that's doable. All right, let's go from talking about the parents. The parents getting medals for their efforts to one man getting a medal for hanging out in the locker room, I guess. I am, of course, talking about the one, the only FBI Director of the United States, Kash Patel, of course. Who else? Who do you think I'm talking about?
Well, following Team USA's unfortunate win over Canada at the Winter Olympics gold medal hockey game, Kash Patel, the FBI director, was caught partying it up in the locker room with Team USA on what was supposed to be a business trip with Italian officials. So in this video, I'm going to get to the reporting on this, the video coming out of the locker room, how embarrassing I find that to be, as well as some other reactions and details around this. So let me first start with the reporting that happened or came out late last week from CBS News saying Kash Patel used an FBI jet to fly to Italy with plans to attend the Olympic men's hockey games, sources say. And HuffPost expanding on that, saying on Thursday, Patel did indeed head to Milan Cortina games on the FBI's Gulfstream jet. The report estimated that Patel's trip to Milan cost taxpayers as much as $75,000. FBI spokesperson Ben Williamson confirmed the trip, arguing though it
75 grand just so Kash Patel can hang out at the Olympics. Oh my God. You think you deserve that, Kash? You think you're doing a really that good of a job as FBI director that you deserve this this $75,000 taxpayer-funded vacation to Italy? That's weird. That's
really
weird.
planned months in advance, and Patel was there to meet with Italian officials for meetings and briefings related to government duties. And it just so happened to perfectly coincide with the Olympic Games and the Olympic gold medal hockey game. But this gets to Ben Williamson, again, FBI spokesperson, coming out and saying, following that previous reporting, saying your rag outlet, speaking of MS Now, wrote that he went to hang out at the Olympics on the taxpayer dime, even when provided information that your theory was false. When you're ready to correct that, let me know. Won't hold my breath. And readers added context here, as Twitter added. Patel was seen on Now deleted video celebrating with Team USA in the locker room after the gold medal game. In fact, here he is. So Travis Akers, this is a former Navy SEAL, U.S. Navy intel officer, saying, can someone explain to me why the FBI director is partying in the locker room at the Olympics on the taxpayer dime? There he is with Dylan Larkin. Very embarrassing stuff. Gerald replies here saying, are the Epstein files there? I mean, this is... I guess if that was the case, then...
W. That's a W for Dylan? No, Gerald. Gerald. W for Gerald. Great job, Gerald.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Gerald replies here saying, are the Epstein files there? I mean, this is... I guess if that was the case, then you could say, well, it was indeed on business. But Kash Patel isn't hiding it. He comes out saying unity, sacrifice, attitude, what it takes to be the best in the world. These men live and breathe it. Now Team USA are gold medal champions, legends standing on the shoulders of giants. Thank you for representing the greatest country on earth, debatable, in the greatest game ever created. Correct. Congrats, boys. So, here are his pictures. Now, I will say I'm happy to see my boy Austin Matthews not in any of these images. I mean, I think he's in this, I'm sure. But the ones with Kash Patel, I do not see him. So that's good. But look, we'll get to the video later. It's the players, it's the coaches, management, and Kash Patel. Like, Aren't you embarrassed? I mean, both
You should be ashamed of
embarrassed.
yourself.
The team should be embarrassed to have one of the biggest Epstein class defenders in the room with them. But Kash Patel should be embarrassed just to be in that room. You had nothing to do with this. Why are you in there? So ridiculous. So here is Kash Patel just a few years ago criticizing.
I'm not gonna lie. I love how teeny tiny Kash looks in some of these photos. He looks like an Oompa Loompa, like hanging out with like a bunch of like normal human beings. Like in every one of these, he just it's amazing.
So here is Kash Patel just a few years ago criticizing the FBI director at that time, Chris Wray, about his personal trips on the FBI jet.
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane.
A what now?
15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Minimum.
And it's worth mentioning as well here that Wray was actually appointed by Trump in 2017.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
He did admit to going on vacation, but insisted that he had reimbursed the government, which is what you're supposed to do as the FBI director. Apparently, the FBI director is supposed to take the FBI jet everywhere just in case they have to leave immediately for some emergency, as if Kash Patel is going to help in any emergency. But regardless, they're supposed to reimburse. And it doesn't seem like that's been happening. So this is reporting from back in April about the personal trips that at that time already Kash Patel had been taking. So Patel's use of the Gulfstream jet operated by the FBI appears to extend his frequent trips to Las Vegas, where he has a home, and to Nashville, where Patel's girlfriend, who is a country singer, lives.
Yeah, Kash has been flying around in that G6 jet like it's his or something. 15,000 every time it takes off. Yeesh, Kash, what's the deal? It's weird.
It's weird.
Thankfully, he's not very good at his job, so we're not really missing out on much back here in the United States.
Do you know how we know that all of these oversight committee hearings, dragging Kash and Pamela Joe into the chambers to give testimony? Do you know how we know it's all theater? Besides the obvious. We know it's theater because none of them seem to take it very seriously. That's for one. They're extremely irreverent and disrespectful the entire time. They refuse to answer any questions. That's one way that we know. But you know how else we know? Because the director of the FBI is in Italy, partying, acting like a frat boy.
Mamma mia!
With American Olympians, while he's not doing his job here. I mean, that's just to put it kindly.
It's true.
He is failing as far as his duty to the American people and to the victims of crimes are concerned. I'm sure he's not failing if we consider what his overlords want him to do, right? The reason that he's in power, right? So I guess maybe he doesn't think that he's a failure, but we know that this is all a joke because he doesn't think he's a failure and he thinks that he gets to go to Italy on our dime and then get special privileges to go and party with the American Olympic, I think it's the hockey team that he was partying with. Huh? Imagine being this bad at your job. Imagine sitting in an oversight committee hearing and admitting that you haven't personally reviewed the files, making sweeping, generalized claims, asserting very specific things like this is not in the files or this is in the files, and then admitting that you haven't even reviewed it. Imagine that public humiliation, an admission of failure at your post and then going on our fucking dime, the people that he failed, going on our dime and partying with the American Olympic team, like he is deserving of such a thing. And this was not a last minute thing, by the way. I just want you to know that. Here's a tweet from July 3rd, 2025, a half a year ago. NHL agreed.
Oh, this is a big trip for Kash. He was planning this for half a year. He was really looking forward to this thing. Is Kash like some big hockey fan or something? What's up with that? What's up with that, Kash? It's weird. It's just, this is disturbing. This is what we have. This is what we have representing our country. This guy who's doing an active cover-up back in the United States felt that he deserved a $75,000 taxpayer-funded trip to Milan so that he'd hang out with the Olympic hockey team in the locker room for some reason. That's helping. That's helping solve the sex
Kash
crime.
Patel. NHL agreed to let the boys play in the next Olympics this coming winter. First time in over a decade. Team USA, I'll see you there. I'll see you there. This is July 3rd, 2025. He's always intended to steal our money to go to the Olympics on our dime, using a $60 million jet that we pay for, that we fuel, that we secure. Do you know how much this cost us? Aside from the tickets, you know how many people he had to take with him, security detail? I'm sure his girlfriend was with him. But do you know what my favorite part is? My absolute favorite part?
I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet.
Yep. That clip's making the rounds all over the place. Everyone found it. Ah, boy, oh boy. Cash App, what's your deal? What are you doing? He really should be ashamed of himself. He spent all of his time, he spent all of his time leading up to being the FBI director, going on talk shows like this, saying that he was going to release the files. He's going to get it all out there. And he's going to end all the corruption, all the government gangsters. And then he became a government gangster and didn't release the files.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Started stealing money from taxpayers and doing a government.
Illegal.
Maybe that's why U.S. Olympians, athletes, don't want to represent this country or feel, at the very least, somewhat conflicted. Maybe that's why you got people like Eileen Gu skating for China rather than the United States.
The Winter Olympics wrapped up on Sunday in Italy. At the Games, Norway set a new record by winning 41 medals, including 18 gold. On Sunday, the U.S. men's hockey team beat Canada. The men's team had an unexpected visitor in their locker room after the game, FBI Director Kash Patel. A reporter from ProPublica posted video from inside the locker room showing Patel chugging a beer and partying with the team. Patel, who's an avid hockey fan, had flown to Italy on a government plane, sparking widespread criticism. The FBI had claimed the purpose of Patel's trip was for official business. During the Olympics, there were multiple protests over the Trump administration's decision to send U.S. ICE agents to provide security for the U.S. delegation. We go now to Jules Boykoff, the author of 6 books on the Olympic, including Power Games, A Political History of the Olympics. His new piece for the Globe and Mail is titled, At the Olympics, Politics Has Always Come Before Sports. Boykoff played for the U.S. under-23 men's national soccer team between 1989 and 91. His forthcoming memoir is titled Kickin', and he's speaking to us from Toronto. Jules, we talked to you at the beginning of the Olympics. There's so much to talk about. You say it's all about politics. Even as President Trump said, and J.D. Vance said, people should just play and not engage in politics. What struck you about these Olympics that took place in Italy?
Well, first off, Amy, the Trump administration has full-on politicized these Olympics. From the very beginning, when J.D. Vance showed up at the opening ceremony and was roundly booed and jeered by the audience, to him using the opportunity to be in Milan as essentially a campaign trip for 2028 election, to what you were just talking about, the remarkable moment of Kash Patel flying to Milan on the taxpayer dime to watch a bunch of hockey games and then whoop it up with the United States hockey team in the locker room afterwards, chugging beers, slamming his hand on the table. But there's also President Donald Trump, who's politicized the games. After all, he punched down on Olympian Hunter Hess, who just was explaining in a pretty nuanced way how he felt like he had mixed feelings about participating in these Olympics at this particular moment. Trump called him a real loser, unleashing a torrent of hate at Mr. Hess, who said this was the most difficult period of his life.
You know,
so the
I
Trump
wanted
administration
to play
showed
Hunter.
everybody.
I wanted to play Hunter in his own words, the 27-year-old USA freestyle skier, speaking at a news conference at the Olympics.
I think it brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think. It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. I think for me, it's more I'm representing my friends and family back home, the people that represent it before me, all the things that I believe are good about the U.S. I just think if it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S. So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here.
That's Hunter Hess. Jules Boykoff, continue.
Well, that's significant for a number of reasons. One, when President Trump took to Truth Social to slam Hunter Hess as a real loser, he also mangled that very nuanced message that you just played for us. In the process, he unleashed a torrent of hate. The MAGA army has come after Hunter Hess really hard. Second, I don't know how any of this fits with the Olympic spirit. I mean, I think it's not too much to say that President Trump wouldn't recognize the Olympic spirit if it came up and kissed him on the cankle. And third, the International Olympic Committee has been utterly silent when it comes to defending Mr. Hess. They just sat around and let him float in the wind. Fortunately, numerous Olympians from around the world spoke up in defense of Mr. Hess. You've got Eileen Gu, the great freestyle skier who represents China, who said that he absolutely has the right to speak out. So did Chloe Kim, the superstar snowboarder from the United States, who said the same thing. You've got a cross-country skier who even went as far as to say what Trump said was childish. And it's not just athletes who are defending Hess. Some of them actually gone on the attack. You've got Kelly Panic, who was a gold medal winner with the U.S. women's hockey team, who explained how she was proud to be from Minnesota, where people were taking to the streets to fight back against ICE, and that she drew inspiration from them. You've got another curler from Minnesota, a guy named Rich Ruohonen, who said, he's also a lawyer, and he said what's happening on the streets of Minnesota is disgusting and illegal, and there's no gray area about it. And so it's been a really interesting moment to have these athletes speaking out.
Jules,
and it's a tribute
to
the social movements on the streets.
I wanted to go to the U.S. figure skater Amber Glenn, the first openly LGBTQ plus athlete to compete in women's singles figure skating at the Winter Olympics.
It's been a hard time for the community overall under this administration. It isn't the first time that we've had to come together as a community and try and fight for our human rights. And now, especially, it's not just affecting the queer community, but many other communities. And I think that we are able to support each other in a way that we didn't have to before, and because of that, it's made us a lot stronger.
U.S. figure skater Amber Glenn, Jules.
God bless Amber Glenn. I mean, the courage that she has shown in the public sphere in the face of all this vitriol has been remarkable. And thank goodness for the U.S. figure skating team that brought so much joy to these Olympic Games, a joy that contrasts mightily with the hate that's spewing from MAGA land right now.
I also wanted to ask you about the Haitian athletes. Describe what happened to them and their uniforms.
Absolutely. So there were some athletes from Haiti that were participating in these Winter Olympics in Milano Cortina. And the designer of their uniforms put a nod to history on those uniforms, and it was the form of a figure of Toussaint Louverture, the revolutionary leader who got rid of slavery in Haiti and also started the first Black Republic in 1804. And the International Olympic Committee looked at that uniform and they said, oh, that's a breach of our rules around being political.
Illegal.
And they forced the Haitian squad to scrub Toussaint Louverture off of their uniforms. And this points to the sort of selective morality that the International Olympic Committee has shown at these Olympics, whether it's doing that to Haitian athletes or forcing the bold Ukrainian skeleton athlete Vladislav Haraskevich to not participate because he wanted to wear a helmet of remembrance honoring those who died, his compatriots from Ukraine who died to Russia in the war.
And other people who were trying to bring up what was happening in their countries. I mean, you say the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, says it's neutral, but that simply means they side with power and put athletes in the crosshairs.
That's absolutely correct. And, you know, Amy, I think it's important to take a moment to look at Vladislav Haraskevich, the skeleton Olympian from Ukraine, who basically sacrificed his ability to compete on the altar of his political beliefs. He showed up in Milan Cortina with a beautiful helmet of remembrance with the images of 24 athletes who'd been killed by Russia in war. The International Olympic Committee allowed him to wear that helmet in his practice runs. But when it came time to the actual competition, they said, no, you can't wear that. That's political. And so he decided, Haraskevich, that he wasn't going to race. This is in sharp contrast with what the International Olympic Committee said to him in 2022, when after one of his runs, he held up a placard that said, no war in Ukraine. So at that point, the IOC in 2022 said, oh, that's fine, don't worry about it. But now, 4 years later, they dropped the hammer on him. And, you know, it's been remarkable to see them hide behind this idea of neutrality, as you mentioned. Neutrality, when you're talking about powerful people, neutrality tends to benefit the oppressors. Neutrality tends to benefit those who already have power. I'm confident that history will vindicate Mr. Haraskevich. He has shown the courage to remind us that sometimes the message is a lot more important than the medal.
Yeah, I felt we need to do that whole thing. After all of this Olympic stuff that's been going on, I felt that the politics around the Olympics needed to be fully discussed, and Democracy Now! Did a fantastic job of that. Better than I think I could have done on my own. Thankfully, we still got Amy Goodman down there, trenches, doing all the good journalism. Getting on good guests like that guy, Jules Boykoff, a former professional athlete. Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, the war with Ukraine and Russia continues. But first, let's go here to the closing ceremony. That was beautiful. No sound whatsoever. We just get to see the outside of the Colosseum in Verona, where the closing ceremony apparently happened, and it was probably great, and I don't really care. But I tried to give us extensive Olympics coverage here for this Funde stream. I think I did fairly well, without going overboard. Now let's go to Ukraine. This is from 2 days ago. Ukraine has struck key industrial sites inside of Russia, deep inside of Russia, causing great concern. Now, I'm not a missile expert, but those kind of look like, ICBMs. All right, now one nation that was allowed to participate in the Olympics regardless of their war crimes and accused genocide. I'm, of course, talking about Israel. Israel is allowed to participate in the Olympics, even though they're doing all those crimes. This next video is fascinating. We're not going to watch the whole thing because we definitely don't have time for it today. Not even kind of. It's like 3 hours long, which would take us out to like 11 hours before doing anything else. And I've still got like 30 videos left for us to go through. So we're going to have to do this kind of quick. I just found this to be pretty hilarious for so many reasons. And I wish we could go into all of the reasons that I had. Maybe I'll be able to do that. But best way for us to tackle this is vicariously through one Hassan Piker. And I'm talking about this insane discussion, I guess you might call it, debate. Not sure what it was. But one Tucker Carlson and one ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, had a bit of a sit-down powwow, if you will. And things got weird.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Weird.
Better access to the, like, Tucker Carlson's pretty connected. Tucker Carlson is pretty connected.
An interview we did in Israel. In general, it's never worth talking about the backstory behind an interview. It's kind of not the point. It makes it about the interviewer, not the person.
This has nothing to do with what Tucker Carlson say. But is there ever a time when Hassan isn't eating? Like, I'm fairly certain most of the donations to Hassan go into him eating like 20,000 calories a day. Like, the man is always eating. Every time I look over, it's like, oh, Hassan's eating another meal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is
Are
a
we
human
sure
man.
he's a human? Well, I guess that
being interviewed for one thing, for another, it's not that interesting most of the time. And for another, it's kind of off the record. You know, the other person hasn't consented to you telling the story. So in general, we don't do that. Who'd want to hear that? Let the interview speak for itself. But in this case, we want to tell you just a few things about how this interview came about, because they are pretty interesting, revealing, and now weirdly relevant, apparently. So this interview with Mike Huckabee came about a couple of weeks ago on Twitter. One of our producers showed me. He said something to the effect of, "You're talking to Middle Eastern Christians, Tucker Carlson. Maybe you should talk to me. Why don't you come do an interview?" And I paused for a minute. I've thought in the past about trying to interview Mike Huckabee, whom I've known for over 30 years and worked adjacent to at Fox. And I had mixed feelings about it, mostly because it's hard if you're me to interview Mike Huckabee because of just the personal affect. Mike Huckabee is jovial, comes off as friendly. He's a grandfather. When annoyed, I can be nasty in interviews. And so it's it takes a lot of self-control to interview someone like Mike Huckabee, not because I hate him, but because it's hard to ask him tough questions and not come off as a jerk, which I often am. So, but I thought in this case, yeah, I should definitely do this for a bunch of different reasons. Mainly, the United States is moving toward a big war, a real war with Iran, a regime change war, the biggest war we've had since the invasion of Iraq in the spring of 2003. And Israel is driving that. We are doing this at the behest, at the demand of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So it seems like now is the time for more Americans to understand the dynamic between the U.S. and Israel and to call attention to that. And for another, Huckabee's behavior in the last year in Jerusalem as the ambassador has been very, very striking. He famously had a meeting with the most damaging spy in American history. And why did you do that? He hadn't been asked by anybody up until 2 days ago, why did you do that? So I wanted to be able to ask him that. And so we accepted, and then began the usual negotiations about when and where the interview would take place. And we were constrained because we weren't expecting this. We wanted to do it quickly, but we had tons of travel. So we threw them a date, them being the American embassy. We can do it on this date, and they were very accommodating. And then the question became, well, where do we do it? And maybe
honestly, I watched this whole thing. It's quite, some aspects of this are incredibly Twilight Zone for me, because Tucker Carlson technically says some true things during this, and I find it off-putting, because also partly because I know that he's still like a genuine anti-Semite in my opinion, right? Like I think he does actually hold anti-Semitic thoughts, but he's just very good at making it seem like he doesn't. You know, he's one of those media guys those right-wing media guys, like of the neoconservative variety, who are very good at the old dog whistle. Like that's basically why they exist. Like why people like Tucker Carlson like exist, because he's like a master of the dog whistle. And you know, the new version of that is of course just outright fascist and like racist Nazi. So like on Rumble or wherever else, but like, you know, Tucker is the old guard that had to pretend that they weren't racist and or anti-Semitic, even though clearly he is. And so like it's just weird to have him be the vehicle for like actual truthful statements about Israel. It's like, God, why is he the guy? We can't get anybody better than this.
Christian holy
Jesus
site.
Christ.
We said we've got to get in and out really quick, got to be back to do a bunch of other interviews, but we've got this time frame. They said, well, why don't you do it at the U.S. Embassy? Or maybe we said that. Great, U.S. Embassy. So the U.S. Embassy is about an hour, 55 minutes from the big airport in Israel, Ben Gurion. So we said, okay, what about security? Now, at this time, the Israeli government, the prime minister included, were attacking me in this show. Netanyahu suggested I was a Nazi, for example. And so we thought, you know, how about security? Obviously. Not because the Israeli government necessarily would do something bad, because there are a lot of people in Israel who think, because they've been told, you know, that I'm an anti-Semite or a Nazi or want to Jews. It's kind of crazy overstatement. All untrue, obviously. But it would be good to have security. And I should say, having done interviews on 6 out of 7 continents over 35 years, I'm not very security conscious at all. Never really feel uncomfortable, but this seemed like a prudent thing to do. So we were told by the embassy spokesman, no, we're not going to provide security. And so we said, okay, I guess we'll get private security. But could we get someone from the embassy to ride in the car with us from the airport to the interview? And we were told, no. Could we get what they call control?
The first half hour of this is like Tucker Carlson, like having, I guess what you would call like an internet-based Karen fit, where he complains about not getting concierge service from the Israelis, or like actually not from the Israelis, from the U.S. Embassy. Like he's very offended that the poor service that he got from the embassy. and he wants to speak to a manager about it. He goes into great detail actually about about all of this. He's very highly incensed
just an
at
American
the lack of service from
with
the
us,
U.S. Embassy.
in an official capacity as a embassy employee with us. No, quote, for legal reasons, we can't do that. So I thought, well, that's very strange. And then they said, but instead, we're turning you over to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, MFA, and they're going to arrange everything in Israel. Well, this was within 24 hours of the Deputy Foreign Minister, Sharon Haskell, releasing a video calling me an anti-Semite and an enemy of Israel. This was the person who the embassy was telling us was going to handle all of our travel. So it was at this point that I just called. I called the spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in Israel, and I said, okay, I'm an American citizen responding to an invitation from the American ambassador to Israel. And by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. ambassador, so I have some sense, I'm not an expert, obviously, but I have some sense of how this works. And I think that the U.S. ambassador has discretion to send somebody from his office to the airport to accompany someone in. I think that's right. And if it's not right, tell me what law you're talking about, what legal reason you're talking about that would prevent that. And now you're sending me over to a government official who's been calling me a Nazi? That's the person in charge of getting us to the embassy? Like, what is going on here? And the embassy spokesman, who's totally nice, said, well, this was the decision of someone called David Brownstein. He's the DCM, the number 2 guy in the embassy. And I said, well, put him on a text exchange. Like, what is going on here? And so Brownstein got on and didn't answer the question, but basically said, well, okay, let's just do the interview at.
Do you see what I mean? He's literally just like, he keeps saying, look, let me speak to your manager. Look, I don't accept this resolution. Please escalate this call. Otherwise, I will go full Mecha Karen on you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Airport, in the diplomatic reception area at the airport. Okay, I said. We're going to be flying in from Europe, and we had to be in and out really quickly. So at great expense, we chartered a plane, which I never do because I'm cheap. But we did. And so then I said to them, okay, I want to send you the flight information, tail number, flight number, route, and I want you to pass that on to the Israeli military just so, you know, they don't mistake us for an Iranian drone or something. I mean, not to be paranoid, but again, this is probably the most violent country in the world, Israel. Is there...
I'm not gonna lie, that does sound paranoid, but okay.
Country in the world where I held a or shot someone? I mean, I don't know the answer, but this is a country famously waging a 7-front war with...
Like, this is like, I'm not gonna lie, this is some just like... This is just some good old-fashioned Republican victimhood shit right here. But it's being, but like in this particular case, it's about Israel. And so it sounds right, but let's be fucking super real. They would never do that. They know, I mean, Israel's got so much surveillance. Like, you don't think the Mossad knew that Tucker was coming? They're not just gonna blast Tucker out of the fucking sky, okay? No matter how low of an opinion any of us may have about Israel, I think we can all agree that they're not going to just blast Tucker Carlson out of the fucking sky. He's an American citizen. He's a well-known American citizen, and they're like, just on a political basis, so much of Israel's support comes from the right now. They could never like. No matter what like Tucker represents currently within the right wing, they could never live that down, right? Like, they can murder Palestinian Christians left and right and steal their land, but if they were to murder Tucker Carlson, right wing, like, the Christian nationalists would never forgive Israel ever again, right? You know what I'm saying here? Like, Come on, Tucker. Quit pretending you're like they're going to target you or something.
Well, if it's neighbors, you know, so this is also the country that bombed
This is one of the only moments where I will ever say this in my life where I would offer critical support to Tucker Carlson against the only entity that is more fascistic and more violent. Well, definitely more violent, but definitely more fascistic than Tucker Carlson, which is the nation state of Israel. I see a lot of people talking about all the shit that the American...
This is the only time that I'll ever offer critical support to Tucker Carlson. Wow. We're truly living in the upside down, people. We've officially made it. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for traveling with Galactic Airlines. You have now arrived at your destination. The net destination fucked.
Government is saying, all the shit that the Israeli government is saying about Tucker Carlson and like agreeing with them, except he's 100% on the money here and 100% correct when he's talking about Israel.
The USS Liberty, knowing, we know this from NSA intercepts, that it was an American ship. So don't, just send the military our flight information and, we can all just sort of know it's on the record and we can all calm down a little bit. No, they said. The U.S. Embassy said, no, this is, your flight is not a matter of concern to the Israeli military. I said, okay, now you're making me uncomfortable.
Let's be fucking real. All the U.S. officials at the U.S. Embassy in Israel are being surveilled by the Mossad. You don't think they're seeing these text messages as they're going by? Come on. This is just my point. Is that, this is some nonsense like victimhood bullshit coming from Tucker here. Because really, the Mossad have like the most complete surveillance apparatus on the planet. You don't think they know that he's coming to talk to the ambassador of Israel? Are you shitting me? They've got bugs on like everyone's phones. I probably have Pegasus installed on my phone.
Isn't the airspace of Israel the purview of the Israeli military? Aren't they in charge of maintaining the integrity of their airspace? When you fly over the country of Israel or any country, its military keeps track of you because that's their job. So why wouldn't you send our flight information to the Israeli military? You're making me nervous. I sent this exchange and took a screenshot of it and sent it to a bunch of people, including in the U.S. government.
What I love is by the end of this thing, actually I'm not gonna say it yet, but this whole thing takes a whole bunch of turns. He just complains like some fucking international Karen about his treatment by the U.S. Embassy for like a fucking hour before they ever get to this video, this discussion between him and Mike Fuckabee.
It's very, very
So
well traveled.
unbearable.
But I also think it's important to be consistent about what we consider exculpatory evidence, and a 20-second clip isn't sufficient. Breaking via Ollie London TV, who obtained exclusive footage of Tucker Carlson's detainment at Israel's airport. And by detained, I mean smiling and posing with a fan, thoughts and prayers. So this is the clip that he was talking about that made him... This is the clip that the Israeli government is using to say they didn't do any sort of fuck shit to the producers or anything like that. Would you ever go to Israel? Fuck no. Yeah, I'll go to Palestine. There are some really, really powerful moments from this interview. We'll start here and then we'll go to some of the high notes in a second.
Love about it. And I want to talk to people in it for a week.
Only 38,000 likes in 7 hours? Wait, what? What are you talking about? This is 500,000 views in 7 hours. It is absolutely not being suppressed.
Good, and get a better sense of it. So I want to ask you, everyone I've talked to in preparation for this has said the same thing. Jonathan Pollard, I'm just going to throw the name to you and have you explain.
No, I'm glad you asked. Interestingly, there's been a lot of things about it. You're the first person who has asked me about it, which I find amazing. So I'm glad you did.
Really?
Yeah, the very first.
Good. Well, it's better to hear it.
Sure. I met Jonathan Pollard 2 times. Once I was making a speech in Jerusalem. This has been a few years ago. His wife was still alive at the time, and he was there. And someone introduced me to him and his wife. I said hello to them. That was it. Hi. Nice to meet Esther, his wife, and that was it. I went and made my speech and I left. Later, his wife passed away here in Israel, and I sent him a note and just said, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. I remember meeting her at the hotel, and sorry to hear it. He then asked...
Okay, so I'm just going to sum up this whole thing for you all, so we don't have to watch it. At the beginning of this, Tucker tries to present himself as being sort of antagonistic almost to Mike Huckabee, and sort of like pushing back against Mike and asking him tough questions about Jonathan Pollard or whoever these fucking all this shit, right? But by the end of this goddamn interview, he's basically getting on board with Mike Huckabee's like biblical historicities, like nonsense claims about like Judea and Samaria and how actually the whole all of Palestine is actually just the property of Israel because the Bible. And old Tucker over here is like, oh, interesting. That's
really
crazy.
weird.
Oh, thank you, Mike, for explaining that to me. I just don't understand how the Bible works. I guess I'm a big dummy.
You're a moron.
It was a waste of 3 hours of my life. Because I've always known that genuinely, like, when it really comes down to it, like, Tucker Carlson is just a fucking neoconservative who actually, really, in theory, when it comes down to it, he probably does actually support Israel, even though he's got hard questions about Israel. But really, his questions are really, he really, like I said before, it's about dog whistles, you know? He never actually ever says anything directly or blatantly anti-Semitic. He just knows what buttons to push. He knows when to bring up BlackRock, when to bring up George Soros, when to bring up this or that sort of thing, and be like, oh, well, that's weird, at the perfect time. You know, like, that's just what he does. He just knows how to get across a particular message at rapid fire, you know? And switch from one thing to the next. And he's just a partisan. He's honestly just a partisan hack. He's a partisan hack that was created in the world of mainstream media, right? Like that's who Tucker Carlson is. He's the bow tie wearing douchebag who could do dog whistles better than anybody else, and was great at being smarmy on television. Some people have been getting flack for
I want to do the Spike Lee one because it's just kind of want to have fun with it. Can we do that if we're in our little
Spike Lee's awesome outfit? I should get that, cop that fit.
Yeah, honestly. So go to a.
It would look so crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, here's the thing. Like here's the thing. Like, Tucker Carlson does not object to what Israel's doing because he cares about Palestinians. Right? I think we all need to understand this. Tucker does not like Israel because Jews. But he doesn't say that. So he masks that in criticism of Israel, but never does he actually speak about like his actual concerns for Palestinians in any real like specificity or like length. He doesn't really care. He's still a white supremacist. Right? He's still a white supremacist Christian nationalist. And he's still really a neoconservative who supports the US imperial hegemony. But likes to pretend that he isn't because it's not that popular of a thing anymore. Like, at all. Like, you kind of got to be a creep at this point. Like, it was more normalized, I feel like, in like because of the fact we didn't have more critiques of the military-industrial complex at one point. It was just mainstream media. It was more likely that you could be like a normal person and be supportive of the military-industrial complex at in like some real way. But like now, like, I mean, you can't. It's just impossible. Which is why people like Tucker Carlson have had to like pivot to be like, oh, actually, some of the things the military-industrial complex are bad. But he still supports it all.
Just
He's just trying to give people like crumbs, right? Like that's literally, he's just good at it. That's what he's great at. It's like, let me just give you crumbs.
I'm want to have fun with it. Can we do that if we're in our little
Spike Lee's awesome outfit. I should get that, cop that fit.
Yeah, honestly. So go to
It would look so crazy.
Yeah.
Like he's honestly, Tucker Carlson is Alex Jones with a bow tie, right? Like Alex Jones has done the exact same thing, minus the dog whistles, right? Like he's just always been just in your face with all the things that Tucker Carlson has been more, cloistered about, more, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word about it. It's not cloistered. It's, oh God, I can't think of it. But you get what I'm saying. Like, they're the same guy. And just like the same way that Alex Jones has betrayed all of his viewers and embraced all of the things that he claimed to hate and like said, actually, Epstein, yeah, whatever. Like all these guys are the same fucking partisan hacks. They've all found their own little niches. And like, honestly, it's all coming crumbling down, in my opinion. The facades are all just being removed because of the way that the president is acting, right? Because in the past, former Republican presidents have given these kinds of guys outs, right? And have like claimed this or that thing and made it like more, like easier for them to like play games with it. Whereas now they're just like, Trump is just like coming out and saying, oh, it's for the oil, Oh, it's for the cryptocurrency. Oh, it's for, it's just it's a good. I like that guy, and it's impossible to keep the facade going. I should
get that, cop that fit.
Yeah, honestly. So go to
It would look so crazy.
Yeah. Can we put that up? Can we put up Spike Lee's outfit that is causing all of this controversy? I'll set it up while you do that, and then people can envision Matt in this outfit.
She plays it in that video.
She plays it, yeah.
Number 12.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's actually the. Yeah. There's a. Here we go. Just pause it on this. This is the outfit that Matt's gonna show up to the office. In fact, I've heard actually that's the mandated uniform for men in Zoran's
exactly. That's just
Muslim
a sneak
New
peek.
York.
That's just a sneak peek.
Right. I mean, obviously, I'm in a burqa that I took off for the show, and then this is what the men are mandated to wear here in New York City. I cannot believe that he has a keffiyeh purse. First of all, I mean, love that he is secure enough. Spike Lee, all-time amazing Knicks fan. Chalamet's getting a lot of press on this. Ben Stiller, oh, come on, who cares? It's Spike Lee. And his only misstep was supporting crypto. Larry David also did that, but
So did Matt Damon.
We're giving those guys a pass. They generally have pretty damn good politics. So this whole controversy here is because there is an Israeli player, Denis Advia of the Portland Trailblazers, who became
free throw merchant.
I was about to get into that. He had a very good year, but it's because he was at the free throw line all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's on the Portland Trailblazers. He's the first Israeli player to have an NBA All-Star appearance, and the Zionists and the Israeli government are treating him like he's the last Romanov princess.
He's Jackie Robinson for Israel.
No, but that's like an ascendant civil rights movement. They're treating him like a porcelain Russian princess. Like, as the entire project falls apart, this is our decadent symbol of Israeli superiority. We got this guy into the All-Star game. And if Advia was on his social media, like they're not enough, but there are some left-wing Israelis out there that speak out against the genocide. If he was sharing B'Tselem's or B'Tselem's findings, this Israeli group that has found that Israel is committing genocide, if he was advocating for Palestinian humanity.
Some people in chat not a fan of the man purse. I'm honestly, I mean, I don't know about that particular man purse, but man purses in general. I mean, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. Crossbody bag, the fanny pack. I'm a fan. I'm not sure I could pull this one off. This is a little too. Maybe a little too much for me. Spike Lee's, I mean, he's rocking it. I'm not sure I could pull it off. But respect, nonetheless.
Why is Zionists sensitive to that?
Right.
Because they kill journalists.
Yes, to the All-Star game. This was Spike Lee's outfit. And apparently, this is just such an affront to Zionist influencers, like this crazy-looking woman, Lizzie Savetsky, who was initially cast on the reboot of Real Housewives of New York, but got fired because she's so insane. I didn't know that you could filter your face like this in real time. Like, girl, it's not. You may think you look good, but it's obvious to everybody that you basically have animated your face for TikTok or whatever.
Yeah. My niece would call that millennial cringe. Just walk around with a
I don't
filter
know
on their
if
face.
I mean,
Well, that's
millennials.
creepy.
The millennial cringe is using filters, and fair enough. That was a big thing back in the day. Weaned myself off of that. This is just like body dysmorphia, but on social media. Anyway, here's this crazy bitch, apparently outside of Spike Lee's house.
Don't blame Emma. That's how I wrote the description for it.
Yeah, right.
All right, guys. So
No. Don't blame Emma. That's how I wrote the description. Sure you did, Brian. Sure. Good one.
That's how I wrote the description for it.
Yeah.
A fucking bitch.
All right, guys. So Spike Lee wore quite an outfit last night at the All-Star game. And, you know, he happens to be my neighbor. So I thought I would pop by his house and leave him a present.
Gonna mute that.
Oh, you weren't jamming to. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Spike Lee.
Jeez, what a beautiful culture.
I mean, I'm just so shrill and percussive, that song. So I guess that's Spike Lee's house. There she is.
Is it legal just to shove stuff in people's mailboxes?
People are saying no, that it might actually be,
No.
if they chose to charge her with this, they.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a federal crime. I can't remember who would be in charge of that. I think it might be the Secret Service, actually. It'd be hilarious to see the Secret Service investigate her for that. Oh, boy. This one? Yeah, good luck with that. Although, yeah, I do think it is technically a crime. Oh, God. I am moving slower than I want to. I'm going to skip ahead to this one. Over at the Bituation Room with Francesca Fiorentini and I believe guest Abby Martin, perhaps? I can't remember.
The Democratic Party is now, they're very prickly whenever you say you will not knee-jerk immediately vote for the Democratic nominee, no matter who it is. Hassan Piker recently saying that he might vote third party if Gavin Newsom were the Democratic nominee. Everyone freaked out about that. Blue MAGA freaking out. But you look, if the Democratic Party really does want to have an honest conversation, then do a 2024 postmortem, and they have decided to scrap it. So that was, the other last year we learned, they were like, we're not gonna.
You weren't convinced?
They know. They've learned their lesson, Abby. Let them, why rub their noses in it? And of course, so much of that lesson, I think, I spoke about not having a real economic agenda, an economic populist agenda that speaks to people, but also ignoring one of the biggest crises, humanitarian crimes in our lifetimes, which is the genocide of Gaza with American dollars. And that radicalized so many young people. It was our equivalent of our, Iraq war moment. And the Democratic Party missed the boat and continues to. And Cal Penn, comedian Cal Penn, was on comedian Hassan Minaj's show, and he said, sort of as like the former like youth guy for Obama, that during the 2024 election and during the campaign, he like reached out to his contacts that he still had in the Democrats that he had. He doesn't name exactly who, and that his like little like, hey guys, just so you know, young people really don't like what's going on.
I don't know if he's like looked around, like
it's pretty bad, and he's trying to help them, right? And also, say that this please change course. And this was sort of the response he got.
To the issue with Gaza.
Oh, is that true? The USPS has its own special investigation / law enforcement. Why did I think it was why did I think it was the Secret Service who did those investigations? What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of identity theft. Identity theft. Not mail fraud or tampering.
You went out and you condemned the administration.
Yeah.
And that must have been tough for you. You know a lot of people that work in the administration. These are friends, colleagues, people that have your cell phone number.
Yeah.
So it's not just like a dunk on a Instagram post or whatever. You are some of that political capital that you have built and the friendships that you've built. You're calling those people out. How did you navigate that?
Wait, it is the Secret Service? There seems to be some contention around this.
That was one of the most disappointing and frankly, naively now in retrospect, surprising things. I remember thinking...
And also, say that this please change course. And this was sort of the response he got.
To the issue with Gaza, you went out and you condemned the administration.
Yeah.
And that must have been tough for you. You know a lot of people that work in the administration. These are friends, colleagues, people that have your cell phone number.
Yeah.
So it's not just like a dunk on a Instagram post or whatever. You are some of that political capital that you have built and the friendships that you've built. You're calling those people out. How did you navigate that?
That was one of the most disappointing and frankly, naively now in retrospect, surprising things. I remember thinking to myself, and there were a group of us that would text about this. And I remember like Ben Rhodes, for example, who's been very outspoken, chatting with him, chatting with other people who worked in the National Security Council in the Obama White House, who are more aligned with what like a Rhodes or I believe in our view. Kind of thought, okay, before I like go out there and tweet about something, I have these relationships. Like, let me call them. Let me send a note to like Blinken and Kamala. And like, this is the whole point of having these relationships is, hey, I'm really
You
concerned.
had Anthony Blinken's email.
I sent it to an aide. Yeah.
Wow.
And made sure he saw it. Like, yes, the secretary's seen this. I'm like, great. And these are letters that just, not as an actor, not that there's no shade to that, but like primarily as, hey, I was Obama's youth guy. Here's what I'm hearing. So I'm putting all of that out there. And I had phone calls with some of these people, and it was just incredibly deeply disturbing that there was no room for a conversation about anything. And so I the national security, cultural diplomacy stuff that I do is mostly rooted in human rights and cultural diplomacy within human rights. So it was just a real bummer, frankly. But I thought that so what you're probably referring to are some of the tweets or posts that I made or fundraisers for like Doctors Without Borders and what the hell are we doing here? But the starting point for that for a good 6 to 8 months was still believing that private pressure would work. And obviously, it didn't, which is a bummer.
When it came to the issue.
Bummer, putting it lightly. That's just a wild insight. That like, and also makes total sense. I think he was right to say.
So it is so fucking disturbing that they just completely and intentionally ignored this for ideological reasons. I would point out, right? They disagreed with the voters, right? They disagreed with the base, and so they did reverse democracy. Rather than responding to that, they literally cast aside all of the warning signs, all of the pleas and evidence, and literally everybody that was begging them to stop. Are we talking about Harold and Kumar? No, we've gone too far. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From 14 hours ago, where they had on poet Mossab Abu Toha talk about the reality of the
This
supposed
is Democracy Now!,
ceasefire in Gaza.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. A new study in the British medical journal The Lancet's concluded Israel's war on Gaza killed far more Palestinians than initially reported. Researchers found there were over 75,000 violent deaths in the first 16 months of Israel's assault, compared to the roughly 49,000 deaths reported by the Palestinian Health Ministry over that period. More than half of those killed in the Israeli strikes were women, seniors, or children. This comes as Israel continues to carry out strikes inside Gaza, despite the U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire that went into effect in October. To talk more about all of this and more, we're joined by Mossab Abu Toha, the Pulitzer Prize-winning Palestinian poet and author, awarded the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for essays published in The New Yorker. His latest poetry book is Forest of Noise. He left Gaza with his family in 2023 after he was jailed and beaten by Israeli forces. Mossab, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about the state of Gaza, of the place where you lived your life until 2023, where it stands now, as the U.S. and Israel says that the ceasefire is entering its second phase.
Me for having me. I mean, I want to talk about the place where I grew up in. I was born in a refugee camp in Gaza. There are 8 refugee camps in the Gaza Strip. Israel erased at least 2 of them. And then I grew up in Beit Lahia. And yesterday, Israel murdered a Palestinian woman named Basma Banat, 27 years old, in Beit Lahia, the city that was decimated by the Israeli terrorist attacks. People are still living in the tents. I have family members. I have sisters in Gaza and who are living with their husbands and their children, and they're still living in tents in the streets or near the rubble of their houses. People do not have access to water. People do not have access to healthy food. I mean, it's true that some food trucks are entering, but those are not the essential food that people in Gaza need in order to survive the many months of the starvation in the Gaza Strip. There are so many patients, Amy, and I'm sure that you reported on that. There are about 20,000 patients who need urgently to be evacuated, and Israel is allowing a trickle of that number. Among the 20,000, as reported by Dr. Muhammad Abu Salmiya, there are about 4,500 cancer patients, there are 4,500 children, and there are about 10,000 wounded people who need to have complex surgeries. And meanwhile, while on the wait list, more than 3,300 people died while they were in the Gaza Strip waiting for the border crossing, which Israel not only occupied but destroyed. So the situation in Gaza is so horrific. It's still a genocide ongoing. Since the so-called ceasefire went into effect, Israel killed over 642 people, including 197 children. Amy, that's like killing 10 classroom students in a public school in the United States. And in general, Israel has killed, since the start of the so-called ceasefire, 5 people every day, an average of 5 people every day. As far as it goes to the trucks, if Israel, according to the Gaza Rights Center, Israel allowed only 43% of the trucks that were agreed upon in the so-called ceasefire, and including only 15% of fuel trucks. So the situation is not improving to an extent where people can survive, the ongoing genocide.
This one, this one makes me mad. Really, really does. It's gone on for way too long, and people are declaring this, this whole situation somehow over. But Israel's continuing its genocidal practices. It's continuing to just murder and or cause the deaths of thousands since this ceasefire supposedly started. Directly killing hundreds. Continuing to starve people with the blockade. While the Western countries, along with Israel, are planning full-on ethnic cleansing to Rafah so that they can build a economic prosperity zone where Jared Kushner can build a bunch of hotels and the new Trump Gaza resort and casino or something. All right, let's go. God damn, we're already 9 hours in. I'm moving even slower than I wanted to. That's good. It's gonna go over 10. I can already feel it. All right, let's talk about Iran. Oh, God. From terrible to bad. And also terrible. Because honestly, I don't even know what this next one's going to turn into. It doesn't look good. From everything I'm seeing, just seems like the United States is looking to escalate the situation for whatever fucking reason into a full-on war, mobilizing an unprecedented, well, not quite unprecedented, but mobilizing and deploying so many forces that this level of deployment has not been seen for over 20 years. All right, like since the beginning of the war in Iraq. Those kinds of statistics, I think, shouldn't be lost on anybody. Probably relevant. TRT World now from 4 days ago. White House, quote unquote, Iran would be wise to make a deal with Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
On Wednesday, a senior Trump administration official revealed that the U.S. expects Iran to now submit a written proposal on how to resolve the current standoff, and that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the last weekend of February. And maybe, most notably, that the buildup of U.S. military in the Middle East should be complete by mid-March. The question remains, does that mean the U.S. will attack Iran and set off a potentially weeks-long conflict, as some administration officials have suggested?
Now, if I'm to accept that at face value, it would suggest that they're not even done deploying troops. Because it's not even the end of February, and they're claiming that they're going to be continuing to build up troops into mid-March. So we're going to see an even larger deployment, potentially, than what's currently sitting there right now in the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and the surrounding areas right now. It's just U.S. troops everywhere.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's continuing to threaten to attack Iran as the U.S. expands its massive military presence in the Middle East. On Thursday, Trump said he would give Iran 10 to 15 days to reach a new nuclear deal.
They cannot continue to threaten the stability of the entire region, and they must make a deal Or if that doesn't happen, I maybe can understand. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But bad things will happen if it doesn't.
The Pentagon has amassed an immense strike force of aircraft and warships and the largest military buildup in the region since the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Earlier this week, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, passed through the Strait of Gibraltar on its way to join the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf. The USS Gerald Ford had been stationed in the Caribbean when the U.S. attacked Venezuela and abducted its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife.
Illegal.
Trump's threats to attack Iran came during the inaugural meeting of the so-called Board of Peace, Trump's new initiative to create an alternative to the UN. On Tuesday, U.S. and Iranian negotiators held indirect talks in Geneva and left without a clear resolution. Iran has long maintained that its nuclear program is solely for civilian purposes. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News. His latest piece, "This is not a dress rehearsal. U.S. engaged in massive military buildup as threat to bomb Iran grows." Jeremy, lay out your findings.
Well, Amy, what I've been hearing from sources is that Donald Trump has been running around for some time saying that he wants to be known as the American president, that for
for fuck's sake. Disturbing. I mean, it feels like we're on the eve of another war in the Middle East at this point, like a real one, like from the early 2000s. I mean, it's harkening back to it. Like, this is... Usually you don't build up forces in this way if you're not planning on doing something with them. For fuck's sake. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll just let them go.
Ended the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And he's even, I'm told by sources, been saying that he wants to complete this before the midterm elections. And so part of what we've seen is that, Trump, who ripped up the original nuclear agreement with Iran that was signed in 2015 under President Obama, is that he has used the veneer of engaging in negotiations with Iran as cover to launch more strikes. That was the case last June when the United States and Israel waged a 12-day massive bombing campaign that killed more than 1,000 Iranians. Now we're in the process of Trump saying, I was told a couple of days ago that Trump had made clear to the Iranians that they had 2 weeks to come back with what amounted to a pretty sweeping capitulation to his demands. The Iranian foreign minister this morning said that the U.S. has not formally demanded zero enrichment. But what I understand is that the Iranians have been told that the issue of their ballistic missile supply and reducing it dramatically has to be on the table, and also their support for regional resistance movements. Remember, Iran is the only actual nation state, with the exception of Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, that has launched any sort of attacks against Israel in response to the genocide in Gaza. The Israelis have been empowered by both President Biden when he was in office and Donald Trump to wage these sweeping wars across the Middle East. And so what we're looking at right now is the Trump strategy is either we force them into capitulation and we make a deal or that is entirely on Trump's terms, and if they make that kind of a deal, that would eliminate large capacity of the ballistic missile system, the Iranians basically don't have any deterrence anymore. And so I'm told that part of Trump's calculation is, look, if we get them to do that, they don't really have a state anymore, and their days are numbered, because it would make them much more susceptible to Israeli attack, not to mention American attack. But if the Iranians, say that their red lines are essentially their self-defense, which is their ballistic missile and drone program, then the United States is poised to attack. There's two potential scenarios here. One could be that we see some form of initial limited scale attack that the United States may think would, quote unquote, soften the Iranians. And if they don't come back with capitulation, then you wage a much wider war. I'm told by sources who are in direct contact with military planners and others that in the bigger picture, the U.S. is looking at two possible scenarios.
Yeah. That's this is the part of the situation that makes me feel like sick to my stomach. It is like, because like what Jeremy is describing is essentially a game of chicken. Who blinks first? With the entire force of the U.S. military. Like, it's not just all the military vessels, like all the Navy ships in the out there in the sea right now. It's also at the base of Qatar or in Iraq and the other. I mean, we got bases all over the fucking place. It'd be easier to name the countries that we don't have bases in.
And others that in the bigger picture, the U.S. is looking at two possible scenarios. One would be the Libya scenario, where you have U.S. air power that is used to enact regime change, and then you allow chaos and civil war to brew on the ground. Or you have something that they're comparing to a Venezuela scenario. It doesn't mean that they would try to kidnap Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, or senior Iranian officials. It means that they would try to decapitate the leadership and then make some sort of a deal with lower echelons within the Iranian state, akin to what's happening now in Venezuela, where you have American oil companies coming in and the Venezuelan authorities doing essentially whatever Marco Rubio and Donald Trump order them to do. At the same time, I've been told by military experts who spent decades working in the Pentagon that there's a spirit of delusion that has just taken hold in the administration, that a lot of the decisions being made now are not tactical decisions. They have to do with politics and Donald Trump's ego and wanting to be known as the man who forever smashed the Islamic Revolution. So there's no doubt about it. The U.S. is on the verge of some form of military action. It remains possible that the Iranians are going to try to thread the needle. The foreign minister and others say that they're working on a draft to come back to what the U.S. demanded in Geneva and in Oman before that. But it's a very dire situation. And if the U.S. does launch a larger scale attack, I'm told that probably what they would try to do is a blitzkrieg to knock out as much of Iran's offensive military capability as possible alongside its air defenses, hit command and control centers, try to blow up naval assets. And then the question becomes, what kind of response can the Iranians offer? In the past, they've calibrated their strikes. They've intentionally not tried to kill large numbers of American troops. They showed a capacity to defeat Iron Dome in Israel. Their hypersonic missiles certainly are advanced and they're very strong. They do have an ability at this moment to do significant damage to Israel if they want to, and also to attack oil infrastructure, potentially close the Strait of Hormuz. But all of that sort of assumes that the Iranian missile capability is not severely damaged in an opening massive U.S. strike. And that's a very big wild card here. The Iranians said they're not going to calibrate anymore. They're not going to do backdoor choreography if the U.S. attacks. They view it as an existential war for the Islamic Revolution and the existence of the independence of Iran's state.
We are living on the brink of just complete planetary chaos at this point. It's terrible. Terrible. Worst fucking timeline imaginable. I wish there was more we could do. Space fams. I really do. Oh. I wish. We've been sort of like dancing in and out of World War III, seemingly for the last year or longer. Oh, puppy treat from Omega. Good to see you, Omega. Have you been lurking or napping? All right, let's stay with Iran. This is now from the very next day after that Democracy Now! Interview with Jeremy Scahill. TRT World from is Sunday, I think it was. Would have had to be, right?
Everything is in place for military action by the US, and the planning is now described by officials as being at the highly advanced stage. The options being outlined to the US president are said to cover a wide range, from targeting individuals to pursuing regime change. But for now, Donald Trump is keeping up the suspense, and on Friday, he was still speaking of diplomacy.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation.
Just 24 hours earlier, the military option seemed more likely.
President, are you considering a limited military strike to pressure Iran into a deal?
Thank you, press. Keep moving. Thank you.
Are you considering a limited strike, sir?
Thank you.
The U.S.
I am considering it. I love how they're trying to get the press out, and he's like, I'll answer that. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I might blast Iran.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, that sound drop from Jennifer Welch just becomes truer and truer every single day. All right, let's keep this moving. This is ABC News from Sunday.
In tonight's deep dive, President Trump's warning of potential strikes on Iran. Trump says Iran's government has 10 to 15 days to make a deal over the country's nuclear program before facing consequences. Iran's ambassador to the United Nations says his country would respond decisively if the U.S. strikes Iran. Now, the threats come after weeks of indirect talks led by the U.S., by the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. For more on this, I'm joined by the Executive Vice President of the Center for International Policy, Matt Duss. Matt, thanks for joining me again. Now, what is the crux of this dispute between the U.S. and Iran? And is there a potential diplomatic solution that would avoid a potential war?
I mean, you know, I love how the Majority Report has taken over the mainstream media. You got Emma Vigeland appearing on CNN, Matt Duss on ABC. Just the media in general, I guess. And Jeremy Scahill over on Democracy Now! I mean, at least that's how I found out about Jeremy Scahill, was through his appearances on the Majority Report. And then at some point he started drop side.
I mean, I think there could be. I think one of the key points of real dispute here is President Trump's insistence on a zero enrichment component for the deal. This is something that Iran has always resisted. The Iranian government sees the right to enrich uranium as part of a civilian nuclear program as their right under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I would also add that a number of international experts, most international experts, agree with that states do have the right to peaceful enrichment of uranium for purposes of nuclear power, not to create a nuclear weapon, of course, which is something that people have feared that Iran is seeking. Although I would also add that U.S. intelligence community does not believe that Iran is currently seeking a nuclear weapon. So if President Trump continues to insist that Iran give up any enrichment in the country, I think it's very unlikely, unfortunately, that we would see a deal, but I do think there is that possibility. Iran has said it's willing to sign a deal that would put its nuclear program under heavy inspection, very similar to what we had under the nuclear agreement that was signed by the Obama administration and that Trump withdrew from.
I just want to bonk my head with the coconut, like, over and over again. Oh, Matt is 100% right. And I would have made that point if he had it. Because it's just fascinating. Donald Trump literally ripped up the JCPOA. The JCPOA that Barack Obama helped get us into with Iran. The very deal that required a great deal of scrutiny and inspection on the very thing that we're talking about right now. It's just...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
2018. So yes, it is possible to conceptualize of a deal that could avoid war. I think right now the question is Donald Trump going to continue to drive a hard line?
Now, what would be the impact in the Middle East of an all-out war between the United States and Iran?
I think in an all-out war, Iran.
What would the impacts be? Jesus Christ. What do you think? What do you think, genius?
War between the United States and Iran.
I think in an all-out war, Iran obviously has a very significant ballistic missile capability. It demonstrated that a few times over the past 2 years in response to attack. It could attack Israel. It could attack U.S. installations such as the U.S. base in Qatar, which is the Al Udeid base, which is the U.S.'s biggest base in the region. There are U.S. troops present in other places. Iran has relationships with other militia groups, the Houthis in Yemen, militias in Iraq and elsewhere in the region that could also mount attacks on the U.S. and U.S. allies. There is the question of the Strait of Hormuz, through which a large amount of energy flows is shipped. It could attack shipping in that region. The Houthis could attack shipping in the Red Sea, as they did several years ago during the Gaza war. So there are a number of levers that could be pulled. There's lots of.
Yeah. And the fact is this could force the hands of a number of different powers in the regions who would either otherwise prefer to remain out of any sort of conflicts like this to somehow get involved. Although nobody wants to fight the United States. But this whole thing, I think, to some degree is forcing, like I said, like sort of forcing the hands of some. Because the Middle East is currently, like, has been under threat by Israel now for, like, multiple years straight. Right? In a way that it wasn't necessarily before. I mean, if you're a Palestinian, that was a completely different thing. But, you know, in terms of its waging its war on its neighbors, that really is all more cropped up in the recent the wake of October 7th. Then you have Donald Trump now doing all of this stuff, and it's like all of a sudden, like, people's sovereignty is like now, like, probably, like, a lot of people are questioning whether or not their sovereignty it will be as flexible as Palestinian sovereignty. Right? Or Lebanese sovereignty, or Syrian sovereignty.
That Iran could respond, but I think the key point here is that when you start a war, it's very, very hard to see where it goes. I think Donald Trump joined the Israeli attack last June. That ended very quickly. That could have gone very badly in a number of ways. It's good that it ended quickly, but I think Iran has made clear, and I think it's been reported, that U.S. intelligence and security experts have warned the Trump administration that this time it would very likely not go that way.
Matt, I want to talk about the challenging position Iran is in right now. We're seeing changing relationships with some of their allies like Russia and Hezbollah, but we're also seeing domestic unrest within its own country. Can you talk to us about this challenging position Iran is currently in?
Yeah, no, I think Iran clearly is in a much weaker position than it has been in the past. A number of very effective tactical attacks were carried out by Israel. The pager attacks on Hezbollah weakened Hezbollah, which was one of Iran's most important allies in the region. The fall of the Syrian government of Bashar al-Assad and replacement with the government of al-Shara, who is now the head of of Syria, that also lost another important ally for Iran. So they do find themselves in a weaker position, but they are not without options.
All right, Matt Duss, thank you for your analysis.
Yes, Matt, thank you. Honestly, people are going to him for his analysis, like, somewhat frequently now. I've seen him make appearances on a number of different networks. Something that before I don't remember seeing. But, like, in the last year, I feel like he's been doing this. He's like I said before, like, A guy I literally only knew from the Majority Report. Fascinating to see like YouTube internet personalities, commentators, like turning to like mainstream media commentary. In a way, it's like I honestly really appreciate it, right? Like I don't know. I worry that people will wind up like I don't know wind up giving more centrist commentary, possibly. But I'm also just like sort of thrilled to think of like independent sort of leftist voices suddenly getting in the ears of millions of Americans on their TVs. All those people who still have their televisions connected to either a coaxial cable, of some kind, or at least the mainstream media. Although I guess you could do satellite and still get whatever. You get what I'm saying. Whatever. Anyways, warships and fighter jets continue to build up over the last couple of days in Iran.
Now to other news, in the U.S. military building up in the Middle East as President Trump weighs new strikes against Iran. The region on edge with Iran vowing to retaliate against any military strikes. Here's ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell.
With the region on edge, a fresh wave of protests in Iran. Many chanting, "Long live the king." A few hundred protesters seen in the capital Tehran after a bloody crackdown that left thousands dead just weeks ago. The demonstrations come amid mounting U.S. pressure on the regime. President Trump confirming the U.S. is considering a limited strike on Iran to force it to agree to a nuclear deal. But today, Iran's President Pezeshkian defiant, saying we won't bow down in the face of pressure from world powers.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very sad situation.
Satellite images show the USS Gerald Ford sailing into the Mediterranean. It'll be joined by more than 100 cargo planes, refueling tankers, and fighter jets. The USS Abraham Lincoln strike group already in position. All told, there are around 35,000 US troops now in the region. Tonight, US officials telling ABC News they're relocating hundreds of personnel at a major military base in Qatar ahead of a possible strike on Iran. Another round of diplomatic talks is expected, but Iran warning if it is attacked, it'll respond decisively, and that all US bases, facilities and assets of what it calls hostile forces would be legitimate targets.
You know, if this was the reverse of this situation, right? Like if Iran was building up like forces outside of the United States or Israel or something, the Western media, the United States government would all be like justifying like preemptive strikes. And in fact, would actually in this case be, I think, under international law, be justified. Because there's an actual buildup of forces that appear to be prepared to engage militarily. Like, it's literally, I think this is the one situation where you're allowed to do a preemptive strike. International law for some. Here's the latest update on the deployment of U.S. forces to the Middle East, the Associated Press, from 17 hours ago. This guy's looking tired. I've seen this guy's like, I think he's the Associated Press's Iran correspondent. My guy is looking tired as fuck. Dude does not look like he has slept.
This is a human man. the United States has launched one of its biggest deployments in the Middle East in decades, and that's amid these tensions with Iran over its nuclear program. Now, this includes a naval armada of some 16 ships, including 2 aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea and the Gerald R. Ford, which is in the Mediterranean heading east. Now, that combined has a lot of attack aircraft, including F-35s and FA-18s. Meanwhile, there's dozens of American aircraft that are stationed in the desert kingdom of Jordan. That could be a location from which the Americans could launch an attack on Iran. That's in part because Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, where America also operates aircraft from, have said they won't allow their airspace to be used in any potential attack against Iran. All this is coming as U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to militarily strike the Islamic Republic if it doesn't reach a new nuclear deal with America. Now, the Americans and the Iranians are due to meet in Geneva on Thursday, and this might be the last best chance for a diplomatic solution to this. But we've heard from both the Iranians and the Americans. From the American side, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says that zero enrichment remains on the table.
Everyone should be disturbed by the fact that these two morons are in charge of the negotiations. Steve Witkoff is the #1, and Jared is #2. I'm just going based upon the sitting order here, and I think that's fair assessment. I don't even know these two fucking idiots' names. How? A real estate magnate and the inheritor of a real estate fortune? Great. Perfect. That solves it.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says that zero enrichment remains on the table. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said that Iran must be able to enrich some level of uranium. So it does seem like there's pretty big gaps.
So complete disagreement. Yeah, you would say so. One would say a complete disagreement on the #1 thing that is being touted as the reason for all of this. Great. So we're not at all close to a deal. And we have 2 days. We have less than 48 hours to get this solved. All right, Thursday. All right, am I doing the math right? Wait, no. A little bit more than 48 hours. It's Tuesday, Wednesday. My brain, it was still Tuesday night. Or that it was Tuesday night rather than Tuesday morning. Oh, God. Okay, slightly more time. Jared wants to be a real boy, it's true. He looks like a man puppet.
You're a little baby.
Oh, he's a man puppet. I like to think of him as Slender Man, but he does look like a human puppet. It's all very confusing.
They make me vomit.
Okay. Jesus Christ. All right, just for my sanity, chat, don't hate me. I'm skipping one portion of this stream. I just can't do AI right now. I just can't do it. I'm like, after everything, I feel like you have to be at the same place as I am. Like, I can't. I physically, mentally cannot do AI right now. Oh, God. I just don't have it in me. I'm just one man. I'm just one man. I have limitations, okay? Like 10 hours into this sucker. All right, not 10. 9 hours and 15 minutes in, and I still have a bunch of stuff to talk about. I gotta cut it down somehow. All right, let's do it. I'm sorry, India.
China.
I'm going to China.
I have to have my China.
How rude.
Settle down. We'll do it tomorrow. All right, or Wednesday. I don't know if I'm going to do it stream tomorrow. We'll see. What was I doing? Yes, China. Where it is still Lunar New Year celebrations for another 7 days. 1 week. That's why I've got this red horse on my desk. I don't know if you noticed this cute plushie sitting next to my lava lamp.
At Yiwu International Trade City, China's largest wholesale market, customers are crowding one small shop. They are looking for a soft toy popularly known as the crying horse. Shop owner Zhang Woqing said the plushie was originally designed as a happy-faced Lunar New Year decoration, but a manufacturing mistake turned its smile into a frown and created a viral hit.
The crying horse came about because a worker sewed its mouth upside down by mistake. After that, my customer's customer said they wanted to return it because the mouth was upside down. At the time, I didn't say anything and didn't think much about it. I just said, then send it back to me. But later they said, no need to return it.
Not long after, Zhang discovered photos of the toy circulating online. It has gone viral ahead of the Spring Festival holiday, which this year marks the year of the horse in the Chinese zodiac. Some young white-collar workers in China say the plush pony's dour expression mirrors their long hours and workplace stress. Zhang said people joked that the crying horse is how you look at work, while the smiling one is how you look after work. By afternoon, stacks of the sad steed had sold out, with staff rushing to restock. As demand surges, Zhang has decided to keep making and selling her surprise hit.
China. A lot of customers like it, and they said it makes sense, that it suits the spirit of today's corporate slaves. Many customers liked it, and then it started selling very well.
There we go. One manufacturing accident in China has turned into a viral craze. Now, vendors are trying to take advantage of it. Sell some of those sweet, sweet horse sheep plushies. Look at me. I mean, I've got one. I couldn't help myself. It speaks to me. Sad, sad. Cry, horse. Cry, horse, speak to me. Very deeply. Times are tough out here. Okay. Now. Was that Sasha and Frizzla's question? I have answered this question like a half a dozen times. And it's why this clip is still in here. We watched this clip, this is from 4 weeks ago. We watched this when it originally dropped. 4 weeks ago. And then again last week. And then again, twice, over the weekend, I think. And yet still, not everybody has seen it. One day. In fact, at this point, I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it to the channel. I'm not going to do that. That's too much.
Too much, man!
Point is, I'm just trying to get all lunar with you people. Okay? Can you blame this spaceman for wanting to celebrate Lunar New Year? It's one of my favorite space holidays. And even though we haven't taken a break in a while, and I'm refusing to take one just so that we can continue getting through this, you could wish me a Gong Yi Fa Choi, or a Happy New Year, with a red envelope of your own, by donating to the channel in one of the many ways we have available to you. Of course, red envelopes are a Lunar New Year tradition in China. Gifts of money inside of a red envelope. Now, you might not have an envelope, but you do have a YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bit subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne. All as options, as ways to give this here StreamLord a Lunar New Year gift. Just saying, just throwing that out there. Just just pointing it out as a potential, all the potential ways you could share your appreciation this holiday. You got until March 3rd, of course. The Lantern Festival, the final day of Lunar New Year celebrations. Now, one thing which we talk about and witness on numerous occasions during these times is, of course, I'm just realizing, did we do Ramadan today? Did we do Ramadan? I can't even remember. Oh my God. I skipped Ramadan. I'm a dick. I feel like I somehow did.
How rude.
That is rude. Maybe I'll throw in a bonus Ramadan at the end. All right. Can't leave anybody out. Right. That's what I was saying. One of the things that we witness, enjoy together here, is the great lion dancing that happens around this time of year. Lion and dragon dancing, I guess it depends on who you ask. Have you ever seen it done without the lion and or dragon? Well, here you go. It's your chance. Oh, I forgot. Oh, God. Hold on. I feel like this needs music, but I'm fairly certain this is like super copyrighted. Is this copyrighted? I can't remember. You know what? Screw it. I'll just fucking trim it out if it is. I don't have time to find a new. Actually, maybe I do. I could do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll think. Yeah. I got something. Ye of little faith. Let's think. Such a crazy amount of coordination that goes into it. And seeing it without the costume on top of them just shows you how, how coordinated it really is. It's pretty incredible. You need both people moving with exact precision. Otherwise, none of that works. It's not copyrighted. You've seen it on... Just because it's on YouTube doesn't mean it's copyrighted. I mean, it doesn't mean it's not copyrighted. That's... Write that down. Write that down for later. Worst theme song? Aw. Aww. You've made me sad. Alright. Find a new song for this next. For this next one. Jerk. Wait, actually... This one?
Language, please.
No. Where is it? Let me think. Your ex-boss was the head of a dragon for the San Francisco parade. Let's see, what else do I got? Yeah. How about that? Is that better for you? Okay, all right. While we're in China, let's talk about how Americans view China. With one man, fairly certain everybody watching the stream is familiar with. Man by the name of
Jason Parker.
That's not it. That's not it. Something like that, but
Jason Parker.
Growing up in Turkey, I always had an anti-Western intervention attitude because I saw the impact of what America was doing in the region. But it wasn't until I came to the United States of America where I realized that I was living in a country in Turkey where there was at least some robust social safety nets in spite of the country's overall poverty in comparison to the United States. The radicalizing moment for me was the first hospital bill that I got. And that's, I think, when I realized, like, yeah, I was already against American intervention overseas, but I did not understand the importance or the necessity of social safety nets, things such as healthcare that I was basically taking for granted until it was taken away from me. And I think this is a very common experience for a lot of people that come to America. We watch a lot of American television growing up. We love America. We think American culture is amazing. And then those of us who are fortunate enough to actually come to the United States of America very quickly realize that it's not as great as things are presented on TV. We oftentimes in the West will look at state media broadcasters like the Chinese state media. We'll say, oh my God, they're so biased. And yet
China.
It's every state has its own version of the exact same thing. In the Western world, I would say some countries have state media, and then they also have independent private media. But the independent private media is still very much invested in normalizing the cruelty that you experience. We're seeing that with even like the ICE shooting that just recently took place and the mass protests and mass mobilizations that are happening. But then also, yes, externally, there is this broad vision of America, this non-representative ideal of America, the land of freedom and prosperity that is presented to the rest of the world through not only mainstream outlets, but also through Hollywood as well. And this is a part of the soft power initiatives that America has obviously crafted expertly. A lot of people living in liberal societies don't even realize that they're being propagandized against because they've so internalized everything that they're seeing as the simple objective reality. And that, to me, has created this unique moment of crisis now with instances that basically break that consensus reality that the media has been able to hold together, that causes people to lose faith in mainstream outlets, which I don't necessarily think is a positive thing either, because in that new democratized world of the media that I am a part of as well, there are plenty of bad faith actors that are simply using this anarchist information landscape to keep fomenting dangerous racialized propaganda. So that credibility of mainstream news is falling apart because Trump oftentimes is saying the quiet part out loud, whether it be intervention in Venezuela and the real reasons for it, or whether it be, credibility lost because of their endless need to defend the interests of the American State Department, which is heavily aligned with the interests of the state of Israel in conducting a genocide. Why do people love Zohran Mamdani, but might be critical of someone like myself, regardless of the similarities in our ideology? Well, he's a politician, so of course he's a lot more careful and a lot more optically sound, and has a way with moderating his commentary in a way that is suitable for liberal audiences. That's number one. My job, on the other hand, is to snap liberals out of this reality that they have deluded themselves into believing that liberalism is not failing actually, and that this is the only pathway forward. So we play very different roles in that regard. As far as the rest of the left goes, I mean, yeah, that's just how it is. People have had historically have always had ideological delineations that they make massive, that create massive tensions in every anti-capitalist movement historically.
Okay, we can't listen to Hassan talking to the South China Morning Post all night. Morning.
China!
Whatever time it is. Skip ahead a little bit. Some other things.
Or at least my assessment. I just look at the results in general.
Mm-hmm. So when you decided to go to China for the first time, I think that was the first time that you went last year. Is
Yes.
that correct? What was the ideal?
When was this interview? Good question. This posted to the South China Morning Post's channel last Sunday? No, last Monday? Something like that. 7 days ago. Yeah, it would have been, I think it would have been Monday.
And even political motivation to visit China. Did the coverage align with what your motivation was?
I guess it aligns with my motivations, because my motivation is to show that we are all united as a people, regardless of whichever nation state we're from, and that people's differences should be celebrated, and that all men are brothers at the end of the day. So in that regard, I wanted to show my audience that China wasn't this like North Korean style. I mean, even the DPRK is obviously heavily propagandized against, but like China is not this hermit kingdom in the way that the Western media has presented it, that it's actually developed tremendously. It's actually yielded tremendous prosperity for its own citizens, contrary to the false notions that people might have developed about China. So in that regard, I think I saw a lot of successes. As far as the Western media coverage on it, it's very interesting. I mean, there were some journalists who reached out, journalists who have either lived in China or have been on the China beat at a certain point, that have a better assessment of how China has developed, were much kinder towards my understanding of what modern China looks like. But then there was also the Newsweek articles and the articles about he got stopped at Tiananmen Square. He was arrested. He's in prison now. It's like for over a 2-minute conversation that I had with an overzealous young police officer at Tiananmen Square who saw, a white guy and he thought this white guy was like making a mockery over this like important event in a very important place for a lot of Chinese people. That wasn't the case, it didn't turn into anything, but the way that the Western media covered it was like, well, here it is, like, this is China, and it's additionally funny from my perspective, because I've been detained in worse ways by my own government, the American government, as I was entering the country in the past. So, and I've also been shot at by American police. I've been arrested. I've been, I've been on the receiving end of stun grenades at protests and things like that. So, like, my treatment by the American police have been far worse than the brief, 2-minute conversation that I had with that Chinese cop at Tiananmen Square. And yet the coverage of it was like, this is how China actually is. But in any case, as far as like the coverage goes from the Chinese state media, I think they're very excited at the prospect of having Westerners have an open mind to what China actually looks like. And I totally get that. I totally understand that. Why wouldn't they be positive towards that sort of thing? All they've seen, for the most part, is a lot of animosity towards not only the government but really the people.
Hey,
as
I'll be
well.
right back,
And
chat.
a lot of falsehoods being spread.
Do you think that your trip kind of transformed or was seen as something that China can use as soft power?
China.
And how do you distinguish between personal observation and normalization of Chinese propaganda?
So I think that there are things that I saw and I experienced that I talked about there that isn't necessarily propaganda. It's just the truth, right? Like it's not. When I go there and I'm like, look at how cool high-speed rail is. That's not, you can say, or people might say this is Chinese propaganda, but it's also the truth, right? Or you can look at the tier 1 cities, both official and also unofficial tier 1 cities, and how well they've developed over the years. Like when I was in Shanghai, I was staying in what's the side? Not the Bund side, but the Pudong, I think. Yes. Like when I was in Shanghai, I was in Pudong. Like the hotel that I was staying at was built on top of like swampland 25 years ago. Like that's impossible not to recognize. Does it make China look good? Sure, it does, but also it's the truth, right? So in that regard, I do think that if there's like a soft power capacity there, it's not born out of my interest in doing propaganda for the Chinese state, but more so just the broad recognition that is, I think, worthy of any government that has been able to improve the lives of its own citizens. And as far as like my own personal experiences where I felt surveilled or anything like that, or even held back or engaged in any sort of like self-censorship, I didn't necessarily do that too much. I mean, I did talk about the rule that I gathered from talking to Chinese people both on camera and off camera is that as long as you don't talk about the party in like in the ways that Americans are comfortable talking about their leaders, as long as you don't talk about Xi Jinping or Mao Zedong in a way that is seen as disrespectful, you can make criticisms about things that are happening, things that are going on. I personally have thought about this and talked about this quite extensively, both when I was in China and certainly after I left China, where like from my worldview, that kind of social libertarianism is something that I grew up with, something that I actually want, something that I find to be good, something that I think is overall healthy. And that does not exist in China. But I don't think that is the most consequential thing that a government can do in terms of like repressing its citizens. I think like the economic repression of having all of this bounty, having all of this wealth, and not offering any of that prosperity in the form of improving literacy, in the form of like building rural hospitals in the same way that we see in America. I think that is a far more consequential form of oppression than the types of repression that I encountered or experienced in any capacity.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, I agree. The economic repression of the United States and the inequality of our system leads to a lot of other sorts of oppression just by way of scarcity, essentially, and deprivation of opportunity and access. And we also have the free speech repression, especially right now.
This is the very definition
although we had
of
it
totalitarianism.
Morshu of Goronu. There's a new chatter. I don't think I've seen you around before. What was I just saying? Oh, I was going to say that not that we didn't have any repression during the Biden administration.
In the race.
Don't think I've forgotten that. Oh, no.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
don't like it, but you know,
Don't you
I
think
understand
that,
why it exists.
don't you feel this is a different type of social contract between the people and the government? Every country has a different social
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So I have you know, I have Chinese relatives, and you know, I talk to my Chinese friends all the time about this sort of stuff, where the attitude is, as long as you keep your head down, you don't say like certain things. It's broadly understood that the government has your back. Like, it's broadly understood that if there's a problem, they're going to fix it, and if they don't fix it, then people do actually end up revolting, right? I mean, this happens with like the Didi drivers as recently as a couple weeks ago, or it happened with the sanitation workers again a couple months ago, where like if there's an issue, people understand that there's an issue there, and if it's not being addressed, then they do actually go out and protest, right? And the government actually takes action, both on the little things like fixing a pothole almost instantly, you know, as soon as it's brought up. Like there's this performance aspect to the way that the Chinese government operates at the local level that I think is very interesting, that I think we should be bringing back to the United States of America. That was my main point with CGTN, which was like, we should be looking to some of the things that the Chinese government has done that is objectively positive, that actually does make people feel like the government is protecting them, that the government does have their best interest in mind, that actually makes them feel a shared respect for national prosperity, Chinese prosperity in general. And the reason why I don't think we have it as much here in the United States of America, is more of a fake patriotism, is because there isn't really much to look forward to as far as like assuming that the government is going to fix any number of different issues that people are experiencing, whether it be the housing crisis that has created, you know, almost 1 million homeless people in the wealthiest nation on the planet, or whether it be the concept of medical debt. Now, obviously, medicine and healthcare is one area that is deserving of improvement in China as well, but it's nowhere near as bad as like the unimaginably costly process that exists in the United States of America, that has this like explosive parasitic middleman economy, both in every aspect of our lives, but certainly in healthcare as well, in the form of private healthcare insurance providers.
How do you see the relationship between US and China at the moment, and how do you feel like young people like you can actually help in building that bridge that, you know, we don't understand each other, I feel?
When it comes to foreign policy, I think the average American's attitude, or the average American's opinion, is perhaps even almost to the same degree as not relevant as like the average Chinese person's opinion might be on Chinese foreign policy. They can talk about foreign policy, especially when it comes to talking about like the regional actors. I know that was like a big deal when I was in China, where everyone was talking about Japan after the even more right-wing Japanese prime minister came out and really upset the entire Chinese world by reminding everyone the colonial occupation of Taiwan, and saying that they would do that. You know, that kind of stuff obviously is talked about quite a bit, but I think that there's a degree of removal from the average person and like the actual, you know, the standing committee's decisions on foreign policy. And I think in America, we have been taught that we have a say, that we have a democratic say, but it's uniparty. There's broad consensus in American politics in general when it comes to American foreign policy. And so I don't know what I can do as an individual as far as like, changing the trajectory of American foreign policy. I think that's almost impossible. But we can engage in broad awareness initiatives and try to get people to be aware of the actions that the administration is taking.
Yeah, and that broad awareness is like, this is why I've been saying earlier that we need to address like this America First stuff, right? Like in the sense that we need to solve the class crisis going on in the United States first. Because people are just like, they are too stuck in what they are fucking doing right now. They are too worried about paying the bills and or like getting ahead of the person sitting right next to them right now due to the way that we have set up our fucking society to worry about any of this stuff, to be even slightly concerned with educating themselves about this kind of stuff. I hate to say it, but it's just true, right? Like, we talk about foreign policy all the time. We talk about the policy, not just foreign policy, we talk about like geopolitics more broadly and like the internal domestic policies of foreign nations to a degree I think most streams just don't do, right? I'm not saying I'm an expert on all these topics, but like I'm endlessly curious about it. But most people aren't. And most people aren't like even like able to do so, I feel like, without like, you know, like they either don't like they either don't have the education, right? Or they don't have the means or the time. And we need people like better equipped to take a moment to do such a thing, you know? Rather than worrying about where the next dollar is coming from to pay the next bill or the next, you know, like the next medical bill, the next rent payment, the next mortgage, whatever. Next grocery bill. Next car payment. Like, things are so fraught right now. I don't think anybody, like... I think a lot of people just like have a sort of a callous disregard for what's happening in other places because they can't see how any of it directly affects them beyond things like war. Like war people get. They're like, okay, we're spending X amount of dollars on this and we're not spending it on my health care. That's annoying to me. But beyond that, I feel like people just don't like, they can't be asked to give a fuck. Because it's the same. I mean, you see it across the board with all sorts of different things. And climate change is like the number one thing that people are just like, please stop that. But that's why I am where I'm at on that with them. I'm just like, yeah, like the way we solve the rest of these problems is by solving some of the basic issues in America. All right, let's keep this moving. Moving on from China to North Korea. Before we do that, figured we watch this cute footage. I mean, terrifying footage from outside of a Chinese bus stop. Horrifying. Oh, God. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. That girl's wushu is blazing fast, like lightning. Do not mess with that child.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, to Pyongyang, North Korea, where the party congress was happening over the weekend. Actually, I think it was the end of last week. I take it back. Like, I think it was Thursday, Friday of last week. What's today? Yeah, I think that actually makes more sense. Here's the AP from 4 days ago. Oops, no sound.
과학적인 투쟁 목표와 결정적 담보를 마련하는 위대한 김일성 김정일주의 개최 아래 주체 위협의 강대함과 불패성을 부구 당중앙위원회 정치국 성원들 자범한 용도 실천으로 주체 혁명 위협을 백성의 한기로
Here we go. The North Korean Open Congress. He unveiled a whole bunch of stuff during this Open Party Congress earlier this month, including huge development projects in Pyongyang.
A new subway station, a new beach resort, and a new downtown with so many skyscrapers, it's being called Pyonghatan. North Korea is spending big despite international sanctions on the authoritarian country. Pyongyang has been the site of multiple redevelopment projects in recent years, changing portions of this once gritty landscape into a modern city. The latest sign of this building boom are these 80-story skyscrapers.
이 현재 제일 높은 살림집들로는 수도의
Now, the highest apartment available is the 80-story skyscraper in Songhua Street, which is located at the eastern gateway to the capital, and the 80-story skyscraper in Jeonwi Street, which is at the northern gateway of the capital.
In 2021 by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to construct 50,000 new housing units in Pyongyang. The 5-year project promised to improve the living conditions of residents in Pyongyang.
지금 이 초고층 살림집들에서는 평범한 근로자들이 생활하고 있는데
Now, normal workers are living in those skyscrapers, and in future, together with the changing appearance of the fatherland, day by day, our people will lead more cultured and happier lives in the newly built streets and houses.
North Korean state media announced in late 2025 that the 5-year plan had reached its final stage, the construction of 10,000 new housing units in the city's Hwasong district. Below the streets is another sign of Pyongyang's redevelopment plans. The city's underground metro first opened in 1972 with trains imported from China. For decades, the metro stations had a distinctly Cold War-era vibe, including muted colors, wood-paneled train interiors, and station walls adorned with propaganda murals. Now, several stations have undergone a facelift. At Yonggwang Station, long escalators descend to a revamped platform. Brighter colors and modern electronic displays present riders with a more modern station.
오늘 변천된 평양의 모습은 새로 일대선 거리들뿐 아니라 우리 지하철도를 통해서
Nowadays, the changes in Pyongyang can be seen in the subways. In the streets, but also the subway stations. The subway stations are a major convenience for people in the capital, and were built in aesthetic ways in terms of architecture, decoration, and lighting, each with its own theme.
Pyongyang's subway system consists of just 2 lines that stop at a total of 16 stations. The metro does not reach the city's newest suburbs, which are home to the newly built high-rises. More than 200 kilometers north, a new beach resort hugs 5 kilometers of coastline in the city of Wonsan. The Wonsan Kalma Beach Resort was opened during the summer of 2025. State media reports said it can accommodate nearly 20,000 people, with more than 50 hotels and attractions like water parks and restaurants available for visitors.
Is it just me, or am I the only person thinking that if North Korea winds up outpacing the United States in terms of infrastructure, we might as well just throw the towel in.
But while the beach resort was initially open to Russian tourists, it has since been closed to all foreign visitors. Tourism once brought in some $175 million in funds annually. But since the pandemic, few countries have been allowed to return, and most of those who were able to visit the reclusive country could only go to select locations on package tours. Chinese tourists once represented the largest contingent of foreign visitors, representing an estimated 90% of foreign visitors. But flights between the two countries remain limited. So, how is the country affording these construction projects?
Missiles. Selling missiles to Russia. As it turns out. On the cheap. All right. Well. North Korea funding some rather impressive projects. Infrastructure-wise. Housing. Massive housing projects. Yeah. While we're talking about missiles being sold to Russia to fund infrastructure in North Korea, we might as well talk about some of the military goals being set at the latest party congress by Kim Jong-un. Here's our next video, last video on North Korea from Reuters.
위대한 조선노동당이 절기 국가 방위력 강화의 대업을 진두에 서 이것이며 국가와 인민의 존엄 안녕을 굳건히 수호해 가시는 경지들 군수공업부문 노동계급은 영광 대비 금지.
Kim said new military and construction goals will be set at the meeting, according to state media.
무장 장비들의 증정식은 온 나라 인민의 옥초불변의 의지를.
Now, it's not clear what those goals were, but there's goals. Apparently, goals are in existence. Now, I don't know what those goals are, like I said, but if it's got anything to do with South Korea, might have to watch out for this little girl. Actually, I just realized we need the sound. We need the actual sound for this video. Because there's actual relevant sound, unlike the other one. Screw it. It's Sunday. It's Moonday Foonday in replacement for Sunday Funday. I'm gonna take the 15-second gamble and watch this video. Alright, this is in South Korea. That's my new favorite video. I have to watch it. I have to watch it again. I'm sorry. It's my new favorite video. We're watching this again. Look at this ferocious kicks. She switches so quickly. She switches so quickly from some of the most ferocious toddler kicks I've ever seen in my life to just be like so concerned that she had upset this young boy. God, watch out, North Korea. Watch out. This young lady, this little girl is protecting the peninsula. And could present some problems. Seriously though, watch out. Watch out for those kicks. Those taekwondo kicks are gonna be devastating. Just give her a couple of years. She'll be making more boys cry. Oh, God.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Not in this case. Although I don't think either of them are parents. Could be wrong. Okay. I hope you're all enjoying this replacement Sunday Fun Day stream on this Moon Day. Now Tuesday. Now Newsday Tuesday. We're almost done with this stream, I would point out. Somehow. 130 clips. We did it in only 10 hours. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. Totally unbiased observer situation. I have no horse in this.
What you talking about?
All right. One last South Korean story where actual accountability happened earlier last week. South Korean, well, former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, disgraced, now convicted criminal, was sentenced at the end of last week to life in prison.
Right to jail, right away.
Along with very hefty multi-decade sentences for, I think, nearly half a dozen other officials in his cabinet. Where, I mean, a fascinating amount of accountability occurred. That for an American is truly shocking, I think. Prosecutors had sought the death penalty, and there was a strong police presence at the Seoul District Court. Wow, so actually,
when
life in
Junjun
prison
applied for a
wasn't
job
even
at
the
a
worst
public
possibility for old Yoon Suk-yeol, a guy whose career we've been following ever since he decided to call that martial law. Not gonna lie, we barely talked about Yoon Suk-yeol until he decided to call that martial law. And we've really been discussing it ever since. This is a fascinating end to all of this. And as an American, I was not prepared for this outcome. Like, even with the fact that he had been convicted, was I the only one in this chat that was like, nothing's gonna happen? Like I honestly was like, yeah, wait, it's 2026. Do any leaders go to jail for crimes? And apparently, yes. It turns out, yes. In other places, in actual democracies, in other places, yes.
Right to jail, right away.
It's fascinating. It's such a strange sensation. Really, I'm still struggling to move on to the next story. Still just sort of trying to soak that all in right now.
This is insane, dude.
It's one of those times where you're like, probably should remember this for later. You know, maybe we should write this down. One of those historical examples that might come in handy in the future. Can't imagine where.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Speaking of the Epstein
Are
class,
you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
As it turns out, yes. As it turns out, we are in Asia, and we're going to talk about Epstein. It's the first time. This is actually, I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that this has happened. That Asia has come up even like. Actually, no. I think China very vaguely has been discussed as like just some sort of like geopolitical player, but in this case, we've got We got a situation in the Philippines. As according to more investigations, I believe by Al Jazeera, although I'm not sure who actually figured this one out, in some Epstein emails, Epstein was enlisting the assistance of Filipino online trolls.
A what now?
When Junjun applied for a job at a public relations agency in Manila, he was aware he'd be promoting politicians and was fine with it. But he says his employer wasn't upfront about the extent of the work, which he later realized was essentially being an online troll.
Para sa akin, yung trolling kasi is intentional siya.
Trolling is intentional work. When I was a troll, I deliberately spread disinformation and kept amplifying them. We'd get cash bonuses when we were able to attract many followers on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. And when our content and comments get a lot of engagement.
Junjun has left the company, but asked us to hide his identity for fear of reprisal. Many of their clients, he says, were powerful figures, just as the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was in 2010 when he hired the team in the Philippines to clean up online references about his criminal past. One of the emails released by the U.S. Department of Justice indicates an intense battle with people who undo the team's edits on Epstein's Wikipedia page. Another email suggests some progress 2 months later, when the words pedophile and jail no longer appeared as top results for Epstein.
These guys were willing to exploit literally anybody. Anywhere that they saw, like, the ability to wield their financial access to get people to do things for them, they did it. Oh, God. The Philippines is a fairly impoverished place. People work for pennies on the dollar in comparison to places like the United States where if you're a billionaire, I mean, you could buy the time of a hell of a lot of people. It would seem that he did exactly that. To help clean up his online image, he had Bannon doing it for him, and he had a bunch of Filipino online trolls doing it for him. It's so great.
The Philippines' customer contact and IT services sector has boomed over the past 2 decades, and that's resulted in the development of swanky financial districts like this. But workers here don't just cater to customer complaints. In more recent years, some of these offices have turned into so-called troll farms that serve both local and foreign clients. Experts say the work outsourced by Epstein may not have been called trolling back then, but could be considered a precursor.
Essentially, what disinformation campaigns now, what they do is to whitewash, right? To scrub the internet off from any negative publicity of a candidate, and instead populate the information ecosystem with very positive messaging.
Misleading and false content have also evolved, from video narratives such as Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s family's 400,000 metric tons of gold to seemingly coordinated comments like those celebrating the death of a judge of the International Criminal Court, and the use of artificial intelligence.
Who determines what is fake news and what is not?
Ay, ay, ay. Anti-Farron here to tell us that Epstein and Clinton hung out. Love it. Love it. Yes, nobody knew that. Thank you for telling us. I love how while we're talking about bots, you show up in here and start acting like a bot. Nice. By the way, I don't think you'll find many Bill Clinton fans around here, or Hillary fans. Okay. Well, we're literally nearly at the end of this stream. I do have one bonus video for us at the very end. But, penultimate video. Here it is. Round of applause for all of you who have made it this far. Incredibly long stream. 10 hours, 10 minutes. 10 hours and 10 minutes. We still got more to talk about. These two more things. From the Philippines to Japan. Where Sanae Takaichi, the new Japanese Prime Minister, is eyeing a American trade deal. Hoping that she can leverage rare earths. Something that Donald Trump, of course, loves. Loves the rare earths. Who doesn't love rare earths? It's 2026. Everybody loves rare earths. The very best. As for the upcoming Japan-US summit, I would like to not only further enhance the trust with President Trump, but also strengthen Japan-US relations in various fields such as national security, economy, and culture. Additionally, I am determined to enhance Japan-US economic security, including critical minerals, such as rare earths. Rare earths! I also would like to have a discussion with the U.S. on how to proceed the marine mineral resource development. Ugh. Terrible. In the waters surrounding Minami Torishima. Great. I love how she smiles while she talks about decimating the ocean floor. I'd love to talk to Donald Trump about obliterating the marine ecosystem by extracting lithium and other sorts of rare earths, by literally trolling the bottom of the ocean floor with a bunch of nets that will indiscriminately destroy literally everything in their path. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you are. Are you a coral? Are you a sea turtle? An eel? A fish? A dolphin? Doesn't matter. We're looking for rare earths. You are fodder. You're trash. Great. So pleased to hear Japan wants to do that. The marine mining is fucked, ain't it? Yes, correct, CD Unk. You have correctly identified that this practice is heinous. Lithium is in the ground, not on the ocean floor. No, it's also on the... Is the ocean floor not the ground of the ocean? It's absolutely on the ocean floor, as well as a bunch of rare earths. What are you doing here? You come in here to tell us about the Clinton-Epstein relationship that literally everybody on the planet knows about at this point? And then to tell me that lithium isn't on the ocean floor when it in fact is? And that are you? Who are you? And where did you come from? Good Lord.
You have a mental health problem. You have a mental health problem.
You little bastard.
All right, final video, bonus video. Let's do it, baby. I told you that you deserved one of these and you didn't get one. At least I don't think you did. I'm looking through my videos. I don't see one that I covered. So let's do one Ramadan celebration while it's still the month of Ramadan. It's PBS NewsHour from 3 days ago. let's talk about how Palestinians in Gaza are attempting to observe the Islamic holiday despite the enormous destruction and deprivation that they are currently living under.
The holy month of Ramadan is celebrated by over 1.5 billion Muslims around the world. For Palestinians in Gaza, Ramadan is defined by hope amid destruction and loss.
I'm sassy when I'm sleepy? No, this actually has nothing to do with me being sleepy. I don't know how long I don't know how long you've been in this chat. I feel like you're a fairly new chatter, but maybe you've been lurking this whole time, Huey. But, I mean, whenever there's trolls or idiots that show up in the chat, I get sassy immediately. But we've had no trolls in the chat all night because we haven't had the vertical chat going. Usually it's like this, it's like way more often. It's actually been a nice respite from the horrors of trolls without the vertical chat tonight. But they found us, it would seem.
We were able to speak with people in Gaza, in part with the help of our NewsHour videographer and producer Shams Odeh, to get a closer feel for their celebrations and their sorrows. Bright lanterns line the stalls of this bustling Al Zawiya market in the heart of Gaza's old city, marking the beginning of Ramadan. A stark contrast to the gray destruction just beyond the corridor. The market is one of Gaza's oldest, more than 700 years old. Part of it was destroyed in an Israeli airstrike in November of 2024. The Ramadan staples sold here, from dates to olives and decorations, have been centerpieces for the Muslim holy month for generations. This is the first Ramadan since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in October, though Israeli strikes have killed more than 600 Palestinians since.
This market is one of Gaza's oldest. Despite the destruction and despite the war that has come to Gaza, we still rebuilt much of it and brought back the lively Ramadan atmosphere.
During this month, Muslims fast from sunrise to sunset and immerse themselves in religious practices. But this year, the high cost of living and the shadow of the war have taken a toll. Shopkeepers like Loe Al-Jamasi know this all too well.
People have been deprived of Ramadan decorations today because they don't have electricity. The cost of lanterns is also high because goods have not been allowed to enter. This lantern is now double the price.
Saeed Al-Saga has been selling pickles at the market for 20 years. This year, he says the vibrant Ramadan atmosphere is also heavy with grief.
Because there's still incredible deprivation in the Palestinian territory, right? In Gaza, there's like a full blockade, essentially. Israel's not living up to its end of any of the aspects of the supposed ceasefire. They're murdering indiscriminately, basically continuing to starve Palestinians intentionally. It's all got to stop. This cannot continue. These people deserve to live just normal human lives. Well, God. I'm afraid it wasn't the funnest of Sunday/Moon Day streams, but I tried my best considering. I think I did okay. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. But I can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh No, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Anihana99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright everybody, super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream has begun. Just a reminder, we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course